very good morning from the beautiful Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's Sunday morning. The 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona has been roaring through the night with, I have to say, an impressive lack of attrition all round. The race has been roaring on, and we are ready to call all of the action for the last 4.5 hours. This is where 24-hour races really start to unravel and things start to get serious. And not only will we be crowning the winner of the 25th edition of the Trofeo Fermi Velez, but also champions across all of our classes. At the moment, it's Herbert Motorsport leading the way. They have an advantage of just under 2 laps from the Santilok Junior team. And Jason Hart at the wheel of that 91 Porsche right now. Herbert Motorsport they're in a very strong position in the GT3 AM Championship, but they're trying to win the overall Creventic GT3 Championship as an AM car, which would be some achievement. However, their closest rival is also their closest rival in this race, the Santilok Junior team. So it's very, very tight at the moment. This is how it looks. Herbert Motorsport sit in the lead. They're actually sitting in the fueling area at the moment and are making their way down now to get a new set of Hankook tyres. Santilok Junior team sit in second with the Red Camel by Juta Racing crew. Their first time in a GT3 car. They sit up on the podium right now, but just 26 seconds behind them is the very quick Optimum McLaren, but they've had a problem during the night. They had a throttle problem where the throttle actually stuck open with a damper under the throttle, causing a problem. They sit in fourth at the moment, but only 26 seconds behind the podium. Pilsen Motorsports BMW is fifth. Hofer Racing sit in sixth. Remember, they had a really big problem earlier on, so that's a great fight back from them. And then leading in the 992s, it's Red Ant Racing, who are swapping back and forth and have been all night with the QMMF by HRT team in the Porsche 992 category. In 9th overall and 3rd in GT3 AM, it's Juta Racing with their number 71 Audi, and rounding out the top 10, RPM Racing with their Porsche Cup machine. E2P Racing sit in 11th. Not been such a good night for them, unfortunately. They were in the top 6. They faded back a touch. HRT Performance sit in 12th. Then it's Orchid Racing Team. Land Motorsport, who have been on a recovery since the first hour. ST Racing are your leader in GT4, despite having a stone go through a radiator around just before dinner time last night, but they've fought back up into the lead, but are locked in an intense battle with the British squad, Venture Engineering, and their Mercedes AMG. In 17th, and also in the GT4, the very closely contested GT4 category, it's Lion Speed GP and their Porsche, driven at the moment by Dennis Bone. Then it's MRS GT Racing in the Porsche Cup category. NM Racing Team, former winners of this race, they sit 19th, and rounding out the top 20, it's the KTM Apex MP Racing, driven by Milos Pavlovic. Milner Motorsport sit in 21st, then it's SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, who are your leader in the TCE and TCX category. GSR Motorsport in 23rd, and then your leader in GTX, the number 701 Vortex V8. JMEC Engineering, they sit in 25th at the moment and second in the TCX category. Red Ant Racing's 904 car, not a good night for them, unfortunately. They sit back in 26 overall. Vortex V8 are in number 702 are in 27th. And Holmgard Motorsport, who have blown an engine and replaced the engine and are still going. That is the true spirit of endurance. They sit in 28th. Then it's Asbest Racing with their Seat Leon. Razun Northern Racing in 30th with their KTM. NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten in 31st. And Team Africa Le Mans, who are in the pits and have been for a couple of hours, unfortunately. RD Signs, CWS Engineering, Road to Le Mans, and ARC Bratislava, unfortunately, not playing any further part in this one, sadly. So it's Peter Mackay here up in the commentary booth in the grandstand here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And joining me this morning is Joe Bradley. Joe, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Peter. Good morning, everybody. The daylight has finally arrived. The darkness of the night is always a bit of a slog. Well, we've got that checkered flag in sight. It just feels like you can just reach out and touch it. However, there's another just under 4.5 hours to go. So a lot can happen, Peter, and we've got some updates to go through with regards to the occurrences that happened overnight. But this morning's timing screen tells us a bit of a story here. We've got some stories breaking out there on track, haven't we? Guess what? The 992 Cup class, as ever, has come down to a raging battle with only a 1 minute and 19 seconds between the leaders. The leader being the red ant car, 903, Kobe de Bruyker at the wheel, and that QMMF Porsche HRT running that car behind them. Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghani at the wheel of the second place 992 Cup car, but that car is leading the AMP class. Now that car, the 931, currently 8th overall, 7th and 8th overall for our 992 class. They are riding that wave like a surfer, the wave of success. They had a fabulous weekend at the inaugural 992 Endurance Cup last weekend at Spa, and they brought those cars straight here. They basically just wiped them down, checked them over, and the cars were rolled out on track. So we've got that to entertain us all the way to the flag, but not just the 992 class at the moment. GT4, that's hotting up massively as well, with a bit of a BMW versus Mercedes battle. ST Racing, Sam Tan coming back, peeled back the ST Racing sticker, and there's got a massive Baz Cooten sticker underneath it. It's Baz Cooten behind that car running it this weekend. They're currently leading, and then they're kind of swapping the lead of GT4 with the newcomer to the series, and it's a pleasure to have the British team here. Venture Engineering, Neville Jones with his son Owen Hizzy and Matt are the drivers, and they are currently swapping that lead in GT4 backwards and forwards as we go through the pit stop phases. So GT4 hotting up, 992 hotting up. Yes, we've got a bit of a stalemate at the front, but it's those Herbert Motorsport boys and girls who, well, they just know how to win these 24H series races. I've never seen a team like Herbert who just work the Code 60 process, work how they get their car through that, and we'll see them come in and top up their fuel, and then just like a metronome, just going round and round. Well put together car. Jason Hart, cracking driver at the wheel of that car at the moment in the lead. Not just leading the race, Peter, but at the moment heading the championship. They're on 180 points with the Sonderlock team on 162. Now that could turn around on its head, but it's going to take attrition to affect that.
It will. Herbert, you run out of superlatives for what they've achieved this year, and if they're able to hold the position they're in to win both of the European 24-hour races is a big achievement, because so much can go wrong in a 24-hour races. To be able to deliver that and to win both of the classics, if you like, Portimao and Barcelona, would just be a remarkable achievement. And to win the GT3 title overall, as well as in their AM class, it would be quite remarkable. They switched to the 992 version of the Porsche GT3R last year. Remember them when we were at Monza, the same weekend as the Le Mans 24 Hours, and the car was pretty new at that point to them, and they were still just getting their head around it, but it didn't take them very long to get their head around this package, and now it's just kind of run like a steam train ever since.
Monza 2023.
Yes.
You confused me there, because Monza was last year. And
I said last year.
Oh, did you? Right, okay. Yeah. Remember as well, Herbert won at Portimao, but it was the 92 car that took the honours. The 91 car is currently in the lead of this one, and it's the 91 car that is leading the championship.
Yes.
But Herbert's doing an all-round job.
They had a 1-2.
Winning the two races. Yeah, they did have a 1-2.
Remember the photo finish?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, of course.
That was a great memory.
The photo finish, yeah.
With the and two great liveries, the black and gold pinstriping of the 91, and then the fat turbo livery of the 92.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And that car has actually been on display at the Grossglockner Pass with the fat turbo. I don't know how you call it, like car meets lifestyle brand that Ferdi Porsche has, and they open up the Grossglockner every year and they close it before winter too, and they bring lots of cool cars, and the Herbert 92 car was there.
And the fat
still with all the patina on it.
Yeah, brilliant.
Really cool. So let's see. I mean, great story for ST Racing as well. It's wonderful to have them back at the championship. We were told last night by one of the drivers, John Miller, that there is plans to return to the series on a full-time basis next year. They haven't decided which car yet. Of course, the BMW, there's quite a suite of options of BMWs. The team's been affiliated with BMW for a few years now, so they've competed with a GT3 car before. They've former GT4 champion, of course, and they sit in the lead of GT4 at the moment. And to fix, they had a hole through, they had a stone through the radiator. They got it fixed in less than 10 minutes. That's now what we didn't. I don't think we established, was it a complete new radiator, or was it like a fillet with putty or something like that?
No, I think they changed the radiator.
A whole new radiator.
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
In 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a couple of bolts. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from them. And remember as well, when you lift that bonnet, the heat hits you in the face. Everything in there, every component part, especially the cooling system, it's doing its job. One end of it is absolutely boiling hot. The other end is not so boiling hot, but it's still hot. And when you having to disconnect those cooling pipes that feed the radiator, that is very hot water. So it's a tricky job. It's a tricky job to do, but they did it. And again, Bas Coutin's been part of the series since the very first to buy 24 Hours all those years ago. And, no strangers to perhaps anything you can throw at those mechanics in Bas's team. They are drilled, they know their stuff, they know how to wield a spanner, that's for sure.
They do, and that kept them in the race, and that kept them in the fight, and their drivers are rewarding them with a lead in class, but a very slender one from the Venture Engineering squad. SRS Team Sorg Rennsport in TCE, they've got a big lead. They've got just under 50 laps, which is kind of around an hour and a half. So at the moment, I'm sure they're hearing every noise in that little Porsche, just wanting it, willing it to the finish. 4 hours and 16 minutes. They've got to be in full conservation mode right now. Get it to the finish. No mistakes, no penalties. Just keep on trucking, because in second, the JMEC Engineering BMW, if they kept running clean, they'll be there to pick up the pieces. So Team Sorg Rennsport will be willing that car home now.
And the 701 Vortex is still plodding round, isn't it? The Gilles Courtois at the wheel of the Vortex, not being shy of a few issues as well on both of their entries. They are currently leading GTX in 24th place overall. They've completed 508 laps in comparison to the sister car that has currently been in the pits for just coming up to, it's only 3 minutes. So that Vortex number 702 on 452 laps. We're down, and it's going to take a massive issue to take that lead away from them. But the Vortex team has got to be a contender for, as ever. In fact, we should just have the Vortex trophy. That's what we should have. The Spirit of the Race Award should be renamed the Vortex trophy, because they always, for me, epitomise that never say it's over kind of attitude.
No, never give up. Now, they say that angels aren't real. I don't believe them. Diana Binks has just come into the commentary booth with the delivery of our breakfast. What have I got? A croissant, coffee, banana. You've got almost like a Japanese sort of theme, Mitchell. You've got smoked salmon, a healthy portion of smoked salmon, and slices of avocado.
And yes, it's very healthy, isn't it?
Very. Yes. That's why you're just the remarkable athletic
specimen. Half the man I was.
Yeah.
I wish.
Just a slight guffaw from the back of the commentary booth there.
Was there any need? Was there any need? Be supportive, everyone.
Yeah, good for you, Joe. Good for you. I do like the excellent smoked salmon in the Creventic 24/8 series catering. It's a wonderful atmosphere here in the paddock, with all the competitors, everyone all together having breakfast, lunch, and dinner throughout the race week. A lot of the teams have been here all week, testing, practice, into qualifying, and then of course the race as well. And we had two cracking support championships. We had the Renault Clios that night race on Friday night, the Renault Clios, we had a right laugh at that.
Clios, for obvious, well, if anybody's a regular listener, they'll know that Clios are close to my heart. I mean, ran Clios in the UK series, but that, I've never seen a Clio race go into a sunset where we finished in pretty much full dark with just a hint of orange on the horizon, but we were full light when we started, and then the sun sank behind the mountains. Quite a panoramic view here at the south of Catalonia, and what an evocative sight that was. The way that they were racing as well. We had a proper race, didn't we, on Friday evening? Proper Clio race all the way to the flag.
It was magic.
Couldn't make sense of it at all. I'm sorry, but it was just too much to be trying to decipher what we were seeing out there on the track.
We were a bit unlucky on with Saturday morning's race. Quite a lot of safety car interrupts.
That's what I mean.
That's a pity. But the Friday night was we got 2 for the price of 1 on Friday.
You know what that says to me? It says that in race 1, everyone's a little bit conservative because they need a car for race 2. So there's a little bit more sort of there you go, sir. I'll come through the next lap. Race 2 was just right. We can take this from here. We're going to the workshop, so anything can be repaired. It was phenomenal.
Tomorrow's problem. Yeah, definitely. I think that you're onto something with that theory. So Vortex leading in GTX, and of course it's a new car, the Vortex 2.0, a highly improved Vortex, much better aerodynamics, much better aerodynamic efficiency from what we understand. So it's got more downforce but less drag, which is the big benefit. That's every aerodynamicist's dream, is to get that. Now we've got a good load of sources, don't we, Joe?
Yeah,
and probably our best source is none other than Red Camel by Duty Racing's strategist and extraordinaire Paul Truswell. And Paul, of course, goes all the way through the night. He is a force of nature. He is the Iron Man, and he has kept an eye on things. While we were busy, tucked up in our bed, sleeping away, he's been keeping an eye on things.
As if he hasn't got enough keeping that Red Camel Audi. Remember, the Red Camel team here in a GT3 class Audi running at 3rd overall in the big boy and girl class. That car, currently 3rd, the Red Camel car, the number 9, the Audi R8, is being caught by Robert McGuinness in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and the last time through the gap was at 5.3 seconds, and that's coming down considerably because McGuinness is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than Fabian Dance. Now then, the reason why the McLaren, that, remember, started on the pole position, Optimum Motorsport bringing their McLaren here, when I saw that on the entry list, I thought, quality team, quality outfit, quality car to be bringing to the Barcelona 24 hours. So that car had a problem. It had a problem about 1 a.m. Where the throttle pedal went to the floor and didn't return. There was no return mechanism. So the driver, and I'm not sure who the driver was, he had to hook his foot underneath the throttle and pull the throttle back off. And we spoke to the team. A big thank you to Optimum Motorsport for making us wake up this morning by, it was like a Red Cross parcel when they handed us that coffee, wasn't it?
Oh, wonderful.
There's a coffee, gents.
And I love, on their coffee machine, they've got this sticker. For anyone who's watched Ted Lasso, the series, it's really brilliant. And it's basically, he's a very positive soccer coach with a big sign on it saying "Believe," and they've got that sticker at their commentary box. So you can imagine at their coffee machine. You can imagine 3 o'clock in the morning, you're just going, "What am I doing here?" And you get there to go and get your coffee, and there's Ted Lasso smiling away, going, "Believe." That double thumbs up.
That certainly was. Well, they needed a bit of belief. They were telling me this morning that there is a damper underneath the throttle pedal, like a hydraulic sort of a pneumatic probably. Damper mechanism that returns the throttle, and in all of the running Optimum have done with this McLaren, and that is thousands and thousands of kilometers, that has never ever occurred. And so they had to get in there into the cockpit. You can imagine how tight and the confines of that was, and it took them just under 20 minutes, I think about 18 minutes, that they lost in the pits to rectify that throttle pedal. But that car is now back out and in very competitive state. 3.8 seconds, the gap coming down to the Audi in 3rd. Now, that's an overall podium step that they are fighting over. That's an overall podium step. The McLaren is currently first in the GT3 class. the leading AM class car in GT3, is our overall leader. Christopher Jons in the Sonderlock car, he's the first in the Pro-Am class, and then second in Pro-Am, and third overall is that Audi that's being chased by that number 4 McLaren.
Robert McGuinness is really pushing hard. He's going using every bit of the circuit and more. The fairly liberal track limit policy here, where as long as you've got a wheel on the curb, not on the track, on the curb, you're okay. So Robert McGuinness using every last inch of the circuit in that McLaren, really pushing hard, putting in some great lap times. He's now right behind Fabian Dance in that black and gold Audi for Red Camels, and I don't think Fabian's a really experienced endurance racer. I don't think he'll fight this too hard, because McGuinness is, he's, like you said, Joe, quicker to the tune of about 2 seconds a lap. And McGuinness is on also, you can see every corner playing about with the brake balance in the car, twiddling the dial to make sure everything's optimized to the best, using all the room and more, using every bit of that turbocharged V8 from that 720S McLaren.
It's target acquired, isn't it, for McGuinness? He's got that Audi. He's been able to focus on the back end of that Audi. He's now pretty much under the rear wing of the Audi as they come towards the end of the lap.
Fabian Dance is going to be coming into the pits any minute now, because he's been in the car for 1 hour and 58 minutes. So there's a 2-hour maximum drive time. And there we go. Thank you, Fabian. You made me look good there.
Well,
into the pits he goes.
That was a disadvantage with the tyres at the state they were towards the end of the stint. So there was no way that Fabian was going to be able to keep that McLaren behind him. And there was no fight there, and he didn't give McGuinness the pleasure of overtaking him on track. He pulled in the pits and took his scheduled stop. He didn't have to do any more laps, and he chose not to.
That worked. I think that worked out well for both cars, because McGuinness was maybe held up for 3 corners possibly, and Dance didn't actually lose any time holding him off either. So yeah, very, very good stuff there for both cars. So we've got Diana Binks down in the pits. Diana, first of all, a huge thank you for delivering breakfast to us in the commentary box. The sun's coming up. How are things down in the pit lane?
No problem at all. You need to be fueled up, ready to go for the rest of this fantastic race. So I've just arrived back in the pit lane, and pretty quiet at the moment. The number 71 the Audi of the 71 has just come in from Jutta Racing there for a driver change and tyres as well. But I can see, as you were just talking, I heard you earlier, Red Camel are getting ready to welcome Fabian back here in that Audi. So I'm expecting it to get a little bit busier. And it's nice and cool and fresh down here this morning so far.
Thank you, Diana. Joe, we've got a huge list of updates.
We'll just you have a bite of your croissant while I take us through it, because we've got a report from about 1:15 a.m. this morning. Harry Hilders went into the gravel at turn 3. Looked like he'd got a nudge from someone. Nothing clarified exactly what was responsible. But that brought out the code 60, and meanwhile the McLaren was in the pits. That then came out after losing 18 minutes. We've already covered that, and it looked like it might have been the number 34 Audi of the Land Motorsport Audi, with Vogler driving that one. So that car of Harry Hilders, that is the police car, isn't it? The police liveried car. The 992 numbered car. That car currently been in the pits now for coming up to 6.5 hours. So that's pretty much, I would say, a retirement. I know we usually sort of mark that off as we pull down the garage doors, but there's a lot of cars and teams are running more than one car. So if one of the cars within that garage retires, then they can't necessarily pull down the garage door. So with 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 19 minutes, might as well call that 20 minutes. 6 hours and 20 minutes in the garage now for the number 992. And that's a shame, because that's an NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten, one of the cars Bas's team is running, and 2 of his stalwart customers, Harry Hilders, Gijs Bessem. They've been in that car, and it just shows the sense of humour from those guys that they liveried the car in a Dutch traffic police livery from the 80s and 90s. And I wasn't aware of what maybe I should if I'd been travelling around in the Netherlands for quite a bit, but I wasn't, so I didn't have to pay attention to the traffic police there. But even with the point of having the track limits police written across the back of the car, just brought that sense of humour to the race. And it's just, I hope they come back next year, because they've been a stalwart of the series.
They're brilliant. And that was actually a Porsche traffic police car, 964 Targa. It's a really good tribute to it, actually. It was a traffic police car. I like how it was a Targa, so that you could have the police hat on, sticking out the top of the car. Dana Binks has more for us down in the pits.
Yes, you're just chatting about the 992, the NKPP Racing by BARCELONA Racing. That has officially been retired. The chassis is damaged, so the car is all covered up and inside the garage. I mean, I've just seen it just slightly under the cover there, and it is a bit of a mess, unfortunately. So no, that's retired. They're disappointed. They said they got a couple of hours sleep in after, obviously, because they didn't have to do anything more to the car. But they're all still here watching on the other car the other car that they're running here on the 428. They're just helping out that side of the garage as well.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, always a sad sight to see anyone going out of the race, especially with a bent and damaged car. That will be no doubt put to rights, and we'll see the NKPP Racing with BARCELONA, no doubt, back out into 2025. And we'll see them in the Middle East. At 4:30 a.m. we had a code 60 to recover the number 133 BMW from turn 4. That's the JMEC Engineering BMW. That car has currently been in the pits for 3.5 minutes. So Nigel Greensell bringing that car in. It's currently second in the TCX class, 25th overall. And they've had a kind of what I would call a textbook endurance race with the car's been off into the gravel. It's recovered. It's had a few. It lost a wheel hub, didn't it? Lost the left front wheel, snapped its wheel studs, and they repaired that. Only 4 cars in the TCX class as part of the Touring Car Endurance Series. So it's very much looking on for a podium. It's on 481 laps. The next car in the TCX order is currently ahead of them. It's the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche, car 127. They're 22nd. They've completed 531 laps. It's far too early for me to do that maths, but they've got a few laps to make up on that Porsche ahead of them in class. But at the moment, they are enjoying, all of the drivers in that lineup, Kevin Clark, Nigel Greensell, Jimmy Broadbent, of course, having an absolute ball just driving that E46. Fan favourite, certainly a favourite of mine, because I remember those cars when they were brand new.
Remember the M3 GTR, which was kind of the ultimate iteration of it, that won at the Nürburgring in 2004 and was very successful in the American Le Mans series.
Well, yeah. Tom Milner's team. What was Tom Milner's team called?
Not PTG.
Not PT. It was PTG, wasn't it?
Was it PTG? Oh,
that's what came into my head, and I thought, no, that's a pin, isn't it? No, that's PPG. Anyways, Tom Milner's team.
Tom Milner's team. Yeah, Tom Milner Senior.
Handstuck, Bill Oberlin. Yeah. Brute of a car. It
sounded absolutely glorious. You and I are big Skeletrix fans, aren't we, Joe? That was my favourite Skeletrix car I think I ever had. I think it was a Japanese GT Championship car. It was an M3 GTR with the yellow corn livery on it, yellow and red. I got it from Scooney Hobbies in Kirkcaldy. And
was that a Skeletrix model?
Yes.
Not a Fly or...
No, it was a Skeletrix, yeah.
Really? The E46 BMW?
An E46 M3 GTR, yeah. And of course, like any good Skeletrix car, I knocked off the rear wing on it, of course.
Of course you did.
Yeah, turned it into Le Mans spec.
Of course you did. Turned it into road car spec. Lost the wing.
What was your first Skeletrix set?
My first Skeletrix set was a set with the Lotus 72 and a March 721 with the front wing was like a T-tray stuck out the front. Of course, that went into Monza spec pretty quickly. I actually, the little when the wing came off it, very early on in its days, I forget what the set was called actually, I'd have to look that up. But I remember I joined the local toy shop. That was in the days when we actually had toy shops on the high street. Joined their Christmas club. I bought it myself. I didn't get it as a gift. I bought it myself. Joined their club, and you know, a couple of quid pocket money went in. Eventually, I bought the Scale Electric set. And when the wing came off, there was a little stub left, and I filed it off and smoothed it over so that it went into Monza spec, because Ronnie Peterson drove the car at Monza without the wing, with just a bull nose, a bubble nose on the front. Let's head down to Di. She's wanting to join in with the Scale Electric chat, I think.
No, I was going to avoid the Scale Electrics chat, to be fair. I'm not quite a Scale Electrics fan, unfortunately for everyone, but Nigel Greensill standing alongside me from the 133 JMEC Engineering BMW M3, just having jumped out of the car. Nigel, how long were you in?
So I've done just over an hour or so. No, so what time it is. But it was just the perfect stint where you see the sunrise and all the changing the colours of the sky and everything. It's just beautiful sight all the way around. So yeah, it's a lovely stint. We're having a few little issues at the moment. We've got a problem with the power steering, that the power steering's kind of packed up and then comes in intermittently. So you get down to a corner and you're kind of wrestling it into the corner, then all of a sudden the steering goes light. So it's quite exciting at times.
Well, I'm just hearing that the car is going a little bit slowly on the track at the moment. It's just gone back out, but it's back going. So that's exactly what you're saying. Obviously, fighting that power steering issue.
Yeah, that's creating some excitement. We've also got a throttle problem where you start to accelerate and all of a sudden the whole thing just switches off, and then you have to turn the master switch off, recycle everything, reboot it, and then start all over again. So that's coming and going intermittently, but the guys are working so hard. So we just want to try and make it to the finish. So yeah, I think that's the end of my stints now. So what we've planned is that Kevin's in the car, then Jimmy, and we want James to finish the race here. It's his car and his team. So yeah, we want him to take the checkered flags. That's our mission.
How much are you enjoying this event, Nigel? You've got a massive smile on your face. Obviously, we're only on audio at the moment, but a massive smile there.
Yeah, just absolutely loving it. You know, it's yeah, it was really funny, even without power steering, trying to wrestle it around, trying to do some fast laps. It was really good fun.
And what's the traffic like? What's the traffic management been like?
Absolutely fine. No, there's one or two slightly crazy guys out there, but the majority are really, really good. So yeah, everyone realised the event's bigger than them, so they're trying to get to the finish.
Thanks very much, Nigel. Good to chat to you. And by the way, I made the coffee. If James tries to tell you that it was him, it was me.
Thank you.
See you later.
So the 133 BMW forging on, fighting with various issues, but nothing can keep them down. With 3 hours and 56 minutes to go, they've got the finish line in sight here for the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. So they sit second in class at the moment in TCE, the number 133 JMEC Engineering BMW M3 E46 M3, one of the true great BMWs. So at the front of this race then we have Herbert Motorsport, who lead the way. They are due a pit stop fairly soon actually. Stefan Trebordini in the Santalk Junior team has just taken over in second place, has maintained second place after a pit stop about 8 minutes ago. Normal service by the looks of things on our timing screen. And Jason Hart should be coming in for a pit stop in the next 10 minutes or so, and it's just going to come back and forth. Coming back to the Scalextrics track, Joe,
oh, we're not finished.
I don't think we're finished. No, I like that. In engineering, you could tell that you were going to be a mechanic
yes.
with that.
I was only probably 10
I just crashed them. My first set was the Ford Escort RS Cosworth. I had a Michelin Pilot Malcolm Wilson one and a Francois Delacour. Yeah. And the only problem was, being an only child, I had to just race against myself. And that was where I first commentated, actually. I was commentating on myself. But
we all raced against ourselves, Peter, because I didn't have any mates who were in any way, shape or form interested in motorsport.
They were too busy out.
I used to
play football, chasing.
I used to sort of give myself this discipline test of doing like 150 laps and then averaging my lap time. Did you have one of those little speed calculators?
I had a lap counter.
A little disc.
Yes,
no,
the
the
way it
disc.
clicked.
And then you timed your lap time, and it was time over distance, gave you your skill speed.
Oh, you were very
It was old. It was old school. It was a cardboard disc, sliding disc, and you obviously had to use a stopwatch to time yourself, which was stopwatch in your left hand, controller in the right.
It's all electric now. It's all on your phone now. It's incredible now.
A friend of mine have got a huge room in the downstairs of his house, and the room is pretty much a full table scale extra, 4 meters by 6 meters, and we've got a timing system that's on a big screen TV on the wall. I must show you it sometime. I must take you down there. Shelving with the collection of cars. Binksy's dying to talk about scale extra again.
No scale electrics yet, but we'll come back to you on that one. I'm with Team Africa Le Mans, the number 455, Janetta G55, and Greg Mills, who actually owns the team and is one of the drivers here, is with me. Greg, I was just seeing the car was in the garage again. I think it's got Jan Lammers behind the wheel. You've had a number of challenges during the night. Just give us an update as to where you are.
Yeah, like anything over 24 hours, everything's bound to go wrong. So we started the race with a refueling issue. That was resolved. Car ran very smoothly up until just after midnight, and then a diff pump failed. And the reason for the diff pump failure was the diff was slowly failing. So after expending a couple of new diff pumps, we ended up with a diff failure, and we've now changed the diff. Made one diff pump out of 3 that we managed to destroy, and we're back out there, and the aim is to drag it if necessary to the finish.
It sounds very much like that's what you're doing, but I could see the crew at work, and they've been working incredibly hard, but your goal at the beginning was to finish this race.
Yeah, it's we do motorsport for bigger reasons, and this is a team of all volunteers drawn from the UK, from South Africa, where I'm from Kenya, and it's a real United Nations effort in many respects, but there's no one paid here. We do this all as volunteers, from drivers to everybody else. And the idea behind the team is really twofold. One is to introduce South Africans who otherwise wouldn't have an opportunity to participate in international motorsport and gain that level of experience and rise the experience levels in South Africa as a consequence. And the second is to always highlight charitable causes. So we use motorsport, paradoxically in this case, as a way to highlight charitable causes like anti-poaching. So poaching's a major, obviously, issue across much of Africa, and the most poached animal is the pangolin, this rather defenseless bug-eating creature, which is used for medicine, in particularly in Southeast Asia. So this year we're highlighting the plight of the pangolin, and we continue to do that as a way of highlighting both the African connection with the international community, but also using motorsport as a platform to advance other causes.
Well, it's an absolutely great cause, so thank you for doing that, and great to find you here. And obviously you've got Emanuele Pirro and Jan Lammers behind the wheel. We know them very well. We've talked to them throughout the weekend. It's great to see them back as well.
Yeah, so Emanuele has a great phrase about the team. He calls it a team of friends. And Emanuele and my association, although we weren't friends at the time, goes back to the 1978 World Kart Championships held at Le Mans. And then Jan came to drive for us about 10 years ago in South Africa. And, we do this because we enjoy each other's company. We do other things together as well. And then, of course, Chris was introduced via Emanuele and Marlene, Emanuele's wife, and Jeroen Blekkemolen via Jan. So, one friendship leads to another, and, whatever we do or whatever we achieve is really largely a secondary issue for us. The most important thing is that we're here, we're participating, we're still out there running. We would like to have had more of a trouble-free run, but that's motorsport. But more importantly, it's the sense of community which we have in the team.
Well, you'll certainly find it here at Creventic. It's very much that, and we love the environment. We love having you here, and thank you very much for chatting to us this morning. We'll see you at the end.
It's a great pleasure to be part of the Creventic series. It's motorsport almost as it used to be, and there's a sort of nostalgia which drives it, which makes us feel right at home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motorsport as it used to be.
Couldn't put it better myself.
I am going to hashtag that. I'm going to mention that to Peter Fry. Hashtag motorsport as it used to be.
And not in the best possible way.
Yeah,
Because
well,
motorsport has progressed in very good ways.
I totally understood
what exactly what Greg meant there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And hey, South Africa used to be one of the main centres and hubs for its own kind of motorsport scene. In the same way as the Australasian sort of Australia, Tasmania and New Zealand, and you know, we had the Tasman series in the winter, it would be the same with South Africa. And when Formula One would visit South Africa, you would get local drivers entering the South African Grand Prix. Perhaps the biggest or the most well-known one would be John Love in the Gunston liveried car, and he would race. I've seen, you know, Ian Scheckter, of course, Jody Scheckter, the most famous South African driver, 1979 world champion for Ferrari. But his brother Ian would start off with just being an additional entry to the South African Grand Prix. John Love was known for, you know, Tyrrell's Lotus 72s. I remember in the Gunston livery, the brown and gold, the brown and yellow livery of Gunston, and they would acquit himself late 60s, early mid 70s. He would acquit himself very, very well against the regular runners in Formula One racing.
Imagine that now.
Well, I just think it's you know, we should this series, you know, resurrect the championship of the continents by visiting, you know, 3 continents. We go off to the Middle East. We used to race in America. Obviously, times are different since we had the pandemic, but what a way to kick that back off with a visit to the African continent. And all right, the first track that comes to mind in South Africa is Kyalami, of course. Totally different to the way it used to race in the 60s and 70s, different configuration of track now, but still a top-class facility as far as I'm aware. Bruce Jones was telling me
it is a top-class facility.
It is still right up there.
It's owned by the Joubert family, I think, who have invested a lot into the circuit. While we were chatting to Greg Mills from Team Africa Le Mans, there's a little disagreement between the number 4 Optimum Motorsport McLaren and the number 424 Line Speed Porsche. The incident is being noted by race control and is being looked at. So it did mean that the number 4 Optimum McLaren it actually turned around at turn 3 and had to get back going. It's Todd Coleman who's just taken over that car. But before we dive more into that, Diana Binks has more for us down in the pits.
I'm with the 421 GT4 Venture Engineering, a new team to Creventic with the Mercedes AMG. Owen Hizzy has just jumped out of the car, having done his stint. First of all, how was that part of the race for you?
That part of the race was actually quite good, because the colder temperatures suit our car. But then when the temperature starts to build up, that's when we will start to get a bit of overheating with the tyres, and we'll have to manage them a bit more. So that stint was pretty good.
Yeah, that's been the thing, hasn't it, throughout the race so far, sort of managing the tyres more than was expected for some teams.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the biggest part of endurance racing is if you can make the tyres last that little bit longer, you save time on pit stops, which can make a massive difference come the end result after the 24 hours.
When you're told to manage the tyres, what do you have to do from behind the wheel?
So basically the biggest thing is not to slide. So you've got to go into corners, be super smooth, try not to create understeer or have oversteer. And then it's just finding that rhythm and then just staying in that rhythm for as much as you can.
You're a new team here to Creventic. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yes, definitely. The team is having a blast and we are competitive, which is good. So far, so good.
Well, you get so much track time here. It's a great way to enjoy endurance racing.
Oh, definitely. That's the biggest thing is the amount of track time you get. You can't beat it anywhere else, so which makes the 24-hour series so special.
Are you getting back in the car?
I don't know yet. I have to speak to my engineers beforehand, so I can't say, I don't know, basically.
So time for a quick break and then sit and wait.
Exactly, yeah, time for a quick break and then get some breakfast and then see from there.
Great, thanks very much, Owen.
Thank you very much.
Acquitted himself very well, that young man, hasn't he? It's all about being fast and not going off, and Owen has ticked all those boxes. He's very, very fast, and he's a very, very steady pair of hands, hence that car right up there with the, I'm going to say, more experienced at international level, ST Racing, Samantha Tan, and certainly the team that's running that BMW 4 ST Racing, Baz Cooten. They've been around this series forever, and for Venture Engineering to come along and be right in there, right in the mix for that lead battle in GT4, that's a massive, massive pat on the back. Another young man that I can speak very highly of, Dan Bailey, he's on the pit wall. He's orchestrating things on the pit wall. Dan, I know from when he was, I'm going to say a small child. He wasn't a small child. He was a young teenager who came along to my pit garage and said, "Give us a job." So I did. And Dan's done very well. Worked for Accelerate across in the UK. Started with the Mini Challenge with them, and then moved into touring cars. And he's finally got the endurance racing bug, seen in a few other venues, and he's with Venture. Neville Jones bringing the team to the Barcelona 24 Hours as, and these are his words, a bit of a research mission, looking towards the European season next year.
There's a lot of teams here this weekend who are telling a very similar story, and that's great to see. And I think if they come to the series next year, they're going to have an absolute ball racing in the 24H series. And if that croissant that I had from catering this morning, that Diana very kindly brought up to the commentary booth, is anything to go by, just race here just for the croissant. That was one of the best croissants I think I've ever had in my life.
You are in. I mean, you're not in France, which is where croissant originated, but you are in Spain, so you're on the continent, as we Brits say.
Yes,
the croissants are always better.
Of course, and in a wonderful Italian company, W Racing Project, who run the catering. Now, there's still being investigated the incident between the number 4 Optimum McLaren and the 424 GT4 Porsche for Lion Speed GP. So there was we're still waiting to hear what the outcome of that is. Now, a problem for E2P Racing, their Porsche has been in the pits for 46 minutes, and Diana Binks might well have the story of what's going on there. Diana.
I'm with Pablo Bagheera from E2P Racing, the number 90, which is actually in the garage. You're absolutely right. The car has been retired, I understand, Pablo, because you've just shut the garage door and now opened the garage door.
Yeah, the car is retired. We had a power steering issue, and we cannot finish the race.
That's such a shame, because you were running really well. We chatted to you yourself and Alvaro earlier, during the race, and you were sort of knowing that the pace wasn't quite what you wanted, but you were still running consistently.
Well, this is a 991. The pace is lower than the new cars, and we had to play our cards the best we could, but it didn't work in the end. So but it's been nice to be here, so no complaints.
How much do you enjoy the challenge of racing on this circuit here in Barcelona?
Well, Barcelona has been traditionally unkind with us, tough. But we are closer. We are pretty close to finish now. So next year we'll finish. Last year we had to retire on the 12th hour. This year on the 20th. So next year we'll finish.
Are you back in Creventic for next year?
Yeah, why not? It's a lovely place to be.
Well, look, you get so much track time, don't you? You get the opportunity to race, and when things don't go your way, it's disappointing, but you still are able to keep pushing as much as you can.
Of course, never give up.
Pablo, thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, E2P Racing, Barcelona not kind to them over the last couple of years. That's such a shame. A power steering issue has finally taken them out of the race.
And that manifested at 4 a.m. as well. That car was pushed into the garage That was another update from Paul Truswell. He didn't know why, but we've just had that explanation. So that's not a new issue. They've been fighting that issue since just after half distance. And yeah, they will be back to fight another day. They've become a big part of the series, and we look forward to seeing E2P back in 2025, certainly for the European Championships. If not, they'll be, and also I should say, the Middle East with Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The 24 Hours of Dubai kicking off the motor racing season in January, doesn't it? That's where it all starts. It's a 12-month season, motorsport these days, and goes all the way through to December with other series, but certainly, all the way to the end of summer here in Barcelona, being the last of the 24-hour series.
Well, and of course we have our Dubai test a week before Christmas.
That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah, so there isn't much rest at all for the teams, and if you want to be out racing, you can pretty much be out racing just about every weekend nowadays. You're spoilt for choice, particularly here in the 24H series, where, as you mentioned, Joe, we cover across several continents. And I do like the idea of going to the Middle East in January when it's cold in most of Europe, and you get a nice suntan.
Well, the Middle East in January is manageable from a sense that if we went to the Middle East in the summer, it would be towards over 40 degrees, towards 50 degrees at times.
Too hot.
So it is absolutely perfect conditions to go racing in the European winter, where it's damp, it's cold, it's barely above freezing, isn't it? Under 5 degrees in the UK if you're lucky. And when you go testing in the winter in the UK, it's kind of irrelevant. Your drivers are getting seat time, but from regards to everything else, it is utterly irrelevant. That's why, a lot of well-funded British teams will go abroad to the likes of Spain, Portimao, Jerez in Spain, Barcelona, and you'll try and get certainly towards the spring. But to give us an opportunity to go proper motor racing, 24 Hours of Dubai, it's become a fix on the calendar really in the sports car world. And this coming Dubai, the 2025 running of the Dubai 24 Hours, is the 20th running.
What a heritage that race has built up.
It's built a history, hasn't it?
It has built up a heritage. So there's an issue, well, it's not an issue, a little bit of superficial bodywork damage to the 133 BMW, just a bit of trim and bodywork just behind the front left wheel flapping about in the wind. Nothing major, really.
Nothing
compared to what they've gone through and what they've overcome, that 133 crew, that is nothing. That's not even going to register on their radar.
Well, I'm hoping that is not going to register on the officials' radar, because that is not going to go anywhere. That is a piece of the front left wing, and that bit that's flapping off the car, that looks like it's just occurred, Peter, because I didn't see that a few moments ago when we were following the 133 car. It's out on track with the rear edge of the wing behind the front wheel just flapping around, but it's going to take a chunk of tank tape, gaffer tape, to put that to rights, and I'm just hoping that the officials don't see that as a problem, because it really isn't, because that wing is very, very much attached to that car and it's not going to come off.
No, I agree. So nothing too much to worry there. 3 hours and 35 minutes to the flag then here in this 25th edition of the Trofeo Fermi Velez. Fermi Velez, a driver who hailed from Barcelona, sadly passed away quite young from cancer in his early 40s, but what a career he had, and particularly in the 1990s, mid-1990s, drove for the Scandia Ferrari team in IMSA, won the championship in 95 and won the Sebring 12-hour twice in a Ferrari 333, and I think it's great to have his name on the trophy. Adds to the prestige of this event. Now the 133 car has come into the pit, so probably just to gaffer tape up that little issue, but Poulsen Motorsport, car number 14, they're running in the top 5, and Dana has made her way down to their garage.
I'm with Alfred Nielsen, who's just jumped out of the car. Alfred, are you satisfied with the performance that you're having so far?
let's say first of all we survived the night, which is positive. By the performance, obviously I'm super happy about the team and also the job from our drivers. But the sprint is yet to come. It's a few hours left, and it's from now on we go sprinting.
Did you have any issues during the night that caused you concern, or was it just getting through the night?
No, the night was pretty straightforward for us. Just some small missed timings with the code 60s here and there, but overall we survived the night and without any big issues.
How much are you managing the tyres, or are you comfortable with what you have?
I manage the tire a lot. It's it's super important, especially now when we did, I don't know, 1 hour 45 on one set, and then you have to start managing already out from the pits.
And how much is the strategy going to change for the end of the race? I think we've got 3.5 hours, as you say. It's a bit of a sprint now.
It is a bit of a sprint, and we should be prepared with the quicker drivers and let them do the job for the sprint.
I have to say, I was watching your team doing several pit stops, and very impressive, very quick, very slick.
Yeah, they're spot on every time. I'm super happy about the guys. They've been good all year, but flawless pit stops, flawless at the fuel station. So very happy about Poulsen Motorsport.
Great stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Poulsen Motorsport, a team that are very long established. Christian Poulsen, the team owner, has been racing for a very long time. He's raced in the World Touring Car Championship, but perhaps his most crowning achievement was winning the LMP2 class at Le Mans in 2009 with the Porsche RS Spider alongside Emmanuel Collard and Casper Elgaard. Casper now retired from driving, but he was a really strong driver, was Casper, and now we was in the team management for a while, but great to see the Danish squad, Poulsen Motorsport, here running in the top 5 at the moment.
Well, they're in contention for that battle for that third step of the podium, aren't they? That battle includes the Red Camel Audi, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and you can't discount them. I mean, they're some way off and out of contention really for the overall win at this stage of the race, if things stay the way they are. But however, they are in contention for that final step of the overall podium, with the places changing every time we get the cars involved, flip-flopping their way through the pit stop phases. A car that comes to mind as well out of contention from the early stages with a problem with the car, was the number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Michael Krall at the wheel of that car now, but that car has steadily had a very good run since. I think that problem came in the first 2 hours, and I can't remember what the problem was. First hour, was it?
Yeah, almost at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me.
Neither can I. It was some sort of mechanical issue of some description.
Yeah, they quickly rectified, didn't they? Lost about 20 minutes or so.
Yes.
And then they've just been coming back. I mean, they're well off 616 laps in comparison to 625 laps to get themselves back onto and in contention with the McLaren and the BMW and the Red Camel Audi. But I mean, they'll just keep plodding around and keep doing what they're doing, and they've just settled in and gone about their business, and it's brought them right back up to 6th place overall when they were down in the 30s, weren't they? And they've spent the time, all right, they're in a GT3 car, so they're going to come through those slower classes, but now they're right on the tail end of the GT3 battle.
They've done a great job, run pretty flawlessly since that little issue at the beginning of the race. And I suppose if you're going to have an issue, have it in the first hour, so at least you've got the opportunity to fight back. If you have it now, there's not the time to recover. Right. So one of the real surprise packages has been the number 931 QMMF Qatari machine run by HRT, second in the 992s, leading the 992 AM class, and in fact, they've just not long had a pit stop. So they're sitting second at the moment. Julian Hanses at the wheel. and they've done an amazing job. And we had a chat with the project manager from the QMMF team, and they've got big ambitions. That was loud and clear. They've got their eyes set on big success in motorsport.
And look where they came. We first introduced to those guys at Q8 in the Q8 12 hours a couple of years ago, and it was, you know, that motorsport culture is what they are very much at the start of. And look where they've come. I mean, last weekend, the 992 Endurance Cup, first in the AM class on the overall podium. Phenomenal. You could see the way that the drivers themselves have developed, and the speed and the consistency in that speed. So endurance racing is not it's not about how fast you can drive one lap. You've got to drive a number of laps consistently fast to be able to be successful in endurance racing, and they're proving to be able to do that, and that hopefully that will generate more interest in the region and bring more teams from that Middle East area of Qatar, you know, Bahrain, Dubai, obviously the UAE.
And the Qatar circuit, the Lusail International Circuit, it's 20 years it's been going.
Yeah.
I mean, time goes by so quickly, and it's always been a brilliant curtain raiser of the MotoGP World Championship under the lights at Qatar. That's always, you know, that we're back MotoGP racing.
And this year the World Endurance Championship, of course, and that deal is for the next, I think, 3 years to open up be the first race in the season.
And I think they're on the calendar for 10. I think it's a long-term
really?
deal,
Yeah.
yes, which is fantastic to see. It's a great circuit. Antonio Garzon for Orchid Racing Team, running in 5th position at the moment. A Swiss team, Orchid Racing Team, linked to Porsche Centre Genève, and they've brought some superstars along in the season. Back at Mugello, they had Romain Dumas and Sebastian Loeb on their driver lineup, and they're doing a great job in this race, running in the top 5 of all the 992 cars. They're 4th in the AM class at the moment, so they can just about sniff a podium. The next car up the road for them in the 992 AM class is the 967 HRT performance car with Kim-Andre Hochschild at the wheel at the moment. Well, when we came on air just over an hour ago, it was nearly dark, and the sun was just starting to peek over the hillside. Now it's a beautiful morning yet again here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's just out south, about 20 minutes on a train from the centre of town, and very close to the village of Montmeló here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Brilliant place to come and visit.
If you are following this race, and indeed following the championship, this is the final round of the 2024 season, final round of the European Championship, and we have got a live championship standings graphic on the website. And now the where to find this is at 24hseries.com/standings. And that is live, and it's up to date at the moment, and we'll give you a championship rundown in a little while. But if you want to see that and monitor that as we get towards checkered flag time, we're just under 3.5 hours to go, not just in this race but in the 2024 season. So it is culminating and climaxing in a championship battle. The battle is still relatively wide open. It's all obviously going to depend on what happens in the next 3.5 hours or so, and it really is a fight, championship fight, all the way to the final checkered flag of the season. So I'll just repeat that: 24hseries.com/standings, and it's all there in all of our classes and in all of its glory. All of the classes featured as well. So we'll kind of give an update in the next half an hour or an hour, Peter, when things are beginning to get towards that checkered flag area.
Well, what we can tell you is our lead 2 cars are the lead 2 cars in the overall championship. They've been the benchmark teams throughout the season. Herberth Motorsport with their Porsche and the Santilok team with their Audi have just been fantastic, and they lead. They're first and second in this race, first and second in the championship. But if there's an issue at all for Herbert Santilok, depending how big that issue would be. It's far from done. It's far from decided yet. Dana Binks has more for us in the pits. Dana.
Yeah, just back up the other end of the pit lane again, the pit out end, and Team Africa Le Mans that we were talking to Greg, the team owner, a little bit earlier. Unfortunately, that car has come back in to the pit lane and they've wheeled it back into the garage there. It's got Jan Lammers behind the wheel of that 455. So that's Ginetta causing them a few headaches this morning.
Yeah, that's a pity, isn't it? It was Emanuele Pirro who brought the car in, so maybe they've installed Jan Lammers ready to take it out. So hopefully that means then it's not that long.
It's still in the race.
Yes, I don't think they're ever going to give up.
I actually think even if that car was to have a problem now, they'd still repair it so that they could take it out and do the final lap and take the checkered flag. I think, and that's just the epitome of the challenge, isn't it? For 24H hashtag This Is Endurance. That's what endurance racing is about. The challenge is getting the cars and the people to that checkered flag and to the end of the race, and all that brings. And remember, everyone's day started at about 7 a.m. yesterday. In this race, that is. Our day started around about that time because we had the two support races. But everybody involved in this race, it's not like they all turn up for work at midday when everything goes green. Those cars have to be prepped, ready, warmed up. And so their day started, well, over 24 hours ago.
And the Juta team with their 71 car, they finished rebuilding that car at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
So they will be tired now. Spare a thought for them. Still no, keeping a very close watch on the penalties list. Still no decision. Maybe there's been it's a no further action, I'm not sure, for the little incident about half an hour ago between the number 4 Optimum McLaren and the 424 line speed Porsche. So perhaps no action taken. Normally by now we would see a penalties if there were to be one. However, there are a couple of penalties that have just been issued, both of which for track limits infringements. Car 931, that's the QMMF by HRT Porsche 992 Cup car, and funny enough, we just mentioned it, the number 71 Juta Audi has just got a 6th offence for track limits, and that's a 10-second penalty for both of those cars when they come to the pit box. The penalties are served basically in between getting fuel and going to the pit box for service. So there's a specific penalty box which is right underneath the podium, funnily enough, where you go in there and serve any penalties should you incur any. But that Juta Audi, I mean, they had to start from the back of the grid, having crashed in qualifying, repaired the car, like we said, till 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are running 8th overall, and they're on the AM class podium at the moment. That's a proper tenacious drive and tenacious effort from that whole crew.
Some of the penalties that have been issued, Peter, have been for like 2 seconds, 4 seconds, which is virtually a stop and go, isn't it? It is going to delay you a little bit. So, you know, if you have picked up a penalty, we've got a couple of penalties just recently being issued, more of a meatier penalty this time, 10 seconds. 2 10-second penalties. The 71 car has picked up one, as you said, and the number 931, which I'm just trying to pick up on the screen. 931 is the QMMF car. Julian Hans is at the wheel of the 931, and next time that car is in the pits, and let's see when Julian is due in. He's been out there for 32 minutes, so that's a chunk of time away, and he will serve that 10 seconds. They're both track limit infringements as well. So we'll see them serve those penalties when they're next in. Let's head down to the pits, though, where Binksy is in the bright sunshine, I would think. Diane?
No, it's not quite sunshine yet. It's still quite cloudy down here in the pit lane, but it's very nice. It's nice and fresh, and there's a lot of activity going on down here in the pit lane. I'm with the 127 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Benito Tagel has just jumped out of the car. Benito, how was that session for you?
It was very good. I really like the transition between darkness and daylight. It is like invigorating.
It looks it well. I haven't driven in the night like that. I'm not a racing driver, but when we see the visual shots from inside the car, you know, when we're watching you racing round and it goes to dark tonight and the sun is setting, it looks amazing.
Yes, absolutely. It is something to be enjoyed because obviously you're in the car for so long, so for a change, if you have different perspective, it's really, really very interesting.
How much do you change your driving when it goes from dark back into sun?
I really need to be considering the speed in between the difference in between the higher class and our car, which is slower. So for the most part, taking care of the rear view mirrors, and of course having a reference on any other lights that come in the circuit, like those poles, and even the lights with a position number in the windshield will give you a hard time because sometimes it's blinking. You don't know if it's a GT3 fastest car or something. So just trying to position myself and navigating in between the traffic, really.
How much are you enjoying racing this car?
Well, this is something that I started not at a young age. So I consider the series as very, very interesting because it's actually encouraging to see people which are older than me performing so well. So it's something that perhaps I might still be considering for the near future.
Age is just a number.
That's true, yeah, in the heart and in the spirit, and of course, they used to say you cannot teach new tricks to an old dog, but I think that's mistaken.
I like that expression. That's very good. I agree with you. Well, great to see you here. Glad that you've had a successful and satisfying time out there on track.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to the next race in Dubai.
Excellent. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
A driver that's having a good time.
Benito.
Enjoying the experience and the pleasure of driving his race car, his Sauber Rennsport Porsche, just around the track. They're leading the TCX class. All right, there's only 4 cars in the TCX class, so it's about, I think, for those drivers in that car, and just to give you an idea of where they are, it is Richard Jonexis at the wheel of the number 127 now, and took over. They are just enjoying the experience of being here and competing. Fabulous.
But
why wouldn't you?
They've had success. I mean, Richard Denexis is a regular at the Nürburgring, as are Team Sauber Rennsport. They always run a lot of cars at the Nürburgring. In fact, they run so many cars they actually get a whole garage to themselves. But you've got to run like 6 cars to get a garage to yourself at the Nürburgring 24-hour. But they've got Tommy Groberg, who's won his class at the Nürburgring 24, and Benito Tagl, who we just spoke to. He won back in 2020 the 24H Series Continents class champion as well. He won that. So they've also got Henning Eschweiler, who's another Nürburgring racer. So very much a Nürburgring, theme to that team. And their little Porsche Cayman GT4s run very, very strongly indeed. And they're trucking on with a good lead at the moment. They've got 54 laps of a lead to Kevin Clark and the JMEC Engineering BMW, which it's about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes of gap. So they'll just, with 3 hours, 16 minutes left on the clock, they're just wanting to just keep on turning those laps, keep everything out of trouble, and just keep on going. Our race leader is into the pits. The Herbeth Motorsport team have brought in the number 91 car, and it's in fuel at the moment, getting filled up, and then we'll go down to fit some new Hankook tyres. It's Jason Hart who's just completed his stint, a very strong stint, setting 144s, 145s, which is more than quick enough at this stage. That was the pace that we saw yesterday evening when these cars were fresher than they perhaps are. Just over 3 hours remaining. Jason Hart will hand over. I'm not sure who is next in the driver rotation for that number 91 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. A car that looks like it's being just nursed home is the number 133 Kevin Clark at the wheel of the JMEC Engineering BMW E46. That car looks like it's on certainly being nursed to the finish of this race. He's just got just over 3 hours to continue that pace, but certainly not leaning on the car from what I can see. Just coming underneath us now, in front of us, just on the start-finish straight to complete another lap.
But there's quite a log of issues that car has encountered, and the adversity that the team has dealt with, being dealt with pretty efficiently. But just watching the car out on track, just very gently on the brakes. You can hardly see the car pitch through the corners, and just easing the car around, and there it is, the epitome of the challenge of getting the car to the finish. They're not satisfied with let's only take the car out on track if we can drive it flat out. It's about getting those nuts and bolts. Basically, a car's just bits of metal bolted and bonded together in some ways.
And yet they usually have a soul. All the best cars have a soul. You know they do.
Well, the E46 definitely has a soul.
It's got a soul. It's got an old soul. I mean, it's got to be a 25-year-old car. They're getting certainly 20 to 25 years old since the E46 M3 came out, early 2000. So yeah, it's coming up for 25 years old, and yet it's still going. So that crew are getting the best out of it. Wonderful to see. 3 hours and 13 minutes to go. We're heading into the final stages of the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
The leader, I noticed, Peter, is out of fueling and onto the pit apron. We'll see that car take on a fresh set of Hankook tyres.
Driver change as well.
Yeah, driver in the rotation in that team. We'll get that updated for you when the car pitches out, because I do not recognise that helmet of the driver climbing in there.
I'm going to guess Ralph Bone.
Okay, well, no, it didn't look tall enough. Ralph's really tall.
Oh, very true.
Yeah,
very true. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
It's a very jazzy helmet, very nicely painted helmet. That's remembered our roles. Joe, you watch the pit crew. I watch the helmets.
Yeah, I can tell you the tyres have been refreshed.
Me too. I noticed that as well.
Yeah,
I'll get better.
See, you're out of your lane.
I'm learning from the best.
You're out of your lane.
I'm learning. I'll stick in your lane.
The helmet.
Stick in your lane.
Yeah.
Stick in your lane. Anyway, speaking of lanes, the number 91 Herbert Porsche is heading out of pit lane after yet another metronomic pit stop. It must be not demoralising, but it just must be a motivation watching Herbert down the pit lane and go, they just don't make any mistakes. What do we need to do to be on their level? Because they just are just relentless. Well, it was Ralph Bone.
Wow, I thought he certainly looked smaller on telly. Into the pits has also come the number 415. That's the NM Racing Team Mercedes. But let's get a word with Jason Hart, who has just handed that 91 Herbert car over to his teammate Ralph Bond. So down to Binksy with Jason.
Jason, you've just handed that car over to Ralph. How was that stint?
It was excellent. We really struggled in practice, and the team came up with a package of changes before the start of the race, and the car has been brilliant to drive ever since, and I can't thank them enough. The reason the drivers are enjoying the race is because the team put their heads together and gave us a great setup for the race.
Well, this is a superb team. The guys know exactly what they're doing, racers themselves, of course. But what changes did they make?
It was a basket of changes with alignment and aerodynamics and some bar settings. It was a kind of a package. We've been chasing it all weekend, trying many things. And I guess from learning all of the data that they gathered from that, they were able to collectively come up with the correct setup for the race, which the car is so much fun. I was almost dreading the race. It was so difficult to drive in practice. But it's just absolutely brilliant right now. It's a joy.
So have you got it to a point that all drivers are comfortable in it?
Yes, all drivers. We're all running the same settings. We're all very, very happy. It's a lot of fun. Great team. Can't thank Herbert enough.
How challenging has the racing been on track?
It's quite challenging. This track, the evolution and change is so much from the sun yesterday to the night and then now to the morning. I would say that it's a low grip track in my experience. And so the tire dig is quite high, and then the car starts sliding around quite quickly. So you have to start with the car setup over here, and it ends up over here by the end. So it's fun, though. When things are changing like that, it's enjoyable as a driver because it's a challenge.
And how much are you having to change your driving style to suit the conditions?
You just have to be mindful of what you're doing. Like a high grip track, you can be more aggressive with all of your inputs, and you're aggressive with your drive overall. With this, if you're too aggressive on the front, you're going to pay for it on the back. So you have to mind yourself through the run. And we've had great tire wear with the Hankook tires. They've been fantastic. It's more a track surface thing.
Are you getting back in the car, Jason?
I think I'm done. I think we have enough time for just one more driver change and to the end. So yeah, hopefully we can just mind our manners and bring it home.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Diana, you can tell Jason that I'm really disappointed he's not got his cowboy hat on. That became his signature.
And you'll need it later because it does get quite hot during the day.
He absolutely will. Hopefully we're going to see him on the podium. And
on the podium.
I'm disappointed. You used to always wear it. Got out the car, helmet off, cowboy hat on.
I love it.
Yeah. Talking of Herbert and how they go about their business, interesting to hear from Jason that they had handling issues where the drivers weren't happy with it and he was dreading the race. And it just shows, those Renault brothers, there's nothing they do not know about how to make that car work. And they put their thinking hat on, they looked at the data, and they've made changes to the suspension geometry, the damper settings,
aero.
And you heard aero coming into it.
It looked to me when we were on the grid that a lot of the cars were running in certainly with the rear wing, were running quite low downforce setup.
It's a long straight here.
Exactly.
You can absolutely be left out.
There might be other ways you can balance it off with other bits in the rest of the car. I'm not sure, but the rear wing setting on most of the cars I looked at was very much in the lowest setting, or one of the lower settings anyway. So for low drag down the straight. But then there's other parts of the circuit. That's the thing is where this is such a good circuit to test on and test the vehicle, because you need the straight line speed down the very long straight, as you say, but then there's some never-ending corners where you just want all the downforce you can possibly get, but those are not happy bedfellows. Remember, somewhere like Road Atlanta, it's exactly the same. You've got that really long straight, back straight, and then you've got other corners where you just want you can never have enough downforce. And trying to balance that off is so tough. Certainly.
It's a compromise. This is a compromise track, isn't it? It's all kind of governed by the length of the straight, because you can make up it's harder to make up the time in the corners if you're being held back by a car that's got slippery aerodynamics and you just can't find your way by. You can't just drive around these people. No. And then on the straight he's going to pull away from you, and then through the twisty bits you're going to catch up again.
And that's where the base tool that you're working with is so important, because in a car's overall design, its aero efficiency is massive. I remember speaking to Sasha Masson about the second generation RS Spider, which was a massive leap on, sort of 3-4 seconds a lap quicker. But he said we had 30% more aero efficiency, and he says, well, what does that mean? He said, basically you could run the same downforce, but with 30% less drag.
All right.
Or you could have you could have 30% more downforce with less drag. Oh, sorry, you could have less drag, but the same level of downforce. So it was, massive step on. But that's a base design. That's not the settings. That's how the car is designed and how it's put together.
That's more to do with what's underneath the car.
Yes.
Than on top of the car.
Oh, the underfloor, yeah.
A simple rear wing hanging off the back of the car, like what we've got on these GT3 cars. Yeah. That's kind of fundamental in what you can see and how that's working. What you can't see is where the aero efficiency comes into play, and that's probably where they got the 4 seconds from. Yeah. The underfloor aerodynamics. That's why Adrian Newey's getting paid all that money for that move to Aston Martin. It reminds me just how Herbert go about their business. When we started off this race on the grid towards midday yesterday, we had the sight of the 2 black and gold livery cars from the Red Camel, the Jutta Audi that they're using here. Red Camel was alongside the Herbert car, and we had 2 black and gold cars. I'm standing there with Paul Truswell, and I said, so Paul, GT3, a little bit different from the 992 Cup car. How are you going to go about this race? And he said, I've just told Rick to follow the Herbert car, and whatever they do the same. He said, so I'm just going to follow Herbert.
and I said, I think I replied, it sounds easy when you say it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think was it Rick Reukers, who of course is the star driver in the red Camel by Jutta car. He says basically we'll follow Herbert for 23.5 hours, then put me in.
That's right. Yeah, that was what he added. Yeah,
brilliant, brilliant. And well, at the moment, everything is running to plan. They're sitting in third. Our red Camel by Jutta Racing. They're about 4.5 laps off the lead right now. But that's 4.5 laps. That's 9 minutes, maybe a little bit less than 9 minutes. That's a very, very small delay. That's like if you get a puncture at turn 3, that 9 minutes is gone straight away, even if you don't have any damage. Just limping the car back round, getting the tyre replaced, and then going that's all it can take. So it's far from done. Now, one of the Porsche Cup cars goes off in a big way into the gravel at the final corner. I did not pick the car number out.
No, I'm not sure if he's hit the barrier as well, Peter.
He went in pretty quick.
We think it might be the 428. It's continued.
I don't think it's a 428 because their last lap was a 155, which is right on pace for Samantha Tana. It was a Porsche, it wasn't a BMW.
Yeah, it was a Porsche, not a BMW.
So we'll find out. But it went into the gravel quite quick, and that is deep, that gravel. So unless they've managed to somehow avoid the barrier and get back going again, and we stay green anyway.
I would suspect that it is. Peter,
now
you've just stood in front of the timing screen.
Sorry, apologies, but
coming through with 2 minutes and 2 seconds is the number 967, Kim Hauschild from HRT Performance, has just put in a 2 minutes and 2, which is about 10 seconds off the pace where he should be. So that's a suspect. In my book,
it is, yeah. And you're in your previous career, yes, you're good at those investigations. And the reason why I was blocking the time screen is looking around from our view out the commentary box, and I can see the wheel tracks. Another piece of evidence from that car they've been very, very judging by the wheel tracks.
I wasn't criticising you for standing in front of the time screen. It's just as I picked up on that 2 minutes 2, you stood in front of it. I couldn't see who had just put in the 2 minute 2. That's where I went looking for that longer lap time. We may be wrong. We may be talking out of turn here for Kim. It was very helpful. Kim put that interview together with the QMMF people last night, and Kim sort of overseeing what's happening in HRT, big part of HRT's
a big thank
operation.
You. Big thank you then. But the wheel tracks are very close to the barrier. The wheel tracks, we can actually see it out of our commentary box window where they've gone off at the final corner through the gravel trap, and they've managed to keep going and miss the barrier just. So yeah, that is very, very fortunate indeed for that car.
He may need a change of race suit when he comes into the pits.
Yes,
because he will have saw that barrier coming because he kind of just wanged off at a tangent, didn't he? Sort of. He wasn't really. I mean, the final turn here, now that they've changed back to its original configuration and took away that nudgy, horrible chicane bit that they only ever used for, it was put in for Formula One, wasn't it? Since
and
got rid of that,
as well.
Mainly motorbikes. Do motorcycles still use that?
They use the chicane, because there was, unfortunately, there was final corner was a fatal accident a few years ago. Luis Salom sadly lost his life there. And it's that on a motorbike that's very, very, very fast.
In a race car, it's very, very fast.
Yes, it is.
In these GT cars, it's very fast.
Yeah.
But it gives. I think we've had more than one driver say that they really like the rhythm and the way that this track is now configured back to its original configuration, and it gives them a much better lap. With that final turn, it's not flat out, it's not an acceleration zone. All of our classes are using the brakes into it, just to dab of the brakes, depending on how hard you want to take the speed off to get you through the corner. But then it's all important to get back on that throttle, because the way that you come out of that final turn here defines what your optimum speed is down the straight, and it's a long straight here.
Yeah, I mean, in a GT3 car, you're coming out of that final corner at 190 kilometers an hour.
Wow,
that's a lot of speed. In a Porsche Cup car, you're 170 kilometers an hour. So that's the difference, and that's all aerodynamics. They're about the same horsepower, roughly, but it's all aerodynamics, isn't it? The GT3 car's just got so much more corner speed, and then but when they hit the brakes for turn 1, they're doing the GT3 car 265 kilometers an hour. Porsche Cup car pretty much the same. So it's because of that less downforce, it's got less drag, the Porsche Cup car. So it's interesting where each car is quick and not so much in the in and around the lap. So with just less than 3 hours to go then here at the 25th edition of the Barcelona 24 Hours, let's have a look at how things stand. Herbert Motorsport are looking really strong at the moment. Ralph Bowen has just taken the wheel and he has immediately got into his stride, using the best of that Hankook tyre and running an average 1 minute 44 lap time over the last few laps. Still so strong. In second, it's the Santalok Junior team, Stefan Trebordini, who's been at the wheel for just over an hour now in that Audi. And last lap by a 1 minute 46.2. Rick Breukers for Red Camel by Juta Racing, their first, that team's first run with the Audi GT3 car. They sit on the podium right now, and Rick Breukers going quickly with a mid 1 minute 44 on the last lap. Todd Coleman, who's come over from the United States for Optimum Motorsport McLaren, sits in 4th place at the moment. And then rounding out the top 5, it's the ever impressive Jens Klingman in the beautiful Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. Then Hoffer Racing, one of the comebacks of the entire field. They had a mechanical issue in the first hour which put them right down to the bottom of the order early on, and they have just relentlessly pushed on and are up into the top 6 and are on the AM class podium as things stand. 7th overall, Red Ant Racing. They've had a great season in their number 903 car. They lead in the 992 category. And rounding out the top 8, another great comeback story from the back of the grid. Car was repaired, finished at 4 o'clock yesterday morning. Juta Racing, they round out the top 8. QMMF by HRT are your leader in 992 AM. They've got a lead about 4.5 minutes or so from the number 907 RPM racing car, being driven by team owner Tracy Crone at the moment. Then it's HRT Performance with Kim-Andre Hochschild, who we believe has just had quite a big moment at the final corner going through the gravel, but luckily not any issue incurred there. Land Motorsport, they had a long delay early on in the race with a mechanical issue, but are still forging on. They're in 12th. Orchid Racing Team sit in 13th and are on the 992 AM. They're fighting for the 992 AM class podium. And GT4, one of the real battles of the race. ST Race lead with Samantha Tan on board, but just a minute and 38 seconds behind. It's Matthew George who's going very quickly in the number 421 Venture Engineering Mercedes. Lion Speed GP with their Porsche, Jose Garcia, they are 3rd in GT4. It is close in that class. MRS GT Racing sit in 17th with Antti Ramo at the wheel just now. Then it's former winners of this race, NM Racing Team in 18th, Mulder Motorsport sit in 19th, and then E2P Racing, unfortunately, they have retired their number 90 Porsche 991 GT3R. Your leader in the TC and TCX category is SRS Team Sorg Rennsport with GSR Motorsport in 22nd, Apex MP Racing in 23rd, and your leader in GTX, the number 701, the mighty Vortex V8 2.0 Gilles Courtois in the cockpit at the moment. JMEC Engineering are 2nd in class. Kevin Clark trying to nurse that BMW M3 home with Vortex V8 number 702 in 26. Homeguard Motorsport are still going after blowing an engine, replacing the engine and going back out again. They're still going. Fantastic tenacity from them. Unfortunately, not such a good second part to the race for Red Ant Racing number 904. They were up there fighting for the lead, but unfortunately they're in the pits at the moment. And significantly delayed early on in the race, Asbeth Racing with their Seat, Razun Modern Racing in their KTM in 30th. And then NKPP Racing by Bascoon Racing, they have retired a damaged chassis. Team Africa Le Mans, they are at the moment still in the pits, have been for about half an hour. They've got a little issue they're trying to sort out. And then, unfortunately, running down the order, RD Signs, CWS Engineering, Road to Le Mans, and ARC Bratislava all retired, unfortunately. Well, it's been a thrilling race so far in the 24 hours of Barcelona, and we still have 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. if the Herbert team can get through the next 2 hours and 53 minutes. So
I hope I haven't hexed that.
No,
stat
I don't
by
believe in
mentioning
that. I really don't believe in that at
I
all.
want to say good morning to James Gent, who is along with us. 3 a.m. in Toronto, where he is. And he thanks to James for that little stat that we would have been unaware of had he not mentioned that. We would have come across that. Where are we with regards to record amount of laps? We're on 653. We're getting to the point where even you and I can work it out, Peter.
Well, the distance record was set last year by the IMSA LS performance team of Gregory Gilbert, Julien Andler, Simon Turman and Laurent Hergon, 725 laps. So to reach that, we've got another 47 plus 25 is 72. So 72, we could be close. 72, that's...
just call it a 2-minute lap.
Yeah, 2-minute lap.
It's easy to work out.
Which is 140, so 2 hours 20. Oh, it's, yeah, so if we run green from now, that's possible. Unfortunately, though, a puncture for JMEC Engineering and their BMW. So the car's been brought in. They've had everything thrown at them, this crew.
Considering this car is being nursed round at about 7/10, the way that we've been seeing, certainly Kevin Clark was driving the car at 7/10. Kevin Clark bringing the car in with a puncture, and I'm just wondering where that puncture occurred on the car. What side of the car? Was it the left front or the right? Sorry, Di, go ahead.
It's the front right, and there's the wheel.
Right, okay. Yeah, and it's the inside edge, isn't it?
As you say, they've had everything thrown at them here, but they're certainly not giving up. They're all running around the garage getting what they need, and the guys are working on the car. Drivers staying in, so they're putting on a new tyre and wheel as we speak, and that seems to be going on. No dramas there, so they're just tightening up, and I suspect that'll be back out in a few seconds. They're cleaning the windscreen as well.
I mean, it's not like he's using the curbs or anything. You know, usually you get inside edges going. That's the edge of the tyre that's taking all of the brunt. And maybe, I'll tell you my theory here. Because that car is being nursed round, it's not being pushed through the corner. So that car, that wheel, isn't leaning onto its outside edge because you're not driving it quickly enough. So the inside edge of the tyre is being overly used because you're never using... So it's cambered, remember?
Yes.
So it's running on the inside edge. And if you're not running hard through the corner to get the car to lean and flatten the tyre out and take the load off the inside edge and spreading it across the tread, then you are overloading that inside edge. Go ahead, Di.
But I'm back down here still with the team, and James is just James from the team's just giving me. He's just showing me the tyre, which I think you can see if you're watching. Obviously, if you're listening, the tyre's completely off its rim. Did you get any feedback from Kenneth? Is it Ken in the car? Kevin, sorry.
A minute, yeah, we haven't had any feedback yet. We've just come in the pits. We didn't even know he was actually coming in the pits, so we've just acted fast there. We had everything in preparation. We're acting fast, we've got it done, he's back out, we'll see how we go. But we'll find out later what's happened to or why it has. But we'll see.
It's not looking too healthy, is it?
It's not, but we've done really well. We've managed to keep it going all throughout the night. The lads have been absolutely fantastic. We're having no practice, nothing, and just coming here all the way from the UK. This is absolutely ballistic. So yeah, fantastic and well done to all the lads. Pulled it together, no sleep whatsoever.
Right, commentators want to know, from Sunderland, where are you from?
We're from Newcastle. So Geordie boys.
All right, doesn't make him a bad person.
There you go, Joe.
Doesn't make him a bad person, Dad.
He said it doesn't make you a bad person, so you're all right.
Thank you.
Great. Actually, that was someone else I made coffee for this morning, just thought I'd let you know that.
He made coffee for quite a few celebrities this morning.
I did.
Yeah, well done. You broke Optimum's machine, though, I've got to say. But that's another story.
I think Optimum's car is a lot faster than their coffee machine.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful cup of coffee. Once it was made, it was delicious.
Di broke it, though.
Well, I think it just needed the drip tray replaced.
That for me is my theory of why that tyre has given up. Because
I'll go with
remember, all right-handers, right? So you're leaning on that inside edge on the left, they're all right-handers. So you're leaning on the inside edge of the right-hand front, even more so, and without going through the corner hard, we're nursing that car to the finish. So they're going to have to keep an eye on that, because we're not leaning the car off that inside edge. Yeah,
interesting.
See the camber on the front of the BMW, the inside edge of the tyre is the one that's being loaded up. That's how it works. And then as the car goes through the turn, it leans and flattens the tyre off. That's why you put camber on. Because if you didn't put camber on, you would lean on the outside edge too much. There's the leader going through on the inside of the JMEC BMW. Did he trip over him nearly?
Big time. Yeah, Ralph Bowen, that would have been a heart-stopping moment there. A race leader going past the 133 BMW is kind of getting itself up to speed again after that little delay. And a bit of a misunderstanding there at turn 1 and 2, and Ralph Bowen had to go right up over the curb, and those are not the heart-starting moments that you want to have if you're leading this race. A big slide for Ralph Bowen out of turn 5, and nearly ends up in the gravel, puts just the edge of the rear right tyre onto the gravel coming out of turn 2, and that was a really close call for Ralph Bowen and Herbert Motorsport. These are the things in endurance racing multi-class that can happen in the blink of an eye. Everything's running great, there's cars flying and brilliant, and
Kevin Clark in that BMW trying to keep out of the way.
Just running his race.
And he chose to stay to the right, but at that very point, Ralph Bowen decided to go to the right on his outside as well. And that's how quickly you can ever win.
And you cannot fathom, if you're in the BMW there, the TCE car, you cannot fathom how fast the front-running, race-leading GT3 is going to come up on you. Imagine being if you're a track day driver, you're driving along in you've got a BMW M3, you think I'm quite good, and then someone in a full-blown GT3 race car on front-running pace comes up behind you, you'd blink and they'd be past you. It looks so much easier on TV, but it really is so difficult to be in one of these lower class cars. I mean, 5-time Le Mans winner Emanuele Perot said yesterday, he said, he said, I always tried to respect the slower class cars when he was in an Audi LMP prototype. He says, but this is his first experience. One of his first experiences in handling that challenge, and he said, it's difficult. It is really, really difficult to be in one of the slower cars, in one of the lower classes. Spin for the GSR Motorsport Netta, the dark green, sort of forest green car, moss green maybe. That was at La Caixa. It looks like they might be bringing the car into the pits. For me, they could have been they had the pace to win in GT4. They were on pole. Oh no, problem for Red Camel. Red Camel is being pushed. They've been into the fueling, and the Red Camel Audi is being pushed to the garage. What is going on here?
Well, that's the car not starting after it's taken on its fuel. That's usually the case for a car being pushed out of fueling. It's now at its pit apron. Binksy is there. You probably can't tell us more than we're already seeing as well, but the proof will be in the pudding when they come to fire or try to fire that car up.
Yeah, I was just standing here, and actually Ivo came out, and he wasn't really sure. But Fabian is in the garage. Fabian, do you know why they were pushing the car up?
I do not understand anything.
They had to push the car up from the refueling bit here. What was the issue? Is it electrical?
Because the starter motor is stuck. It was the same problem at the last pit stop. It's like the starter for the engine is stuck somewhere and doesn't start. So.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I can see the guys around the car now trying to push it. Is that the only way that's going to get it unstuck?
I don't know what to say now. It's just it's very frustrating. Last time it went after that, but now it doesn't seem to work.
Has that car got a clutch pedal? Has it got a clutch pedal? Has the car got a clutch pedal?
No, it has a pedal on the steering wheel. Yeah, but you can. It's only there's always a gear in, so you just push it, and then I think now it's a problem with the starter, and or the battery is dead, I don't know.
Thanks, man. We'll find out. We'll stay here and find out, guys. But the car is, for anyone that can see it, if you can't see it, it is stuck in the middle of the pit lane. The team are around it, and the marshals are out with the yellow flags as well, just to indicate anyone coming into the pit lane that there's a car stationary. It's still not moving, but I can see the guys doing their best to push it. It's they're struggling to push that car forward, so it really is, for the moment, stuck. But they're just on it. Well, no, they are pushing now. They're moving. So let's just see if that's able to fire up. Seb, the man is running alongside them, but I think it's come to...
Yeah, they without the clutch, they've got a hand clutch on the steering, and you've got little feel on that. That's like a switch. And, you know, it's a paddle shift gearbox. The computer controls all of that. You can disengage the clutch and then re-engage the clutch by releasing the lever, but there's no feel. Usually in an old style conventional clutch pedal, you can ease the clutch in, can't you? They're basically trying to bump start the car, and all right, you've got the rear wheels. When you bump start a car, you're driving the engine through the rear wheels, backwards through the rear wheels, through the gearbox, and you're turning the engine over, and hopefully the engine will fire. However, we're not having this engine fire, so we are going to continue pushing this car. Now the thing is, and there it's fired. So that fabulous die. Everybody delighted down there?
At the pit out exit, but by the time they got it fired up, but they're all walking back now, sort of breathing heavily, but coming back to the garage.
They've lost time to the Optimum car, no question. That problem with restarting that Red Camel Audi has cost the number 9 a chunk of time, which they had an advantage over the McLaren from Optimum. That's going to come back towards them.
But they've lost the podium position to Poulsen.
Poulsen
have gone up into third. That's normally a pit stop's taking just around 4 minutes. That was 7 minutes there. 3.5 minutes. They've lost about 2.5 minutes for that issue. Amazing job from the team to get the problem fixed quickly. And of course, it's a brand new car to them. They've no idea. They've never used one of those cars before. So it's knowing the car's little tricks and foibles, and they've done a good job there. Part
of the deal with Jutta, though, that they do have Jutta personnel on hand for those little intricacies.
Well, coming up on our timing screen, though, that the team manager car number 9, that is that Red Camel by Jutta car, is to go to race control. That'll probably be because the car was dead stick in the middle of pit lane, and given a push start. So that there might be a penalty there, but that could have been worse. Unfortunately, the 702 Vortex has been pushed to a position of safety as well. It's got some sort of technical issue, running second in GTX at the moment. Lucas Siliano is with the car. He was driving it at the time, and it's going to have to be recovered back to the pits, sadly. So just under 2 hours and 40 minutes to go then. It's just an IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race to go. A nice sprint to the flag, but as we saw with Red Camel, just the tiniest little problem, the starter motor sticking, and then all of a sudden you're losing minutes, and a great result can fade away very quickly.
The checkered flag is so close you can reach out and touch it. However, still got just over 2.5 hours, and anything can happen, and little things like that can really put you down the order. The 702 Vortex, by the way, Peter, is going to be recovered. They're on 493 laps, and the car behind them in the GTX class is on 435 laps, and that's the Razoo Modern Racing KTM. Daniel Drexel at the wheel of the 714. They are going to gain some ground on that 702 while it remains off track and being recovered on a flatbed. Good news is, meanwhile, the number 9, whose team manager has got to make their way to race control. They better take the London Metropolitan Borough of London telephone directory down the back of their pants, maybe, for that one, as they're going to receive something, I would think, for some sort of pit lane infringement. I would think went on there.
You don't get asked. You don't get asked to the headmaster's office for a pat on the back normally. I never did anyway.
No.
No. One of the schools I went to when I was younger, I remember getting taken into the headmaster's office for a row, and behind his curtain, he pulled the curtain back, and there was a cricket bat there, and he says, "If you don't behave, you'll be getting that." I think he was kidding.
Well,
I hope he was
you're on
kidding.
the cricket team?
No.
Oh, right, okay. The funniest one I had that being called to the steward's office was in a brick car round at Oak Park, where I'm running a chap called Alan Taylor in a I think it was Class C 182 Clio that we revamped into endurance spec, and the safety car came out, torrential rain, safety car came out, and Alan went past the pits, nudging the bumper of a BMW M3 as he went past the pits, under safety car. And then I shout safety car into Alan's radio. He then went round a bit of the lap, and he comes on the radio saying, "I've got him, Joe, I've got him." And I'm thinking, come on, Alan shouting in the radio, "Come on, that's another place." Further round the lap, "There's another one." I'm shouting, "Safety car, Al, safety car." And then a bit further round the lap, he shouts to me, "Safety car, Joe." I'm thinking, I know that, Al. Then along comes a little, the official, and says, "Can you make your way to race control?" And so I went up to race control, and I walk in, and I say, "Your driver overtook 3 cars on the set." "I know he did." "Bring him in for a stop-go." "Okay. Al, you come in the pits for a stop-go." So I walk downstairs, and there's the penalty box, and the official is standing where the front of the car is going to come to a halt, and he said, "I need your car to stop here." And I said to him, "You may want to step over here, mate, to where I am, to what would be the side of the car." And he says, no, I've got to stand here." I went, "Mate, honestly, trust me, he's coming in, trust me, you do not want to be standing there." And he goes, "Trust me, stand here with your little board." So Alan comes zooming in, goes to stop in the penalty box, and zooms through the penalty box and stops about 10 metres away. And then he then stops, "Right, go, Al." He then goes out of the pit lane with the red light on. So I went straight back upstairs, and the stewards are standing there thinking, "Why are you standing there?" And then, "Your car's just left with..." "Yes, I know, but I'll bring him back in." Yeah, same thing. Went downstairs, another stop-go, said to the official, the official didn't need to be told twice. He went, "Is your car coming in?" "Yes." "I'll stand over here," he said.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's
hilarious, mate. It's hilarious.
Well, we can laugh now. There you go, folks. That is a perfect example of how not to do it from the driver's seat behind the safety car. That's good. That is very funny. What a story for the Razzoon Northern Racing KTM squad. They've had various incidents, they've had problems, and yet they march on. Daniel Dressel at the wheel right now, reveling in that KTM GTX machine, and yeah, that's the true spirit of endurance, isn't it? Just keep on trucking and get the car to the finish. The car was in a fully resplendent in a white and red Milwaukee livery all the way around the front of the car with the all carbon. That's not by design, that's mainly because that's a spare part that hadn't been stickered up yet.
That's right, they didn't have it wrapped, did they? So it kind of gives it a bit of a different, it's a red, white and black livery now. And they, again, there's a contender for spirit of the race.
Definitely.
Because they lost a chunk of time fixing that car, rebuilding that car after that huge shunt.
With the race leader, with Herberth.
Incredible that the back of that Porsche wasn't in bits after the way that KTM had hit it.
That could have been it. The game over there and then for
Absolutely.
A race win, at least for Herberth. And they've had a few little scares. I don't think you can run a 24-hour race without at least a few. But being thumped from the back by a slightly overzealous KTM is, you would think that would damage the car. It just shows you that Porsche is built very strong. But I wonder, Joe, because you know that DTM now used to be touring car series, it's now GT3 cars, and sprint racing with GT3 cars with all factory drivers all in these cars, the level of contact makes touring car racing look like it's for softies. Therefore, have manufacturers had to build GT3 cars that can really take hits more than they used to? It's just a question. I don't know. Have they, do you think?
I don't know. I'd never looked that closely. And I don't even follow DTM. I've kind of lost its soul. Yeah. It's a sports car series now, not a touring car series. For me, it lost its soul a bit. But, I mean, the proof was in the pudding, really, when you saw the front end of that KTM, and all that black area on the front of that car now is completely brand new bodywork, and underneath that the crash structures underneath had taken a battering. They were certainly intact, and I would have thought that they had kept those parts on the car rather than replacing them, as they weren't at all. They were scuffed. They weren't damaged. They were scuffed, and suspension damage. But the rear of that Porsche had hardly been touched, and the driver did tell us that he'd hit the back of the Porsche, and the Porsche had pulled in front of him and braked, and then he just careened into it. And when the Herbert car came into the pits, I was down there, and I made a point of going across, and I'm thinking, no, he's surely got the wrong Porsche. Now remember, that might be the information we've been given, might not be correct.
Could be.
This is in the field intel that's coming in, and he may have thought it was the 91 car. It might not have been. It might have been another car completely, because that car did not have any kind of mark that it had almost written off a KTM by being stuffed up the back.
Interesting. Yeah, well, maybe we've been. Our intel is off slightly, but into the pits from the lead of GT4, Samantha Tan jumps out of the ST Racing BMW, and Pippa Mann preparing to jump in with the I would say rhubarb custard coloured helmet there for Pippa. Gets helped in by the Baz Cowden team, and the team go to work fitting new Hankook tyres to that car. I've never seen a race, Joe, where I've seen so many fans walking about with race-used tyres. I think every garage, bar, game room in Barcelona is going to have a 24H Series Hankook tyre in it.
A few bedding plants going in the garden in rubber pots. Yeah. Part of the ambience of the Barcelona 24 hours is to see the fans help out the tyre companies by taking away their worn-out, used tyres that they would invariably have to pay for to be disposed of. So they're doing the tyre companies a massive favour by carrying them all the way up.
And what souvenir?
I wish I could get one on the plane. I'd have a Hankook tyre as a souvenir.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and what a cool thing to take home from your days watching motorsport. You can come with a tyre that was used in the race. I've got at home house. It's not sad actually. How nice a memento is this of when Valentino Rossi won at Misano? I was there watching, and it was a track invasion, and I got a piece of tyre pickup and a piece of gravel.
I can beat
stone.
That.
Go on.
I can beat that. 1982 British Grand Prix.
Okay.
Kenny Rosberg's in the Williams FW8, puts it on pole. His car doesn't start on the grid on the warm-up lap. The grid leaves. Kenny Rosberg's left behind. They finally get the car fired. He goes tearing off after the rest of the grid. Forms up on the back, can't take his pole position. And the race starts, and he scythes through the field. Absolutely man on fire. However, he completely obliterates his tyres, and his left front, especially around Brands Hatch, was completely blistered. You could see the blisters. If you watch on TV, you'll see the massive blisters. I have that left front tyre.
The whole tyre?
The whole tyre. I went in the paddock as you were able to do in the early 80s, and the Goodyear guys were there, and I said, "Can I have one tyre, mate?" And I remember the guy, and I met him in the American in IMSA, as still had his JPS Goodyear wetsuit on, and I said, "You'll not remember this," but told him the story. Little curly-haired kid walked up to him. "Any chance of a tyre?" "This is Rosberg's." left front that he destroyed in the early part of the race. Had that, made a coffee table out of it, and it's somewhere in the loft now.
No way. Yeah. What a cool thing to have. Well, ST Racing, they've just done a pit stop. They are still just about in the lead of GT4, and Dana Binks is caught up with Samantha Tan.
Samantha, you've just jumped out of the car. Are you satisfied with the performance that you're having so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. I mean, even with the setback we had earlier in this race, we've managed to catch back up, and now we're back in the lead. So very, very satisfied with where we're at.
Can you just remind us what that issue was earlier on?
Yes, so there was a stone that went through our intercooler, and we've essentially lost all of our coolant. We had no power, and it was just slowly dwindling, and then we had to bring the car in to fix it. It took about 20 minutes, but yeah, over the course of the night we were able to slowly claw our way back up.
Because before that we did speak to Pippa, and she was raving about the car, saying how much progress you'd made and how happy you were with the performance of the car before that, with the tyres, and everything was coming together.
Yeah, everything's been really, really good. We're just going to keep pushing until the end.
How was that stint out there, and how much is the track evolving now?
It's much cooler outside now. There's definitely a lot of rubber offline, so we really want to stick on line as much as possible. But I think it's really good right now for our car, especially with the lower ambient temperature.
Well, we've still got a few hours to go, of course. Are you getting back in the car?
We will see. I might do the final stint, just depends on strategy.
Well, we'll let you get a break. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Some fight back from ST Racing to replace that intercooler and get back, but apart from that, and that wasn't an issue of their making at all. Apart from that, they've just been flawless. It's Pippa Mann on board right now of that G82 BMW M4. I noticed that the G82 is coming out on iRacing. When was it build? Was it last week or next week?
It's out.
It's out now. I haven't had a go in it yet.
Neither have I. No. It's downloaded. Took me about 3 hours to. I mean, I know that's the sign of my broadband, but I've got pretty quick broadband. You know, took about 3 hours to download the new update.
Wow.
Rescan Spa, Cadwell Park is the new track.
McLaren 720.
The McLaren 720. You've got a dirt car as well, a dirt oval car, and the new BMW to the GT4 spec BMW.
Do you know, my sim rig has been fairly quiet over the summer, nice out golfing and stuff, and now it's time to get back into it.
It's sim racing season now.
It is.
Now, you know how iRacing's seasons are quarterly, and we've just finished season 3. We're going into season 4 now, which will take us up to the cusp of Christmas. So have a guess how many races I did in season 3, which is across the summer, the last 3 months.
3.
1.
I think that's maybe one more than I did.
Disgusting.
I might have lost my license.
No, you don't lose your license. Your license just stays there. So I lost my A license a while ago. We dropped down to a C.
Clio Cup races.
Clio Cup races, yes. As I said. So I'm back up to a B, but I'm not even bothered about an A license.
We need to do an enduro together soon.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Get Nick involved.
Yeah, Nick.
Get the whole team back together.
Nick's only good in cars with downforce.
He loves a downforce car. He loves a prototype. More power, more downforce, the better.
Absolutely.
Oh dear. Yeah, iRacing is wonderful. If you've never tried it, you've got to do it. If you're a cynic of anything like that, just give it a go. On a proper setup, iRacing is just immense. A great supporter as well of the 24H series. So, our leader in TCE SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, Richard Judexness, at the wheel at the moment, turning laps, and a good lead in class for that crew. And that little Porsche Cayman is ticking away nicely. I've driven the road car version of this, Joe, the GT4 Cayman in Frozen Berry, which to anyone else is pink. And I drove it around the lanes.
Oh, that's a colour, is it? I thought that was a weather.
Berry, is it?
I thought that was a weather condition. I thought you were going to tell me about slipping and sliding.
Berry. Well, it's got like track day tyres on it, so in the UK in November when I drove it, it could be quite hairy, but what a lovely car. Really nice manual gearbox on it. Carbon brakes, which are you could just keep pushing them and pushing them and pushing them, and as hard as you want, and they just bite. It's amazing. Thoroughly enjoyed my day with the Cayman GT4. Very nice car indeed, and that's basically the base that the race car comes from. There's about an 80% carryover from the street car. It's about 100 kilograms lighter in race trim, but that's all, which is quite remarkable considering when you take all the radio and the leather seats and everything out of it, that saves about 100 kilos. So it's very, very similar to the road car. Another crew that cannot be held down is the Seat of Asbest Racing. Junichi Umemoto, the Japanese driver, at the wheel of that Medical Instinct number 101 machine. They've had a lot of delays with various issues. They had a turbo issue last night, but again, they can't be held back. They're running with 2 hours and 22 minutes to go left on the clock. And Junichi lapping away at the moment at the wheel of that Seat Leon. I think it's a Seat Leon Cup Racer, not a TCR car, I believe.
No.
Is it a TCR car? It's a full TCR car.
Yeah, it's got TCR logos all over it. I think it's one of the first versions.
I've got it as a Seat Leon Cup Racer on my notes, yes. I'm sure they're very closely related.
You know the first iteration of TCR?
Yes.
It's a first stage TCR.
Yeah.
And it lost a lot of time, didn't it? A hell of a lot of time was lost for various issues on that car, and way down the order. But again, hashtag this is endurance. They are still out there and they're still plodding around. And Junichi Umemoto at the wheel of the Asbest Racing car.
A winner.
And having a ball.
Yeah, having a ball, and Junichi's won his class at the Nürburgring before. It's amazing the love for the Nürburgring in Japan, which comes from Gran Turismo, from the PlayStation. Of course it
does. Many years ago, one of the first Gran Turismo tracks, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, that was the first time anybody had really seen a modern version of a sim on Gran Turismo. Prior to that, Grand Prix Legends gave you the 1960s version.
So the Land Motorsport crew, quick pit stop for them with their blue and white Audi R8. Again, they've been very much on the recovery throughout the race. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff has just jumped out of that car, the owner of the Kirchhoff Group. And we'll see who's taken over. It is Wigo Dalmo who's jumped into that car with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. So he, by regulation, cannot finish the race from here. There's a maximum 2 hour driving time, and after that 2 hour driving time, you have a minimum of 1 hour rest. So, which I like that rule. I don't think you need to be running anybody any longer than 2 hours in a race car. You'll see longer stints than that at places like Daytona and Le Mans, but I think 2 hours is more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, this series aimed at the Pro-Am drivers in the world, and certainly a kind of a safe place really for the majority of AM drivers to come. The number 11 Hofer car has continued its recovery drive. It's completed 653 laps now, about 10 laps off the car in front, but it has overtaken a car in the GT3 class, the Jutta Racing Audi. Aronis Gislaukis has completed 648 laps, and the Hofer car continuing to pound round. Maxi Partel at the wheel of the black and purple. Is that purple or is that pink?
Pink.
Is it?
Definitely. It's a grey and pink.
It's a dark pink, isn't it?
It's a grey and dark pink for Hofer Racing. It's a full family affair there. All the kids are here as well, having a ball at the racetrack. And you're saying, I think you've used the right adjective there, pounding round. That Mercedes pounds round. And the days of this engine are limited. 6.2 litre V8. I believe they've made the last car with that engine in it. It'll switch to a smaller capacity turbo engine in time with the new version of the AMG GT3 car when that comes along. But that is an engine that we will really, really miss when it's gone. A 6.2 litre V8, and there's nothing like it. The rumble of that car, and if you ever get the chance to be close to one of those AMG Mercedes GT3 cars when it's on its warm-up cycle, you feel the floor shaking. It's just this thump, thump, thump as they warm the car up. And that engine first went into a road car in 2007. You know, so it's had a long service. Well, we mentioned Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff from the Land Motorsport team, and Anna Binks has caught up with him.
You just jumped out of the car. I saw you having a look at the data with your engineer. What did you discover?
Yeah, we couldn't repair it, and then we were back in the race. But of course, as this 24 endurance racing is very competitive, we worked ourselves forward, but we have no chance to the podium on our own power. So hopefully we finish the race, but that's the racing history. So we are happy that we are still in the race.
Yeah, I talked to you right at the beginning when you had those issues, and you said you knew you couldn't push for a success or a podium, but you still wanted to be in the race and complete it.
Yes, that's our attitude. As long as the wheels are turning, we race, and we proved that today. So it doesn't matter if we have no chance to the podium. We have to fight for it, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
How does the car feel to drive?
It was very good, beautiful conditions, so it couldn't be better. No rain, comfortable temperature, so everything okay.
And as ever, still enjoying the challenges that this 24-hour Barcelona race brings?
Yeah, that's why our team is here, because it's a lot of driving time and, transporting all the team and the car and everything, all the equipment to one location, and then having only, let's say, 1 or 2 hours of driving time. That doesn't make sense for us. So we like that endurance racing, so that's why we are here.
Great stuff. Nice to chat to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff from Land Motorsport.
They had that alternator belt, didn't they, that put them out of contention, and that's another recovery drive. We've been talking about the Hofer car. Well, this one, exactly the same sort of scenario, with time lost for a repair in the pits, and they pounded round as well in that Audi R8 of theirs.
Screamed round. So if the Mercedes pounds and thumps, the Audi screams, howls. Audi's a howling car.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Is that the sort of vibe it gives you?
Yes. It does.
Is that the soul that the
That's
Audi
the
R8
soul
is
of the
giving?
Audi R8, and indeed the Lamborghini.
You should ask Christian Land that one, see what he says.
I would think he has a less, I don't know, I think he probably has a more logical relationship with his cars. They are very much a tool of his business. I think they are a race driving, race winning tool. Now the championship at the moment, coming into this round, Herbert Motorsport had the lead overall from Santalop Junior team. Points were handed out at the halfway mark of this race, where Herbert were in the lead as well. But Santalop are close enough. If Herbert were to hit problems in the last 2 hours and 15 minutes, they are close enough. It's not decided yet, is it?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the table, and we'll just have a reflection back across the season. But let's pop down to the pits for now and see what Di's got for us.
Line speed, and I've got Jose Garcia with me, who's just jumped out of the car. Jose, you were just saying to me, it's great that we've got such great weather. I have to agree with you, we're in the pit lane, and it's always a little bit challenging. But how was that stint?
It was okay. I mean, I like the twilight, sort of the dawn stint. It's nice. The sun's coming up. Everything seems a little sleepy. The field's very spread out, so it's quite nice. And the track is in good condition right now. It's not too hot, so it's still a lot of grip.
As a driver, is that the conditions that you relish?
Well, I mean, you want to try always to race in different conditions. I think last time you and I talked, it was snowing in Spa, so that was quite fun as well. But it's Barcelona and Spain, the weather is always kind of nice, and it's nice to have a 24 hours so you don't have a lot of accidents, a lot of code 60s, and people can just race. I don't know if you saw the GT4 competition has been closed pretty much for the last 22 hours. So I think that's the kind of racing everybody wants to see.
And when it's like that, there's no let up, and that's the thing that pushes you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think that, if you stay close, you're always fighting for position. You have the top 4 or 5 cars, within, a couple minutes of each other. So we were leading all night, then we had a technical problem. So you never know what can happen, and I think that's what you want. You want to stay as close as possible to the lead to see if there's a chance at the end of the race.
Are you satisfied with how the car feels, the balance and the handling? I mean, obviously technical things come and go, but the overall balance?
The car was great. The tires held up really well today. The grip is great. I think we had a really good 24 or 22 hours so far. We just had a stupid little technical problem with one of our lights, and we lost about 8 minutes in the pits, and that made the difference from P1 to P3.
It's that close, isn't it?
It is. I think it's great. It's nice to see, different manufacturers. You got Mercedes, you got BMW, you got Ginetta, and so close together. I think it really makes for good competition.
Thanks for chatting.
Thank you, guys.
It is an amazing battle in GT4. ST Racing lead right now, but not by a huge margin from the Venture Engineering team with their Mercedes AMG GT4. Line Speed sit back in third, but they've not long taken a pit stop. Patrick Kolb behind the wheel now, who's a really quick driver. So see what he can do in that Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. There's a little bit of loose bodywork on the car, but nothing too much to be concerned about.
I don't think that might be more of a concern to the race stewards, being concerned as to whether that little piece of bodywork just jutting out from in front of the right front wheel. The NM Racing Team Mercedes knocked that out of contention for that third step of the GT4 podium. They're only a lap off the Lion Speed car in front of them. Keith Gatehouse at the wheel of the 415 in 4th place in GT4. And so that GT4 battle is, 2 hours and 12 minutes away from checkered flag time, so still plenty of time. Bit of bodywork trailing on the rear as well, I noticed. So that car being in the wars, the Lion Speed car. And the almost perfect, as it says on the bonnet, the 415 chasing it down in 4th place in GT4. The dark grey and bright yellow liveried Mercedes continues round. Gives us a chance, with just coming up to the 2 hours to go mark, 22 hours almost completed, Peter. The championship with Herbeth leading the race, on course for taking a championship win as well, if things stay the way they are. They came second at Mugello to kick the European season off. They came second at Portimao. The 91 car is what I'm talking about here, because we have got the Herbeth Motorsport 92 car taking a one-off win at the only race we've seen in the European Championship for the 92, and that was at Portimao. So Herbeth have won 2 24-hour races. There you go. I've done it now, Bradley. Have certainly won one. They're on course to win their second, but with the 2 different cars in their team. Sonderlock, they've had a 3rd place at Portimao. They took the win at Mazzano, remember, and prior to that, they scored 20 points at Spa, didn't score any points at Mugello, so they're in good stead. The CP Racing Team, remember, won at Spa, and if I'm right, that was the final race for the Americans.
It was
a big miss in this championship, I've got to say, CP.
I was thinking that earlier in the week, Joe, when we were walking through the paddock and you see all the transporters there, and I'm going, this is just bizarre not having CP Racing here. They were just 24H Series and CP Racing were kind of felt like one and the same. They're part of the furniture, and everything has to come to an end at some point, and they were such big supporters of the championship for so long. And I did when we were at Monza last year, I did the grid walk, and when you're doing the grid walk, you look for friendly faces, don't you? You lean towards a friendly face, and they were just brilliant. All the guys, Shane Lewis, Charles Espenlaub, Charlie Putman, Joe Foster, you could go up to any of them and they would, no matter how many times you've asked them the same silly questions, they will just answer with a smile, and they were just the soul of that team. Had a brilliant soul in it. They were the soul of the championship, and they're greatly missed, really greatly missed in this championship.
I'm just wondering how long Charlie Putman's going to take before he starts getting itchy feet again, and we might see him all right, not necessarily come back with CP Racing, but maybe bring themselves back and position themselves within a team that's still running in the series, maybe, rent a drive kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly easier to basically team up with to pair up with a team that are already entering and effectively join them rather than running the full operation with having a car. I mean, bear in mind it was an American team, but the car is based in Europe. They've got the trucks, they've got the team, they've got everything to run. It's a huge operation, of course. So. I really hope we will see them back, but I don't know. It did seem like a kind of tie the bow.
And
we've had a good. This is great.
And they'd threatened it to be their last race for a lot of other races as well. Let's not forget the European season kicked off at Mugello, and that saw a win for the Team GP Elite. They rested on their laurels and haven't been out since that round and not competed in any of the other rounds in the championship, so they're nowhere to be seen. But they did take the win at Mugello for the Mugello 12 hours. The class runners, interesting stat here from James Gent. QMMF could be the 5th different winner from 5 rounds of the 992 AM races we've seen this year. Century Porsche Ticino took the Mugello race. HRT Performance took the win in Spa. RPM Racing took Portimao. Fulgenzi Racing took Mazzano. And if things stay the same, and with 2 hours 7 minutes to go, that is a big ask. But QMF on target to be the 5th different winner in that 992 AM class. That just tells me how competitive the 992 category is.
So many good cars, and it's usually the most numeric class, which means that you've got more potential. By definition, you've got more potential winners.
Overall, though, Peter, it's been quite a dominant year for Red Ant.
It has.
They took the 992 overall class at Mugello. They took the win at Spa. They took it at Portimao. They didn't. The 903 car wasn't at. Now, this is the car in Red Ant that's leading the championship and currently leading the class here this weekend. But they didn't take the 903 car to Mazzano. However, that hasn't done it any sort of bad.
You have a drop score, so
that's their
fine.
drop score.
Great. I mean, some work out on track at the moment from Luke Breukers. It was his stint started in not the way he would have wanted, with the car refusing to start, coming out of fueling. They had to push it and get it back going again, and Luke Breukers has been absolutely on it ever since they got that car running, and he's run the gap down to Todd Coleman in 3rd place from when they came out the pits. It was around 35 seconds. It's now just 13 seconds. So Luke Breukers is doing everything he possibly can to get this red Camels due to Audi back onto the podium ahead of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. And with this issue, if Red Camels were able to get this car up onto the podium with that issue, that would be some achievement. The thing is, though, we were talking to Paul Cresswell on the grid. They've got quite a lot of minimum driver time to hit, don't they? Everyone's got a lot of minimum driver time to manage. Whether the team will reveal that or not, do you think are they able to put Rick and Luke in from now until the end of the race, or do they have to keep circling round, I wonder?
Well, their 2 AM drivers have got to do the brunt of the driving, haven't they?
Are they done yet? That's what
I don't know. There's, that's a mission for Di, and whether or not Mr. Trustwell will tell even his friend Diana Binks that little one. This battle for 3rd place overall is shaping up to be quite a one, actually. We've mentioned Luke Breukers catching and closing in on Todd Coleman in the Optimum McLaren, but we've still got Christian Poulsen in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW, who's only a matter of seconds behind them, 25 seconds last time by. They're just about to cross the line any moment now, and we'll get a clarification on just where that gap is. We've got the gap between the Coleman-driven Optimum Motorsport McLaren at 12 seconds to Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Audi, and then a further 25 seconds to Christian Poulsen. So these three on the same lap, 672 laps completed. They've got a 10-lap gap before we get the Hofer Mercedes on their recovery drive. So that 3rd step of the podium is where this very exciting race to the flag here.
And if you throw in if you throw in Sansalot Junior team, they've got to pit in the next 5 minutes because Stefan Trebedini is about to hit his maximum driving time, and likewise Todd Coleman needs to pit in the next 8 minutes because he's going to hit his maximum driving time. But before we come back to the overall fight for the podium, one car which is surely in the running for spirit of the race, Razun More Than Racing, are with Diana Biggs.
They certainly are, and Daniel Drexel has just jumped out of the car. Daniel, we're talking about you and the team. The commentators are massively impressed with how you are and how you're pushing in through this race. How much are you enjoying it?
Yeah, of course I'm enjoying it. Of course I'm having fun. It's a 24-hour race. These are always cool. All of it was a bit cursed. We got like 5-6 issues. If we only had half of them, we probably would have won the class. P2 is still possible because I think one of the Vortex is standing since half an hour. So we will see. This class is all a bit about do the furthest distance instead of doing it as quick as possible. So yeah, Simon's in the car now for the last, then not exactly till the end, and we'll see where we get.
What can you tell us about this KTM crossbow car? It looks amazing. When it comes into the pit lane, I'm just massively impressed as to how the team go about looking after it. But what is it like to drive?
The GTX? I think they're easier cars, but they're also less fun cars, so say it like that. It's a very, very fun car to drive. It has the power of a GT3, but it has the aero of more of a Cup GT4. So you have to really, really slow down for the turns and then bring it out again. It's very interesting compared to the Cup Porsches because we are a lot lighter, so we can brake later, but they have more traction, so they can get on the throttle earlier, so it's always this cat and mouse play. I think the car is a bit quicker than the Cup, but yeah, it's a fun car. If we have a race without issue, we would have fought with the blue guys here on the timing sport, but yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah, and we've still obviously got a couple of more hours left in the race to go, so you've got to, as a team, keep enjoying that moment.
Yeah, sure. Of course, podium is podium, result is result. We can't win it anymore. I think it's not possible because of how much time there is left. But yeah, we enjoy every moment of the race.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
Daniel Dressel of the Milwaukee KTM team. Given a good explanation of what those cars are like. So yeah, GT3 power, but aero of a GT4 or Cup car, which means it's got maybe a bit more power than grip, which interesting stuff. Looks fantastic, that KTM crossbow.
A bit of a handful, I think.
I bet it is.
File that under.
It's probably a bit heavier too. Optimum Motorsport are into the pits. They're actually, well, more specifically, they're in fueling at the moment with their papaya and blue and black McLaren. Todd Coleman, a double stint for him. So that will be job done for the race for him, as we're just coming up to the 2 hours to go mark here in the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. And that is at the point then, Joe, when you could put a driver in and leave them in from now to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximum driving stint, 2 hours. We are at that window. You want to kind of match that with a fuel window stint, of course. And so we are now in that situation where we might be seeing the final drivers getting into these cars, certainly at the front end of the field. We'll be thinking about plugging in the Superstar. If you've got a Superstar on the books, this is the time that you'll be dusting them off and bringing them out the cupboard and plugging them into the end, and then just going with the fuel window. The tyres, plugging a set of new tyres on that will potentially stretch to the 2 hours, and then maybe you'll get away with a bit of a splash and dash towards the final half hour or so of the race. So we are in that window now, Peter.
We are. As the both the Optimum McLaren and the Santalog Audi are in fuel at the moment. And of course, Optimum McLaren, you talk about superstars, they've got Frederick Schandorf, pro driver with McLaren, knows the car inside and out. He was very, very quick in the opening stint. Santalog Audi, Pierre Caffer, a true legend of Audi endurance racing. He could be put into the car should Santalog Audi wish, and be left in the car for the run to the flag. The podium, we could see I mean, right now, Sandlock Junior, Red Camel Audi, Poulsen and Optimum are all vying for the podium, although there are only 3 spots on that podium, so there's going to be a couple of them disappointed.
Yeah, that's the overall podium, of course, and that's the one that anybody in a GT3 car will be focusing on. Christian Poulsen plodding around now in 4th place with the Optimum McLaren into the pits for its scheduled stop. So the positions 3rd, 4th and 5th be just ebbing and flowing and swapping around between the Red Camel car, the Poulsen Motorsport BMW, and now the McLaren into the pits. Let's head down to Pinksy. You've got that McLaren in front of you.
Just getting ready to get in the car. Todd has just jumped out. Mechanics are going around checking all the car, changed taking the windscreen. There actually on firing up. I can see the driver behind the wheel. I think it looks like he's putting his gloves or adjusting his gloves, so certainly at the front. So a couple of last minute adjustments there, just a little bit slower than we'd normally see.
Yeah, a little bit of a delay in getting that car away. It was off the jacks. The windshield tear-offs had been ripped off. Into the pits has come 2nd place Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, as you predicted, Peter. That car about to be given to, that looks like Pierre Caffer to me.
Yeah,
you predicted that one as well.
Well, I don't think I'll be applying for any jobs as race strategist. I'm quite happy with my position here in the commentary box, but it indeed is Frederick Schandorf who takes out the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Look, I mean, Todd Coleman had been at the wheel for 2 hours. When he got out of the car, looked to be limping slightly. He's probably, I mean,
bit of a cramp, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's a tall driver.
He's a very tall guy.
He's very, very tall.
Probably quite compact.
Yes.
Driving position in that McLaren, as off goes the Santilok Audi, which will be able to get home on one more pit stop, as will the Optimum McLaren. So we're into that kind of window now.
They'll save time if they can get those tyres to last the 2 hours. They'll save time by just fueling, and then they'll be able to drive past their pit apron. Now, the information that I'd gleaned is that is a bit of an ask, certainly in the heat of the day. I mean, we're not at the hottest. That comes at about between 2 and 4 o'clock here in the on the Mediterranean coast in Barcelona, but we're not far off that. And you've heard Di mention just how hot it is and the temperature beginning to build. So with that in mind, you've got your superstars, like we say, now plugged into the Sonderlock car in 2nd place. Rolf Bond into fueling, by the way, and Frederick Schandorf in the McLaren. So you would potentially be looking towards that and maybe just fueling at the next stop.
Well, if you've got to save that time, it's a pro driver is going to be able to get that tyre to last a lot more. Let's take a look then how things stand as we head really into the business end of this motor race. An hour and 55 minutes to go. Herbert Motorsport have just pitted from the lead there in fuel at the moment. Ralph Bone bringing that car in after a single stint so far. Santilok Junior Team was a double stint from Stefan Tribodini, and Pierre Caffer, their superstar driver, former winner of Sebring in an Audi R8, the open top prototype version, of course, sits in 2nd. So Santilok are right there. Any slip at all from Herbert and Santilok are there to pounce. Red Camel by Jutta Racing, they've got an issue with their starter motor. At the last pit stop, they lost a few minutes, about 2.5 minutes, trying to get that Audi R8 refired, but they've fought their way back up with Luke Breukers at the wheel to 3rd position. Poulsen Motorsport are in 4th, just 20 seconds behind, with team owner Christian Poulsen driving. Then it's Optimum Motorsport with their McLaren. They've just taken a pit stop after a double stint from Todd Coleman, who handed over to Frederick Schandorf. Hoffer Racing, they are sitting 2nd in the GT3 AM class, 6th overall. Then it's your 992 leader Red Ant Racing in 7th, and Jutta Racing round out the top 8.
9th spot, we've got the QMMF Porsche currently at the front of the front end of the 992 class. Behind them, RP Racing in their bright green car in 10th. 11th is HRT's entry. Land Motorsport still on their recovery, driving the number 34 in 12th. Got the Auckland Racing car 917, aptly numbered Porsche there from Switzerland in 13th. SD Racing is our GT4 leader in their BMW, all the way from Canada. Behind them, new to the 24H series, Venture Engineering with their Mercedes, currently second in GT4, running 15th overall. And then we've got the MRS GT Racing 992 AM number 988, rounding off 16. 17th in the order is the Patrick Kolb-driven Lion Speed car. And then in 18th, we've got Keith Gatehouse at the wheel of the NM Racing team. Mulder Motorsports in 19th in their 918 numbered car. SRS team sold Rensport in the TCX GTX class in 20th. GSR Motorsport at 21st. First of the Vortexes in 22nd. The E2P car is out but classified in 23rd. And then Apex MP Racing in the GT4 class in 24th. 25th is Jimmy Broadbent in the car at the moment of the JMEC Engineering car, nursing that car to the end there. And then we've got the newly engined Home Guard Motorsport. Seems like a day away that they were having to replace that engine. That's because it was almost a day away. But that car, massive soul, massive determination to get that Porsche to the end of this race and putting that brand new engine in after losing that motor very early on. The second of the Vortexes at 27th. We've got the Asbest Racing TCX Seat in 28th. The Red Ant 904 is 29th. The Razzoon More Than Racing 714 numbered Expo is in 30th. And then in 31st, not running at the moment, the NKPP Racing by Bascuten Porsche. And then in 32nd, Team Africa. They're not finished yet. They may be in the pits, but I'm pretty sure we might see them again. The Ade Sign Lamborghini classified 33rd. The CWS Ginetta classified 34th. The Road to Le Mans is, that's the 992 AM class Porsche classified in 35th. And then it was the first of our retirements, unfortunately. Impact on the left rear wheel, causing some concern with regard to the drivetrain. So the Lamborghini from ARC Bratislava parked up but classified 36th.
So an hour and 51 minutes to go, and it is big action in the pit lane. Diana Biggs.
Well, there might be something going on in the pit lane, but I've been waiting with Todd Coleman from Optimum Motorsport. He has been waiting patiently to have a chat with us because, Todd, you just jumped out of the car. How was it for you this morning?
It was good. I mean, amazing watching the sun come up. I'm exhausted. I told the guys when I pulled in the pit stop, just grab me and pull me out of the car, and they literally did that because I wasn't sure I was going to have any legs. But car's fast, track's moving. You're just managing traffic and hoping you get a clean lap every once in a while. Try to put some time down.
It's very physical, isn't it?
Amazingly physical. This is no GT4 car. This is legit. So I'm absolutely gutted and exhausted.
How would you describe this McLaren to race?
So happy with this car. Like, I have nothing to compare it because I've never been in a GT3 car until Wednesday. But I'm ecstatic over my experience.
What's the biggest thing that you've learned so far then? What have you learned so far?
I mean, obviously, the car handles way differently. It's fun watching the GT4 cars go around because I'm like, oh, that's what we look like when we're understeering and losing grip. So you got to trust the car. But given that you're the fastest car out there, you're just guessing where the other traffic's going to go. And then you're trying to shoot the gap and hope that you're right and not wrong. I was wrong once.
But you look like you've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, we're happy to be here. We look forward to coming back.
I mean, Optimum run a great team. The crew here are on it every time you come in for a pit stop.
Yeah, this team is amazing. Like, they are absolutely on it. They get me prepared. They rev me up. I'm happy to be backed by these guys.
Great to chat to you.
Thank you so much.
I love that spirit. I love that just big smile and how just so honest as well. You know,
he's American.
Yeah,
they tend to be.
Yeah, but getting into a GT3 car for the first time on a high downforce, a high corner speed circuit, it's great to get an impression from my point of view. I've never driven in a race, and to hear that, what it's like to jump into a GT3 car for the first time and feel the downforce, feel the cornering speed. It's really, really cool to hear. Fantastic.
Yeah, literally from the horse's mouth. And it's great to have Todd here as part of the 24-8 series. Hopefully we'll see them again. He's plugged himself in with a very, very... he's optimised his chances with Optimum Motorsport. They really are.
And an excellent cup of coffee.
And an excellent cup of coffee until Di broke their machine. But yeah, I mean, when I saw that Optimum were bringing a McLaren to this race, when I saw them on the entry list, I thought, you know what, they are one of the best teams in endurance sports car racing at the moment, racing all over the world, all over the IMSA series, the World Endurance Championship, and great to have them here. That little problem with the throttle pedal, of course, putting them out of contention for the overall win. They started the race on pole position and then were pretty much there or thereabouts, and you could not discount them at all until that issue cost them, and that was in the small hours, wasn't it, just after midnight?
Yeah, it's a shame.
The throttle pedal stayed down.
Yeah, it's such a shame for them to be out, but they are still well in the shout for the podium. Definitely in the shout for the podium, especially if they, if they leave Frederick Schandorf at the car from now to the flag, which I suspect they will. They've got the chance to do that.
Just waiting to see where they are in the scheme of things. So you've got Luke Breukers on the third step of the podium, 681 laps, 27 seconds behind comes Christian Poulsen in the BMW. Now with that pit stop, with Fred Schandorf now at the wheel of the McLaren, that's put them, I think, maybe just off their lap actually.
Yeah,
and they will be on. Yeah, they'll be on 680 laps next time by. So until the two cars ahead of them pit stop, that'll bring them all back together when the Audi and the BMW pit stop.
The question is Poulsen Motorsport, because Christian Poulsen did an amazing job at the start of the race to run longer on a tank of fuel than anyone else by a long way. Christian Poulsen is on board that Poulsen Motorsport machine at the moment in 4th place. Now, as things stand, as things are right now, Christian Poulsen's BMW is about 3 minutes up the road, just over 3 minutes up the road from the Optimum McLaren. Now, if Poulsen Motorsport can get home on just one more stop, which I think they can do, an hour and 46 left, Poulsen's been in the car for 35 minutes now, so I think another 45 minutes. I think he can get home on one more stop, and Optimum have got to stop again. So actually, that is a real gap.
Who would you plug in then when you've got to take Christian out? Are you going to put Jens back?
Of course you are. You have to. Jens Klingman, a proper pro driver, knows BMW GT cars inside and out, has driven them for 10 years plus. So yes, you've got to put Jens Klingman in. You have to.
You're kind of optimising your run to the flag, are they not?
You are, and I think you basically, as soon as you know you can get home with no more stops, you put him in. You maximise your time with your pro driver in the car. That's really, really important. So, and where do Red Camel factor in that?
They've got 27 seconds. They're 27 seconds ahead of this BMW. So, with Luke Breukers putting in, what was he? Let's have a look at the lap times. 1:46.5.
He was being quicker than that, though.
1:46.7 for the BMW.
Yeah,
that's close.
It is, but look, that's definitely a traffic affected lap for Luke. He's been in the kind of 44s, 45s. But the problem for me though is two things for Red Camel. They're 56 minutes into their stint, so they maybe got between 5 and 15 minutes left, depending on how frugal they've been or not. Which means that they've got, unless there's a lot of code 60, they've got 2 pit stops to go. And that then would put them back. If they can somehow get home with just one more stop, then they're in a good spot.
Well, there's another 46.3.
Yeah, so he's maybe going into fuel saving mode.
47.
Now,
I think it's more to do with the tired car.
Could be.
Yeah, and the heat of the day is coming in, so we may not see a 44 or 45 anymore. I think 46 is probably the target time he's been given.
Could be.
The gap out to 28.6 now, so the Red Camel Audi is actually pulling away from the Poulsen car. Behind that, though, the McLaren number 4, 1:43.2 as a lap time comparison. Frederick Schandorf I was saying we may not see any 45s and 44s. I was talking about the Audi, of course.
Yes.
This McLaren, well capable of doing that. And look at also a man on the move matching the 43-second lap times is Alexander Prince in the Hofer Mercedes.
Brilliant stuff.
Bit of a dark horse, Alexander.
He is a dark horse.
Alex Prince is a bit of a dark horse when it comes to pace. His class isn't a ham, is he?
He is, yeah. Sneaky am.
Yeah.
He is a sneaky of sneaky
He is a sneaky am.
Yep.
And that's purely down from experience and getting faster over his racing career.
I think the only reason he's a sneaky am is because of his level of life experience, a number of years on the planet, shall we say. He had a birthday a couple of days ago.
Don't know how old he is.
No idea.
25?
Well, he looks 25. I suspect he's about double that. So, an hour and 43 to go. That's where we're keeping an eye on then how things will look. I mean, Frederick Schandorf at the moment is making the very most of the peak point of the Hankook tyre there, while lapping in the 1 minute 43s, as is Alexander Prince, who is also in just 10 minutes into his stint. So there really is a couple of seconds more lap time. Whatever your pace is, you've got a couple of seconds more lap time in those first 10-15 minutes or so, and you just got to use it as best as you can. Luke Broikers, he's on the other end. He's at the kind of towards the end of the tyre's life. He's on that plateau at the moment. Unless there is quite a bit of code 60, Red Camel may just need a splash and dash at the end. They may, but if they get lucky, you never know.
I think it's going to be rare to see a code 60. There's 30. There's about just under 30 cars. I'm not going to do a quick count there. That are currently on track. There's just under 30 cars. We're watching we're keeping an eye on, I should say, Alex Prince really pushing on in that Mercedes of Hofer. We know Frederick Schandorf is really pushing on. 143.5s last time through. The 992 battle, Ayrton Redon leading that on 667 laps. He's got a four lap lead on the next car in class. Now that the Redon brothers are leading the Drivers' Championship in the 992 class, Ayrton and Yannick well ahead in that driver title battle in that class. Currently on target for maximising their points haul going towards this checkered flag. Behind them though, 3-lap gap between the second place 992 car. That's the QMMF by HRT, Abdullah Al-Khalefi at the wheel of the number 931. Nick Johnson. We talked about Nick and Tracy Crone yesterday, didn't we, with a 21 years relationship with Tracy Crone. They are 3 laps behind in third place, and they have got a 9-lap gap between themselves and Jonathan Kearney in the HRT car. And that's very rare to see in the 992 class this season, with chunks of time and actual laps in between those 992 class cars. So well spaced out there. It's going to take a bit of attrition, I think, to bring that together. And
in the last little while, ST Racing have just started to get a tighter grip on that GT4 category. Pippa Mann has been in the car for just under 50 minutes and is lapping about around 5 seconds a lap quicker than the Venture Engineering Mercedes in second at the moment. So they're just tightening their grip on that class, and they're very close in strategy. They're sort of 6 minutes apart in terms of pit stop strategy, so they should have a similar number of pit stops left to go, probably just one pit stop left to go for both of those cars. So right now it's looking good for ST Racing and their BMW. They just got to keep out of trouble and just hope they don't have any technical issues, and pace-wise they've got more than enough in hand to certainly a really strong pace to keep them in the lead of that class. I think it's the overall podium which is the biggest question mark at the moment. You've got several cars that could make a strong case for finishing there. It's all going to come down to the pit stops and how long you're in the pits between now and the end of the race in an hour and 39 minutes time.
You can take that all the way back to the green flag when we started this race, Peter, because it all counts. I just want to mention Venture Racing, who are racing with us in the 24H series for the first time. They're currently 3 laps off the leader of their class. They're in the GT4 class. It's the Mercedes number 421, currently 15th overall, 3 laps behind the ST Racing BMW. But the driver at the wheel of that car at the moment is Neville Jones. And Neville, the man behind putting the Venture Racing or the Venture Engineering entry together and bringing it out of the 24H series, sharing the car with Matt George. Matt, who is a well-known driver. He's the silver driver that has got experience in other forms of GT endurance racing, along with Owen Hizzy. Now, Owen made his debut in the 24H series back in Abu Dhabi in January, then went on to race in the Dubai 24 Hours. Chris Jones is Neville's son, and Neville was telling us yesterday just how delighted he is to be able to race at this level, FIA International Endurance Racing level, with his sons. We've got an incident at the penultimate corner. That's the number 917, and
Porsche Cup, and it's the KTM. It's a KTM 414, the Apex MP Racing GT4 car, and this is at the penultimate corner, just coming out of turn 13.
I said it was very unlikely to see code 60s because we've got under 30 cars, et voila. You can thank me later.
Well, I would think that Paul Truswell on the pit wall for Red Camel Racing will be dancing a jig right now. Not because there's been an incident, not that, because there's likely to be, must make that clear, is that there's likely to be a code 60, albeit probably not that long a code 60, and indeed there is a code 60.
Yeah, there had to be, Peter. We've got the number 917 with its rear axle buried in the gravel. Its front end is on the curb on the outside of that penultimate turn. It's a very fast right-hander, of course, leading downhill towards the final turn, and clearly the Porsche has come together.
A foot race has broken out into the fueling area as all the mechanics make their way to the take to the fueling area to grab a pump and not lose any time. The elbows are out to get through there into the fueling area as in comes our race leader. Herberth Porsche are in, while the KTM and the Porsche Cup car are stricken. The Razoo More Than Racing car, unfortunately, is having to get repairs in the garage, but race leader Herberth into fueling, as are Santalok Audi from second. The QMMF second place in Porsche Cup in for fueling as well. Red Ant Racing in from the lead of 992 Cup. So all the front-running cars, they're taking this opportunity to top up the tank. But of course, under a code 60, they can only top up 25% of their allowance.
Yeah, it's a race to the pumps there. There is a pump free at the front of the fueling queue. So one of the team members steps out into the lane to bring their car forward. And sort of, it's a bit like pulling into your local service station. The number 421, that car is in now. Neville Jones taking the instruction and bringing the car in. Just having to be pushed back a little bit. I'm not sure why. There isn't any marks apparent, but the team choosing to push him back. The Herberth car has already taken on its 25% of fuel allocation, making its way out. The number 18, Pierre Caffer, in the Santalok car as well. Let's see if they just drive straight by.
The Herberth car drove straight through, no service at all.
Just taking on fuel.
Santalok the same.
Stretching those tyres to the end like we suspected they might, Peter. The Land Audi pulls into its pit box for its last driver change, I would think. This car, remember, on a bit of a recovery drive. Vigo Dalmo will now hand over the Land Motorsport out, 8th in class, 4th in the AM class, just off any kind of podium.
I think that Herberth car now will have a completely full tank, because Scott Noble had only been at the wheel for 15 minutes. That's even less than 25%. I don't even think they would have needed their full 25%.
It was a quick refuel.
Very quick.
I think the same goes for the GT4 second place holder, Neville Jones, in for Venture. And I think Neville...
I could see them doing a driver change here, you know, for the 421.
They are. They're going to plug in their hot shot, aren't they, to the end? It's probably going to be Matt George.
That's a very good call.
I would
That's
think
a very, very good call.
That's worked out perfectly. The AM driver, Neville, a lot of rallying experience you went through yesterday. But, was that not you who was telling us that? Rally Wales GB? You're the rally
that was
man,
Johnny. I think I saw it
up
on Johnny's computer about the Wales Rally GB I wondered what he was looking at that for.
Well, his first taste of a 24-hour endurance race is now over, and Neville Jones will be down there. Pretty sure Di might get a word with him and just get a reflection on his race so far. Still just over 90 minutes remaining.
New tyres for Red Ant Racing for their leading car, but also new tyres for the Optimum McLaren. So we're going to see even more red hot pace from Frederick Schandorf, pro driver.
And you know what? Those tyres can definitely go 90 minutes.
Good news for Red Camel Racing as well, Red Camel Jordans, because their car it's fired up after fueling. So Red Camel Jordans, their Audi is fired up after fueling. Luke Breukers jumps out of the car, and I would imagine that's Rick Breukers jumping in. Meanwhile, in the gravel trap, the Royal Automobile Club de Catalunya marshals are doing a super job to extract the stricken KTM 414 GT4 machine out of the thick gravel traps here at Barcelona, and the Manitou is pulling that KTM out, so we remain under code 60 for now. Red Camel Jordans, their car, the Audi, fires up, they get it back going again. Great job by the Red Camel Jordans team, and they are in the hunt then for this podium with 1 hour and 33 minutes to go. Their car will not be fully topped up, so they will need a pit stop, but I think so will everyone else. It might be a less of a pit stop, but they will need a pit stop nonetheless. Meanwhile, the 917 number, don't get too excited. Imagine having a 917 in Creventic, that would be cool, wouldn't it? The number 917 Porsche 992 Cup car being pulled back to pit lane, and our own Iron Man here in the commentary box here at Barcelona, it's Johnny Palmer. Johnny, good morning to you.
Good morning, Peter. Yes, I don't quite know whether I'm coming or going at the moment and what championship I'm commentating on, but it's good to be back in the 24H Series booth. Unfortunately, I brought a caution with me, it seems, and yes, the 414 car being extracted from the gravel trap, from a very deep gravel trap as well. I hope you're enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision, because some of the flying of the drone this weekend, which has been right next to some recovery work, has been truly expert. Many hours ago, there was a car on a tow rope coming out of turn 10, being tracked by the drone at relatively slow speed, and the same goes for the 414 as well. Some of you, I'm sure, have been in multi-screen format with a pretty major World Championship race taking place in Japan for the last 6 and a bit hours or so. We had that covered elsewhere on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and now back into the saddle for the final hour and a half of this year's Barcelona 24 Hours, the 25th edition of the 24 Hours here at Barcelona. I don't think we had any rain overnight, so it's been superb weather conditions throughout. Not always guaranteed here at Barcelona in September, but with Porsche leading by a decent number of laps. 6.95 currently for Scott Noble, 6.92 laps for Pierre Caffer, and in order to get to a distance record, it's 7.25 was the record from last year. This is the same circuit configuration, so it's good to kind of map it in that respect. And if we get to 7.26, then we will have gone even further, and I think the furthest ever that this event has gone.
It's depending on whether we stay green, I think.
Yeah,
that record, I think.
Which obviously we're not at the moment.
No, we're not at the moment, but I think this is not going to be code 60 for very much longer, Johnny, as the recovery job is coming to an end. We've got the 414 just being dragged out of the gravel trap now. The Apex MP Racing KTM currently 6th in the GT4 class. That's going to continue to stay in that 6th place, losing time. It's going to be recovered back to the paddock, of course, back to the pit lane by way of a flatbed there, just being pulled out of the gravel onto the outside of the penultimate turn. So even though you are so close but yet so far from the pit, it will have to go all the way around on the outside of the track to the link roads that will get it back to the paddock. We saw the leading Herbert car splash a bit of fuel, topping the fuel off. We estimate that he'd ran about just under 15 minutes had Scott Noble, so we suspect that car might now be brimmed, and there's every chance that car is now good to go to the very end of this race. Pierre Caffer had been in the car for 25 minutes, so Pierre Caffer's Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, that's not far off as well, and if that car does have to refuel, it's going to be, I think for all of these leading cars, it's going to be right on the cusp of a splash and dash. Right, if it goes green, it stays green, Johnny, I think we're going to see splash and dash within the last 10 or 15 minutes of this race. If not, if we get another code 60, then that's going to be ideal for these front runners.
Yeah, because you get a chance to put in 25% of your allocation during a code 60, but that's it. You can't do it again like the old rules used to be, as in just pit the next lap around. That's not allowed anymore. So you get 25% in now, but 25% is only going to get you to, well, at racing speed, what's that going to get you to? About 20 minutes? 25% of your fuel allocation, so it's just not good enough. No. I mean, this is another quick extraction. We must credit the RACC and all the marshals involved with various bits of clearing up that they've had to do to this point. I think we are still just about good enough for a potential beating of last year's number of laps. Going back to green now, so the number 4 car of Frederick Schandorf in his McLaren, picking up the pace. Ahead of him on the road is the Poulsen BMW. And very tight indeed between Fabian Dance in the Audi for Red Camel by Jutta and that chasing BMW of Christian Poulsen.
I think it's not going to be long before we see Poulsen moving ahead of Fabian Dance. We saw the pace that Poulsen had in the BMW, only 2.3 seconds the gap, so they're virtually nose to tail. The black and gold Audi of Red Camel, their first race in the GT3 in the top class. Fabian Dance at the wheel, Christian Poulsen chasing him down 2.3 seconds the gap at the last time across the line, and just behind them, about a lap off, is Frederick Schandorf in the Optimum McLaren, who we saw there on track weaving that McLaren left and right to get some heat back into the tyres after that code 60 period, and he will continue to push as hard as he can. It's what is up for grabs for these three. Well, it's an overall third place podium for these three. They are positioned in class. We'll see them on the podium, no doubt, for their class podium, I should say. But for that third place overall podium, it's come down to an Audi, BMW, McLaren race. And what a race this is going to be. There's the Poulsen car just coming out of the final turn and coming underneath us now, Johnny, and there's the Audi underneath us now. Let's see what the gap is. It's 3 seconds, so Fabian Dance at 2-minute 20.7 for him, at 2-minute 21.4 for Poulsen. So Dance has responded.
I'm sure he's getting the message from those at Red Camel to say you need to just up it a little bit. Christian Poulsen is an AM+ from memory. Remember, there's the additional driver grading that's not often incorporated with the FIA driver rankings, but yes, Christian, who is a former world champion at GT level in the World Endurance Championship about 10 years ago with an Aston Martin. So AM+ for Christian. Depending on how much more time he has to drive, the car's going to come in at least one more time, and potentially they'll do a driver change. When Jens Klingman to the end makes a lot of sense to me, to try and leapfrog this number 9 Fabian Dance driven Red Camel car. Still hovering around 3 seconds as they work their way through traffic as well. Christian's just running the risk of losing sight of Fabian Dance, which emotively is not the thing you want to do, because you want to have kind of line of sight where possible on the car you're trying to hunt down.
Yeah, always easy to be the chaser rather than the chased, I think. And Christian Poulsen can see that rear end of the black Red Camel Audi just up ahead of him. They're just coming to the end of the the next lap, the 691st lap this will be. The gap was 3 seconds last time by. And here they come. Audi crossing the line now, Fabian Dance. And it's gone out to 5.6, Johnny. Fabian Dance has the measure. The Red Camel Audi, 1 minute 44.486, 1 minute 47. So Christian Poulsen not getting through the traffic as quickly as he would like. And behind them on the road in fifth place overall, is the Schandorf Optimum McLaren, 1 minute 42.3 for him. That's his lap time. So the McLaren is the quickest of those three. However, not enough time to pull the gap back. He's dropped off. He's got to wait really for those cars to pit stop proper, I would think. But I think that's already been done, Johnny.
Yeah, it's we're still trying to monitor precisely where each car is within their fuel stopping strategy, but you're never going to make it to the finish in a GT car from this point, and I've got to assume that it's going to stay green between now and the end of the race. And if you get a little bit of code 60 here and there, then that will help you along for sure. As now in the braking area, the 988 car causing a slight issue for Fabian Dance, but it runs wide coming out of turn 10 into Le Kaiser. So Rolando Sacca doing Dance a favour, heading to the slightly higher portion of the track at 11 and 12 into turn 13, and about to tick off another lap. 697 now completed by Scott Noble and Herbert Motorsport. A good few hours ago now, in the overnight portion of the race, started to do typically Herbert things and swung the momentum of the race in their favour. And that's got to be down to how things are being run on the pit wall, because the driver personnel has changed an awful lot. It's really only Ralph Bone that is consistent with wins that they've had at this event a few years ago. But certainly when the Renaults were in that 91 car, and Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, they've won this race before, and that experience of being able to do that lends itself perfectly to this invasion from North America into the team. But they've also got an amazing amount of talent and on course for a very memorable victory.
What have I always said, Johnny? Endurance races are won on the pit wall.
Yeah.
Not so much these days as everybody's in the garage. But it doesn't have the same ring, does it? Endurance races are won in the back of the garage, sat on a picnic table with a few computers and a few screens. It doesn't have the same ring, so we'll stick with you know what we mean when we say run on the pit wall. It's all about the strategy and how you run the course of their race. And I was regaling PMAC with a reminder of the story of when we were stood on the grid at the start of the race. PMAC and I weren't on duty, so we would where else would we be? We were wandering about the pit, the grid at the start, and we had the Herbert car in their black and gold livery alongside the Red Camel car in their black and gold livery, and I was standing with Truswell, and I said, well, first GT3 race, how are you going to go about it? He said, I've told them to just do exactly what Herbert do.
Okay, really?
Do what Herbert do. Just follow Herbert, and then we'll put Rick in at the end.
Nice.
And it's working.
It's getting into the podium, isn't it?
They're up there in the podium position. And Fabian Dance, I've got to say, I am impressed with this stint from Fabian. He has absolutely turned in some cracking laps in the 144s, been so consistent and running consistently quicker than Christian Poulsen in that BMW. 146.9, the gap out at 10.5 seconds. Great drive from Fabian.
We've spoken quite a lot over the hours about the family Breukers' lack of experience in this car that they've managed to tie in with Jutta Racing. It's a Jutta Racing car. Jutta Racing have in fact raced this at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and elsewhere in this championship as well. What I haven't really explored is how much experience Fabian Dance has in a similar car. He's raced with Red Camel for a good few years, but mainly in their Porsche Cup car. And Fabian, of course, he came from the Autorama Motorsport crew, didn't he? Where they were running TCR VW Golf. So lots of front-wheel drive experience. Very little experience behind the wheel of a GT3 car, though. So he's had to get in his mind how the ABS works, traction control will be slightly different on this, and the fact that it's carrying so much aero these days.
He was annoyed with himself when we spoke to him when we first arrived here, and they'd had quite a few practice sessions. And he said, "I said, how's it going?" He said, "Oh, I'm the slowest of the four of us."
Okay.
And I said, "Really?" He said, "I'm struggling to get my head around it." I think he's got his head around it now. The GT3 car, in comparison to the Cup car that they've been running with Red Camels, completely different beast. You've got to be more precise. It's because of the aero, because of the way the brakes work alongside the aero. The Cup car will move around on the track a lot more, whereas the GT3 car is a little bit more of a precise. You've got to be precise with the machine, and into your braking area, in your turning points, you've got to be, consistent every time is the same, and more grip, more power. You can't be leery in it. The harder you push, the slower you go.
Yeah. Well, that was the quote from Evo.
That's right. As much you think you can get time by pushing the car, and you probably can in a Cup car, because the car will respond. It's got a bit more feel to it, if that makes sense. Whereas with an aero car, the more you push, the more you go over that grip point in the tyre, and the more you start scrubbing off the speed. And Fabian Dance has finally got his head around it and putting in some crack. And there he is, a 43.8. A 43.8 for Fabian Dance. And remember, this car's been running for coming up to 23 hours, so it's not exactly, sprightly and new. It's getting a bit tired and hot and bothered, and it cracking stint this from the driver.
Yeah, very impressive, considering his lack of experience coming into this event. But this will be so valuable by the end of it if he ever gets the chance again to race a GT3 car. I'm sure there's many stories like that up and down the order as well, with new machinery being grappled with this weekend. Scott Noble for Herbert Motorsports Porsche hits 700 laps for the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. So we are now in the ballpark for beating last year's distance record of 725 laps. There's enough time on the clock if we stay green. Well, even if we just keep this average up of the amount of laps completed per hour, which is about the 30 mark. I've done some rudimentary maths here. It's about 30 laps per hour that we've been managing to tick off. So even with the odd bit of code 60 here and there, we may still be okay. As now the third place car of Fabian Dance heads out of the fifth corner, which is Sayat, and down the hill towards turns 6, 7 and 8.
Looks like we've got another exciting one here. Certainly in terms of what we're seeing for the overall podium. What a debut in LMP3 for Red Camel by Jutta Racing. Joe was talking about that Fabian Dance lap. He did a 43.8. The car's fastest lap was a 43.2. They're within a half a second of the fastest lap that car has attained throughout the whole 24 hours. Now, they're learning the cars to go along, obviously. But they will be second in Pro-Am and on the overall podium. Porsche, Audi, BMW, McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche, Audi. And then we're into the rest of the 992 Cup cars. Red Ant Racing, top 7. And it looks like QMMF by HRT are going to take their second AM class victory in a row in the space of 8 days. Saturday last week, they were winning the AM class in the Ardennes for their first ever European class win. They've been there or thereabouts for the overall in 992. They're going to win the class, I think. 3 laps on the field at the moment. Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi behind the wheel of the QMF by HRT Porsche. In GT4, it's Pip Aman, ST Racing. Samantha Tan coming back to this championship, Samantha Tan Racing, that's the ST. And in TCE, TCX, SRS Team Zork Rennsport in the number 127 Porsche. Did somebody say push without risk there on that radio? Please tell me. That's absolutely all we need.
That's it's got some royalties, or some royalties need to be paid if you're going to utter that sentence to Lena Gade. That might be my water, or I might not have brought my water into this particular global broadcast centre, John.
Stand by, caller, I'll get it for you.
All right, thank you. That's very considerate of you. 428 is the BMW that John was just mentioning, ST Racing. Scott Noble, with this buffer of 3 and a bit laps, continues to pound round for Herbert Motorsport. The 7th place car, which is the 992 overall leader, is now being driven by Ayrton Radon. And that car, 7th, as I say, but more importantly, top of the shop in the 992 spec cars with the 3-digit race number, starting with 9. So 903, leading 931, the QMMF by HRT crew, and then Nick Johnson, 3rd. So we'll be on the overall 992 podium as things stand, but there's still 73 minutes to go. So plenty can still happen. Feels like we're very close to the race finish, but that is an endurance race. You know, there are some endurance races clearly around the world that are an hour long, so we've got all of that still to happen. Simon Berg in the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM rejoining the race now, after that car had been in the pits for quite some time, nearly half an hour actually for the KTM, which is in various states of disrepair. Also, they'd been trying to locate bodywork for the crash that involved it, and actually the car that now leads the race when the KTM ran in the back of the 91 car down to turn 10.
You did say we'll have to remember that when we get into the last hour or thereabouts, and the trials and tribulations of the car that might go on to win the race.
I've forgotten it, of course, now, but at least you're here to recall my sentences from about 18 hours ago. Yeah, if the 91 car goes on to win, there are these moments where things could have turned so dramatically. And one of the meals this weekend actually put me next to Scott Noble, but he was deep in conversation.
That's a lovely bloke.
So I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to ask, you know, is the car feeling any different after that big thump? But the suggestion, to be honest, the current lap times is that it really is not. And it's well ahead of what we know is a very fast car in the Santilok Audi, particularly when that's in the hands of Pierre Caffa, who is zigzagging his way through a little bit of slower traffic now on the main straight. The low sun, the evening sun, we know has been an issue, particularly for our commentary position, but also for corners like turn 3 and turn 11. And there will have been a phase earlier on today when the sun appears behind our grandstand and then starts to really affect the entry into turn 14 and the run out of Repsol.
That's pretty
as well.
That's pretty high commitment, that, JP. You don't want to be distracted at that point, do you?
No, but the sun was huge when I took a look out of the back of the grandstand a little earlier on, and very, very bright, as you would expect the sun to be. But when it's low in the sky, that can be so distracting. I mean, you can't stare at it for too long, but when you're at certain points of the track, you're kind of forced to, and forced to remember where the track should be going. That's also where the pit lane entry road peels off as well to drivers' right, so you don't want to misidentify or mistime that either.
Hello to Alexander Organ at RSL_ studio. Had a fabulous wedding. He was at a fabulous wedding at the Stationers Hall in London yesterday, relaxing in the hotel before breakfast and tuned in. Hello to Phil, who is tuned in as well. Paul Ayling has been with us right from the start. and has finished the Wildcat, the Grumman Wildcat. Look good, mate. Very good stuff. Sarah Rigby been with us as well since early doors when we had the WEC as well. A weekend of endurance sport that we've had. Just get back to the hotel in time to watch the Grand Prix, the end of the IndyCar, probably a bit of NFL as well. Because we haven't had enough sport today, JP.
No, well, we haven't had enough NFL this weekend, for sure. But
No.
You're the one that wants to watch more motor racing when you get back to the hotel.
It's.
I think I might postpone that till midweek.
Well, I've got to get it done before
midweek motorsport.
Midweek motorsport.
Yes, true. You need to talk about what's gone on across the whole of the weekend.
Exactly.
Has there been any top line bike racing as well this weekend, or is that an off weekend?
I have a feeling that it was back to back at MotoGP at Marco Simoncelli World Circuit, wasn't it? This weekend.
Okay.
So, stunning job by PMAC and Bradders, who've taken a well-earned breather. Now, the last corner, we just had an off there by the car that's been doing the biggest recovery of anybody, which is the 405. That was off the circuit at the last corner, was it? Yes. And there was another car involved
was
there.
Was that the Santalot car?
71.
71
it was the Jutta Racing car. Francois Beziac. And that's given us a code 60 because although the Ginetta came back on, the Audi has not.
Yeah, thankfully for fans of Santalot and of Pierre Caffer, he did cross the line.
Third in GT3 AM, that Jutta Racing car.
Yeah.
And that's not getting out of there, I would say, in the big gravel bed, in the beach, at the exit of the final corner. The other car involved was the 405, the olive green metallic GSR Motorsport. Aras Cavedras behind the wheel of that one. One-eyed, that car, with the left-hand headlamp not working. And I didn't see anybody put the towels out down there, so I think Jutta's okay where it's parked at the moment. So
it hadn't been reserved already, that spot. Yes, and the wheel track's indicative of precisely the direction. It's gone
backwards.
Very, yeah, but it was also very, very straight. So, that angle has been decided early in the corner when the car was still on the asphalt, and then it has gone fully backwards. And I think that's the right decision when you're in the cockpit, not starting to alter the steering, because it's really easy for the car to start to rotate and potentially dig in and then roll. So although you're very well aware that the tyre wall's getting pretty close behind, thankfully the gravel bed did its job in arresting the speed. But that was a high-speed departure from turn 15, because the thing is, you're heading into 15 very fast. You want a really good exit, and the Audi's pitched around as a result of this incident with the 405 Ginetta. It's going to be looked at.
Here's a question, JP. Was that contact there, or was the Ginetta left with nowhere to go? Because the headlight that's out is on the other side of the car.
Right.
And I don't see any damage on the right front of that car.
Yeah, okay.
Unless it nailed it. No, there is a little bit of damage on the right front of that car, but that may have been there for some time because that car's been in the wars. That was the car that had, I think on lap 1 or 2, wasn't it? Had the scrape down the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Amazing how this stuff comes back to you, isn't it?
Well, I remember you commenting on the livery of the car because it was standing in the pit lane for a period of time and far too early to be there, on a scheduled pit stop. Looks like it may be heading into the pits though now to get 25% allocation, and why not? As the 71 is being removed from the gravel bed, and that's again done very, very efficiently. What it will mean is that the 71 Audi is going to bring quite a lot of gravel onto the racetrack, though, even though I'm sure the best job possible will be done by Francois Beziac to try and shake the gravel stones out of the rear of the car, off the racing line. It's not a bad idea to make your pit stop purely on that basis, actually, to avoid all the gravel that's about to be chucked out the Audi. So loads of Porsches stopping, including RPM Racing's example in the Chrome Green. Second in 992 AM, and on course for an overall 992 podium as things stand. That class led by Ayrton Redont, who has headed into the fueling area. Pierre Caff has made it that far as well from second position. So they're going to be doing their last stop of the race potentially here, car number 18. Whereas Scott Noble, I don't think has had the opportunity to do so. No, he's somewhere in the third sector now. So we can't be too far away, surely, from car number 91 coming in as well. Actually, it can't be the final stop because they can only put a small amount of fuel in.
Correct.
So,
good point.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to make it, I wouldn't have thought, all the way through the final hour, which is just 3 minutes away now.
Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh with under a minute to go to the end of the Code 60. Diana Bink's about to take a break, and we'll have Joe Bradley in the pit lane in a wee while. Lots of birthdays this week, and on the track and among the support staff. And lovely to see Natalie back in the media centre and the pit lane. Happy birthday, Natalie, for this weekend as we go back green. And very slow getting away, the number 71 Jutta racing car. Francois is not up to pace. I think he wants to take things easy to make sure that there are no errant stones in the car.
We could potentially have a driver whose birthday it is this weekend in that winning car, in the car that wins, number 91, because yesterday Alfred Nilsson turned 23. The grand old age. Sorry, no, Nilsson's not in that car. No, he's not in that car. Forget that. Scott Noble. Let's try and award a birthday to either Scott Noble, Ralph Bone, Jason Hart, or Dustin Blattner. Quick.
Yeah.
No, Nilsson's in the. What car is he in? He's in the Poulsen BMW.
Yeah.
And I remember he was leading the race when I made the comment about the birthday, but that was quite a few hours ago now.
And several different races ago.
In my world, your world, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Two different races from one track, worlds apart, next door's commentary boxes. Kind of worked. Pierre Caffa out of the pits for Sontelok Junior team. They've had a good year as well, haven't they? Really good year. 4 laps between first and second. 4 laps between second and third. 5 seconds now only between Poulsen Motorsport, Jens Klingmann, and Fredrik Schandorf in the Optimum McLaren. So that's an overall podium position still up for grabs. And what I need to find out, and this is where I find out, has my software been doing its job? Well, I've been doing different things. Poulsen Motorsport, Jens Klingmann has been in since lap 699, I think. In fact, Schandorf's in at the same time, so they are. Well, Schandorf came in at the same time, at least. He was. Looks like he was in before that. So it does look like they are on a similar fuel strategy, if nothing else. So let's take a look at the overall top 6. They're all GT3 cars. In 6th position, Hoffa Racing, Chantal Prince behind the wheel of the black and pink, black, dark grey and pink, number 11 Mercedes. Fabian Dance, 3rd in Pro-Am, for Red Camel Bayuta Racing. That's the brightest family outing. In 5th overall, 4th overall, and leading GT3 car, Optimum Motorsports McLaren. That's the number 4. And then overall podium positions for Poulsen Motorsports, 2nd in Pro-Am. Jens Klingman behind the wheel of the red, white and black number 14. And then another different manufacturer, Audi, in the yellow and black car. Pierre Caffer behind the wheel and leading Pro-Am at the moment. And top of the shop is Scott Noble in the gold and black machine. Herbeth Motorsport leading Am and leading overall.
I'm with the number 11 Hopper Racing. Alexander Prince has just jumped out of the car. How satisfied are you with how things are going so far? I know we've still got about an hour or so left of the race.
Really satisfied so far. With the bad luck we had at the beginning, it was directly my first stint where we had a failure on the rear suspension. We lost nearly 12 laps. We were down to 36, and now we could battle back in the night. Now we are 6th overall and 2nd in class. But I think, unfortunately, right now we cannot really fight more to the front. We also have a back, luckily, to the 3rd position in class. So, yeah, we hope now we can bring it home. The car will be safe right now. And then, yeah, cross fingers till the finish line.
Always important to be consistent after you've had a setback, to keep bringing it back so that you keep racing.
Excuse me?
Always important to keep pushing on despite the setback and keep racing.
Yeah, for sure. Especially here in the endurance series, 24-hour series, 24-hour race. At the beginning we were a little disappointed at the beginning for sure, but then we thought, okay, it happens in the first hour, so now we have 23 hours to fight ourselves back, and the guys are just amazing. They are so motivated. They just came directly. So, okay, we do it, we repair it, go out and push like hell. Yeah, these guys, they are just amazing. They did such a great job. I'm really proud.
You should be. We watch them, and you should be proud. We watch them and see how consistent and quick and on it they are.
Yeah, it's, I think, since Misano, we have a really, really quick car. We had also bad luck, for sure, but that's racing. There are some points you cannot really, it's out of your hands. But when we are out on track, even in qualifying, also in the long race, in the long stints, we have such a good pace right now in the car. It's such pure fun to go inside the car and push and really be able to also fight with the pro drivers in some point, maybe not like in the last tens, but I just enjoy it so much.
Great. Well, we enjoyed chatting to you and being part of it with you. Thanks very much, Alex.
Carrying on the birthday theme, of course, we had Johnny Palmer's birthday earlier this week in terms of our team birthdays, and the responsible adult has a birthday tomorrow on the 16th. So down to 56 minutes now, and this is the sort of area where you start to worry about the noises coming through the car. A change of position last time around. QMMF by HRT went past the number 71 Jutta racing car for the overall, but not obviously for the class positions. It's Karim Al-Ali behind the wheel of the 931 Porsche, still leading its class. You asked about top-level two-wheel spots. The ball done this weekend at Ricard, which is the final round of the World Endurance Motorcycle Championship. Oh, drama! This is drama. The lead car in GT4 just out of the pits, with Samantha Tan due to take the ST racing car, ST her team, to the flag, and the car has ground to a halt out of turn 3, driver's right. Lights have gone off, lights have come on, Samantha's hit every single button going, and the car is moving. But do you bring that car straight back in and have a look at it? It is not up to speed. This is an out lap. Now, in terms of what they've got, they have a full lap, but nothing else. They're going to lose that in a second when the 4.21 of Matthew George goes by them. And where is the 4.21? These are the green numbers, aren't they?
Yeah.
4.21 just going across the line now. And Samantha in the 4.28 just heading down through turn 6 to turn 7. She's going to lose the lead before she gets back to the pit lane. And that was a pit stop there. And that was an out lap, so something not quite right. Matt George in the Venture Engineering Mercedes AMG, their first time at a Creventic race. Watch out for the AMG. Samantha's up to medium speed, but still not, I think, what she'll be happy with. Now, the key thing will be, as she comes down the hill, does she stay to the right-hand side and come into the pits? No, she's carrying on. As she comes through the final corner then, the car that could relieve that machine of the lead, the 4.21, is...
It's not yet in the third sector.
No, it is just coming into it now, just braking for turn 10 right now.
Okay.
So there's still half a lap between those two, but it's got itself back onto the lead lap in class. There was a lap between them, and now it's back on the lead lap. Drama, absolutely to the end. Jimmy Broadbent and their car were leading earlier on in their category and lost a wheel. Back up to second though, although quite a lot of laps down. In fact, there's not enough time now to get those laps back to SRF Team Zorg Rennsport, so it will be sitting around drinking a glass of something tonight saying, if only that wheel hadn't fallen off.
And it's a fair assessment of kind of an alternative universe, if you like, because they could have got a very, very good result, as opposed to a podium, as it is looking likely to be now, the 133 J Mech Engineering BMW.
There is debris on the side of the 421.
Yes.
It's part of the wrap. Yeah.
So this is the chasing car trying to get with the ST Racing BMW. So
Junior Racing Audi is really struggling at the moment. Sigitas Ambrasvicius, and that car should be doing 47s. It's doing 57s at the moment, and Matt George has just gone by it like it was chained to a post. And so where is Samantha? 428 crosses the line now, and he's gaining. Matt George is gaining. He's a full corner or two ahead. So last time around, the gap between first and second was, it's just cleared from the screen. Coming down to the final corner now as the leader in class heads into turn 1. It's the length of the start-finish straight, and Matt George will be being told on the radio, got to keep pushing here. And what I don't know is the status in terms of who can go to the end, if either of them can. He's across the line now, and oh no, he's not, sorry, that was the 4.15. Where's the 4.21? There he goes. 48 seconds. It's 48 seconds from first to second.
Well, Matt George is 7 laps into his current stint, I make it, whereas Sam
just went out.
The car slowed and then stopped on her out lap, didn't it?
So she should be able to make it from here. 50 minutes?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Matt George able to make it from here? I would think so. Even with 7 laps, that would have been 15 minutes or so on the clock.
Yeah, he started at about 5 to 11.
So, yes.
I'd say 65 minutes is comfortable in a GT4 car, yeah.
So there should be no need of any further scheduled pit stop. Samantha did a 54 0 last time around, and a 53.9 from Matthew. So whatever that problem was, Samantha has cleared it, and she's back to pace.
Sometimes just the car sitting in pit lane, you know, with a heat soak can turn something electrical into a wrong mode. So it felt like she just turned the whole thing off, reset it, turn it back on, and now it works. So don't ask any questions. Don't wonder why that happened. Just concentrate on midday this afternoon and getting to the finish.
Some time penalties coming in. Chantal Prince has got a 2-second time penalty for exceeding the speed limit during code 60. Exceeding speed limit during code 60 as well. 26 seconds. That must have really blown that. That's Antel Zico's car, the Milner Motorsport machine. 7th in 992, 6th in AMP, and causing a collision. 30 seconds. For the 917, the 917 car, that's Jeremy Brodard, 4th in ARM and 5th in 992.
You were just talking there, obviously, about Samantha Tapp racing number 28. I've just gone in to have a chat with the team. I think for anyone watching, they saw the team in a huddle there, but they were the fuel pump issue, which is why she had to sort of not the car completely. She lost time to read it, and off she goes again. It has happened, they told me earlier on in the race, and it's the same thing. It just sort of appeared for no reason. They've reset and carried on. So there's some nervous people standing here in the garage still watching the screens at the moment, but she is off back. I don't think she's up to the pace she was, but she's getting there.
But a fuel pump issue in the final hour of a 24-hour race, it's only going to get worse, surely. If it's electrically derived, I get it that everything just needs to be turned off and back on again. Control-Alt-Delete, like you do with your computer, and it kind of wipes any memory of there being a fuel pump issue. But if it's the second or third or more time that it's happened in the race, is there a chance that it may happen again? Is it more likely to happen right after a pit stop? Because that may well have been the final pit stop she needs to make.
Should have been.
Yeah, so just keep the speed up and hope that the fuel pump keeps finding fuel.
Issues with fuel pumps, bad.
On the whole, yes.
Endurance racing cars going back through the years often had a spare fuel pump in the tank.
Right.
In a different position.
I was going to say, would need to be in a different location.
And what would happen is if you had a problem with the fuel pump, have one on one side of the tank, one on the other. If you get a bit of slosh, the surge as it's called, all of these cars have baffles in the tanks now, but you'd be able to turn on the second fuel pump and fire the car through to the end of your stint. But I'm not sure what the situation is in the BMW GT4. The other thing is that fuel pumps tend not to be an easy thing to change unless it's outside of the tank. You have an inline pump, that's what you'd normally do in a racing car. In your road car, fuel pump tends to be either right inside your tank or partially inside your tank, and the fuel itself is why you never really want to be running an electric fuel pump with no fuel in your tank, because the fuel itself lubricates the pump
itself. Okay.
Yeah. So the impellers would get very, very hot, and possibly your bearings as well. But if you've got an external pump, what happens is effectively there's a fuel pickup in your tank, which is just a big void, isn't it? And it sucks it out, probably through a filter, in through the top of your fuel pump or in through the inside of your fuel pump, lubricating the bits as it goes through, and then it spits it out up the fuel line.
Right.
Now, there's a train of thought about whether you'd prefer to have it as close to the pump as possible or as close to the engine end as possible. And I've heard very good arguments for both of those.
I'm sure, yeah.
So one of them sort of pull-push, and the other one is pull longer, push shorter, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
Pull short, push long, pull long, push short. Double fuel pumps, all that kind of thing. Morning to Dave Alcock, still tuned in.
Oh, slow McLaren coming out of turn.
Fourth place car.
Fourth place car for Fred Scharndorf. And this isn't an out lap, so I'm going to guess it's not fuel pump related in this equation. But the number 4 car was definitely turned off and turned back on again because the headlights were extinguished briefly by the Danish driver. He's still not going though, and this is the blind right-hander at turn 3 at Renault, so thankfully he's well off the racing line.
Sam Tam was on the other side. Oh, something's fallen off. What was he waving around? He was waving something around in the car. The car's just come to... Had something in his right hand there. Now, Samantha Tan got to the right-hand side of the road there so that she wasn't in harm's way. What was that he had in his hand, as if something had fallen off or come off in his hand? It wasn't the steering wheel, was it?
No.
Something that had an electrical connection going up into the roof.
Yeah, whether there were wires going into the roof or whether it's just kind of velcroed into that position and it's fallen off. But I thought at first he was just gesticulating, going, what on earth is going on? And it was like he knocked something, but maybe it's part and parcel of what the issue is.
This is another position for Red Camel.
Yes.
In fact, I think they've already gone by. They have. Code 60. Code 60, that car... That's such a fast entry, and you're accelerating through that parabolic right-hander. And Fabian Dance has effectively taken that position, and therefore as he comes to the line this time around, well, if anybody does need a little splash now, this is the time to do it. Empty fuel pumps. There's one car in for the 8, and in fact the Lumi rank already reflecting the fact that the number 9 is DAN, which is Dan Dare driving that. No, it's not. It's Fabian Dans. And 004. 004 being the apprentice to James Bond, obviously.
I see. Little brother.
Yeah. Licensed to do a little bit of mischief rather than licensed to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to work up to that one.
Yeah.
This is... I hate increments. I hate this because you've worked so hard. So this is a team that have worked for 23 hours and 15 minutes. And the McLaren has been, fine, led the race early on, had the pace. We knew they were coming in a little bit early for their fuel, we thought. But they were pushing on. It's Jamie Wall, isn't it, who's running that?
Could be, yeah.
The Optimum guy start from pole position with a cracking lap. Fred Scharndorf knows how to pedal these cars, and it was a display of utter and total bewilderment behind the wheel.
I still don't know, what was going on in the cockpit.
No.
Whether it was just sheer frustration from Fred Scharndorf because you're trapped not that far from home, but somewhere in the first sector awaiting recovery now.
That car had just been given a 10-second time penalty for overtaking outside the track at turn 13, the penultimate corner. So maybe in the act of going off the track at turn 13, something has shaken loose. So we have a new top 4. Scott Noble still leads, still by the better part of 3 laps, and Pierre Caffer and Sandlock. Let me give you the team names. Herberth and Porsche lead with the 91 car, the black and gold car. Santalot, grey and bright green. Poulsen, the BMW number 14 car. That's the red, white, black and grey car. And then Fabian Dance, another black and gold car for Red Camel, their first time running a GT3 car, and they've got the Batmobile, and it does look like that, doesn't it? It needs red stripes on it to be the old Batmobile. Wow.
Oh, the old school one from the 60s. 70s. Pow! Yeah, okay.
Holy drama, Batman.
Well, we've got that, haven't we?
Yeah.
If you're a McLaren fan, then it's gone south very quickly indeed at the moment. At least it's being recovered swiftly, though. That's a place change. No, Chantal Prince is many laps around, but behind, I should say, but she's got one of them back at least on the number 4 car.
Well, there is enough time to get that time back if they can't get that car sorted. This is absolute money for anybody who was slightly short of fuel.
Yes.
So they've been able to get a 25% fill and do it without losing very much, if anything, on the track. As we come back to green flag racing as soon as that car clears.
Yeah, it's going to have to complete this lap though. So what are they going to do? Pull it all the way to pit road entry?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
I think that's what they'll do.
There's no shortcut, unlike Dubai, where they can bypass half the circuit, let's say.
That means they don't lose this lap though, I don't think. Do they still get it under tow? Or do they lose it because they're under tow? Probably lose it if they're under tow.
Lose it. Otherwise, you'd be stopping on every lap. Well, no, it wouldn't be the quickest way to win a motor race.
No. Kobe the Breaker coming out in the red, white and black machine. That is 007, licensed to thrill. Position 7 for Red Ant Racing, leading 992. Let's see if we can throw some light on what's happened to Fred Scharndorf. Went off the track at 13 on the lap previous to its stopping, Diana. Was pinged for overtaking off the track and then ground to a halt at turn number 3. What's going on?
It has. I'm with Jamie Wall, the team manager, just to find out what's going on. Jamie, we can see you all obviously in deep conversation there. Can see clearly this issue with the car stopping on track. What has happened?
Sure, we've just lost fuel pressure basically. So it's fuel pumps is what it's looking like, unfortunately. So yeah, there's not a lot we can do. We have a reset inside the car, which we tried to do. Fred tried to recycle the car, but nothing, unfortunately. So yeah, she's getting towed back to the pit lane. We'll see what we can do, but yeah, we've got 40 minutes to go. It's yeah.
Hugely frustrating for you and the team. You've all worked incredibly hard.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the guys have worked so hard, volunteered through the night. All 4 drivers did a brilliant job. You know, when you get 3 drivers coming all the way from America to come and do this race, and Tom's put so much effort in, they've done a great job. But I can't, thank the team enough. They've done such an amazing job keeping the car going. But yeah, it's motor racing, as we well know. We'll fight some more days in the future, but it's just frustrating. The main focus now is try and get the car back, see if we can try and get it across the line, because we've still got to try and get a finish there somehow. So yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, Jamie, I'll let you get on with that. Thank you so much.
Second fuel pump problem in the space of a couple of laps. First for Samantha Tan leading her class, and then the Frederick Scharndorf Optimum car, but that one has not burst back into life and already cost it a position. They've got 20 minutes or so to get that fixed before they lose another position. Now, Scott Noble came into the pits. Peter Mackay joins me overlooking the start-finish line. Another beautiful day here in Catalonia. So was that just fuel for Scott Noble?
I believe so. Yeah, that's very much the Herberth way. If they've got the time in hand, they will always top up with fuel. They do not want to take any chances at all. They're on the cusp of a 24 Hours of Barcelona win, and they already are the record-setting team at this race. It would be another win for Herberth and a championship, an overall championship.
I think we're still going
if they can finish.
We're going to break the lap record, the distance record here.
Should do, yes. It was 725 laps off the top of my head. I shuffled
correct.
my papers.
I remembered
yes,
725.
Yeah.
And we are on 720 now. That's record set last year. By
also
the winning
in a Porsche.
Team. A different Porsche, yeah, different team. Back to green. Here comes the Optimum Macca. Not loving it. Not loving that at all for anybody. Hugh Chamberlain, God rest his soul, who imbued me with many of the things that I think about in endurance racing. I always said, if the car is going to itself in an endurance race, make sure that it does it before the pubs close on the first day. That's what Hugh used to say. do not want to get into the last couple of hours or the last hour and have the car give up. And he's absolutely right. He was also the first person who said to me, nothing good ever happens in warm-up.
That's so true. I use that saying an awful lot. I mean, yesterday, just around dinner time being when you have dinner at 7 o'clock. I know some people think dinner time it's
lunchtime.
Yes. But around 7 o'clock last night, the ARC Bratislava team had to retire their car, but the mechanics were still in good spirits, I think, because they knew they had a night in Barcelona on the cars. So, you know, not all bad, not all bad at all. But what drama in GT4, John? You know, Samantha, and we might have.
Samantha Tan's going slowly again.
Yes, more drama in GT4. So
this is fuel pump again. She went out, she took the car over with about 50 minutes to go, 50 minutes to go. And the issue was on the outlap that she stopped at turn 3, but just on the other side of the track. Now, that meant that the second place car got back on the lead lap, and it looks like Samantha has recycled that again. Matt George, I think, stopped.
He did. That time around and put some fuel in. He did. But he's still on the lead lap, albeit 93 seconds back. But Venture Engineering now has to go absolutely full bore. Samantha Tan going slow again. The car is crawling along, coming out of turn 9 down to turn 10. She's wiggling the steering wheel back and forward, trying to get the fuel to pick up. Neil Verhagen and John Miller looking at the screen in absolute...
Might need to just brim fill it again.
Desperation. They've not got time. They've not got time. Throw the dice. It's win or nothing now for Samantha Tan Racing. I think they've got to keep going if they can.
Well, Matthew George is coming to turn 5 now. On the same lap.
I don't believe this. 32 minutes to go, and Samantha Tan Racing. They had a stone go through their radiator. They changed the radiator in 10 minutes. They're going to keep going. I think this is the only thing you can do. If it coughs to a splutter and a stop, fine. But
got to stay off the racing line as well.
You do, but you've got to keep going and just hope it comes back. And more BMW problems.
Oh, this is a car that's also had a fight back. Temperature rising. And fuel pressure getting low rather than the barometer. And Sam Tan stopped on the start, finish straight, and wait, here it comes. This is the change of the lead in GT4, the 4-2-1 coming round the final corner now. It's disaster. Matthew George coming out of the final corner now. Sam's got moving, but she's going slowly. She's on extreme driver's left. Here comes the piece of flapping wrap on the right hand side, and this is the battle into turn 1 for the win in GT4. BMW versus AMG. Matt George must know that that's the car that he's racing, must know that that is the lead and the top step of the box through turns 1 and 2. Sam can't fight it, and Matt George steams past on the outside, and we've got a new leader through turn 3, and all of a sudden the BMW picks up and there's a fight back from Samantha Tan. She feels the need to stay on the racing line, and I think she's absolutely right there. Maybe she's shaking that fuel pump, but no, there's another cough and a splutter, and Matt George has gone through. Pit Man is absolutely distraught in the pit lane, and Venture Engineering in their first run at Creventic and Hankook Racing are leading their class. Now, the other car that we saw paused was the BMW of James Collins. They are second position. They're all right. And now we've got another car wiggling left and right. And this is the Vortex. Can you believe it? Celine Amarouche. And this is another class leader. Albeit with plenty in hand. But that car's not coming back. Celine Amarouche parks it just beyond the bridge at going down to turn number 9.
This is happening to too many different cars at once for my liking, but with half an hour to go, just heartbreak for Samantha Tan Racing. They had a good lead, a strong lead up until this last couple of hours, but a fuel pump issue has caused a problem for Samantha Tan Racing and has lost them the lead. But remember, Venture Engineering have had plenty of their own troubles. Venture Engineering have had plenty of their own troubles this week. Remember, they didn't
do much running at all on Friday because they were stuck in the fueling area with a fuel pump problem. They had to completely change the fueling system on the car, so it's all happening.
James Collins has recycled whatever the problem was with the 133, and that car's moving again. Sam Tan, I don't know what she's done, but by the power of her mind, she's got the BMW running again, and she's holding on to the back of Matthew George, albeit a couple of seconds back here. But that BMW is running. The power of positive thought from ST Racing, and Sam Tan is still running. 29 minutes to go.
Code 60.
Yes.
Code 60. So straight into the code 60. We've got a code 60 up on our graphic. Yes, code 60. So Venture Engineering are
right
leading in GT4, but into the code 60. Samantha Tan, using her experience in the 24H series, former champion in this very class, in this championship, closed up to the back there in the code 60 and is right behind Matt George.
There's not a car's length between first and second.
No, there isn't. But remember, the Venture Engineering car did top up with fuel at the last code 60, so they have no worries. They can go full rich. I don't know if ST Racing are in the same position.
No, they came out of 50 minutes. They've got
plenty as well. So it very much is a straight fight if both cars run correctly, with 28 minutes left on the clock. The Vortex being pushed away, but it's got enough in hand to still win its class.
I would have my foot on the throttle to keep that BMW revving and turning over at the moment. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Whilst we've got a quiet moment, we'll see the checkered flag and the podium ceremonies in about 28 minutes, but there's always one award that comes before the checkered flag waves in Hankook Creventic Racing.
We need to put some thought, guys. Spirit of the race. So I'm going to throw the nomination be for the Home Guard Porsche team for being crazy enough to source a brand new motor for that Porsche when theirs went, and they put it in. They were out of the race, but they're still going round and round, and they've enjoyed their time here at Barcelona. So my nomination will be for Home Guard.
Very good. That was the Olaf Manthey Magic Upper. Oh look, I've just got a brand new engine.
There you go. Well, I saw the broken engine being loaded into the Manthey.
Was it very broken?
Hard to tell from the outside, but it was definitely that engine. For me, I would throw in the Razoo and Northern Racing KTM. Yeah. Nothing has kept them down in their number 430 car. Yes, 714, sorry.
I would like to nominate GSR Motorsport, who had the worst opening to the race that anybody could, broken rear end. That is the 405. They've fought their way back up to almost halfway through the field, and they will not be last in their class. But also, I think Venture Engineering as well. Sam Tan, they've changed that radiator, as you mentioned. There are so many fabulous stories here this weekend. It's going to be a tough one to call.
I do wonder if the Venture Engineering Mercedes has its speed limiter set a little bit more conservative than the ST Racing BMW, because that was a car length. It's now a Scalextric's car's length between them. Really, really tight. There may be...
we got green, and Sam goes straight to the throttle, again using our experience in this series, but Matthew George was able to respond and jumps away. As soon as it goes green, you can overtake. There's nothing wrong with that BMW now, nothing at all for the moment. Here comes the third place car, the GT3 BMW. Now Samantha needs to get on the tail of that red, white and black Poulsen car in case there's any little schmozzle. It goes down the inside of the GT4 leader into turn 5, and that will give Samantha the chance to close up. It was here where she made up all of the time when the code 60 came out. Pushing her luck, working the system. Well, It's a race victory that's on the line here, Peter. You take every advantage you dare.
You've got to take full risk. What's the difference? Second or fifth doesn't matter. You've got to go for the win especially a 24-hour race, and that's exactly what we're seeing play out here. Two German machines, the front-engine Mercedes, front-engine BMW. Two great crews, one with lots of 24H experience and one with none. What an amazing story. Lots of experience in other motorsport, of course.
23 hours and 35 minutes of Creventic experience now. These long races, these day-night, back-in-the-day races. Joe and I have done them in karting. I've done a 24 in this championship as well. And you literally have a season's worth of racing stories that you collect in 24 hours. It's outstanding.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now.
Car number 428.
Now.
That is the ST Racing BMW. The team manager has been asked to report to race control. You never get asked to the headmaster's office for a pat on the back. So there's something to discuss there.
We thought that Sam used everything she could. Code 60, the flags are out, but how so? Well, also the Porsche right in behind there. That was Janim Al-Ali from the 992 leading, the 992 AM leading car that did exactly the same thing. Do you know what? I understand why Matthew did that, but Matthew slowed down very, very early, and Sam kept her foot in right up to the code 60 flag and then slowed down.
It's so difficult for us to tell because our graphics are never exactly to the second in line with what they get in the car.
You could see the purple flag was out on driver's right already.
Right.
Now, if that was the first one that they've seen, you keep your foot in until the code 60, and then you get it down to 60 at the flag.
I wonder if the issue might be that they're wondering if Samantha Tan overtook the Porsche into the code 60 and overtook a car in code 60. I don't know.
No, the Porsche was catching them.
Let's wait and see.
No, that was the QMMF by HRT car, and that car is quicker than the GT4 cars by a couple of seconds.
It was already going into code 60 mode, and Samantha Tan went past. That is, I think, what they're looking at, if that happened or not. It was too difficult to tell from our camera angle, but well, let's see. There's 22 minutes to go. That might not be resolved between now and the checkered flag. It may well be that the outcome of that is confirmed or decided after the checkered flag. But at the moment, the Venture Engineering Mercedes is still leading. So regardless if there were any penalty, it wouldn't matter as things stand. But Samantha Tan is right on the case of the Mercedes, and all she can do is try and win this race on the road and hope then that there is no penalty.
The QMMF Porsche 992 Cup cars passed this battle for GT4 honours. Sam takes a really, really interesting line through turn 3. She does not hug the inside curb, and I really like that because through turn 4, excuse me, turn 3 and 4, but she doesn't hug the inside curb, and that reminds me of 16, 17, 18 at Kota. And what she's doing by that is not putting so much pressure on the left front tyre. And it is the left front tyre that does all the work here, left front and left rear, but you see left front has to turn as well as put the power down. Well, I think that's really smart. She's not giving up any pace through the corner there. Oh, hang on, she's on the flasher. So headlamps flashing now from the purple and multicoloured 428. She does like coming back to that late apex on all of the long radius curves. Very interesting.
Really close. Yeah, after 23 hours and 40 minutes of racing, the two GT4 cars,
traffic,
just a couple of car lengths between them, coming up to a little bit of, bizarrely, a bit of GT3
that's
traffic.
The Jutta car's been going slowly since it went off the track at the final corner. Sigurdas Ambrasificus is behind the wheel of that car. He's all right. They have got laps on the Land Motorsport car. So their third place is all right. And here's the battle for the GT4 lead, held up behind that GT3 car, which of course is very, very quick in the straight line if they can get through. And through goes the AMG, through goes Samantha.
So, very, very close then between these two GT4 cars. They've made their way past the GT3 car, so a car in the class above which is running wounded. And Matthew George, very experienced GT racer in the UK, and has Samantha Tan right behind, former champion of course in this very class in the previous iteration of the BMW M4. Pippa Mann looks on with nails. I don't think there's much left of her nails as they all stare at the screen watching their teammate carry this car to the finish. 19 minutes to go, and Samantha Tan is on the back of the Venture Engineering Mercedes, and they're actually got a little bit of a mix-up here because the Lion Speed Porsche, which is running a couple of laps, is running in third in class, a couple of laps behind them, is in the mix as well, and Dennis Bone very gentlemanly has let them both go.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Dennis, but he's an experienced driver.
So 18 minutes 50 seconds to go. The whole Samantha Tan racing crew, all of the drivers staring at the screen with intent. They'll be watching every split time, every sector, and of course they'll have the onboard footage on a screen as well, so they'll be watching that probably even more closely than the pictures we have here in the commentary booth. But Matthew George holding off Samantha Tan for now. There is nothing to separate them. Last lap by a 1:53.385 for Matthew George, 1:53.7 for Samantha Tan.
Remember, this all started when Samantha Tan came out to start the last stint at 50 minutes to go. She had a lap and a half on the car that she now sits behind. Out of the pit lane, the car at turn 3, where she is now, cough, splutter, decided not to go any further, and she did the reset, got going, but that allowed Matthew George to get back on the lead lap. We then went into a code 60, ironically, for another couple of cars that looked like they had fuel pickup problems, including the Optimum Motorsport car, still in the pits, by the way, but still in 5th position, but will lose that in 2 laps around. Chantel Prince will go up into 5th position for Hoffa. Then another stutter from the BMW just before another code 60, and that has left us with a proper battle for GT4 honours. This one is going to the checkered flag.
It is, and it's just sector by sector, back forth. Matthew George was 2/10 slower in sector 1 and then 3/10 quicker in sector 2. So it's just, we're talking finite margins here between these two drivers, Matthew George and Samantha Tan. So they come around the final corner to start another lap, and there is just nothing to separate between them. It did before they had that fuel issue. Matthew George was pulling a lot of time out of Samantha Tan, but that is really evened up between them right now. So last time by, 1:52.667 for Matthew George, 1:52.642. So there's nothing between them.
Kobe de Bruyke in the Red Ant Racing leading 992 car in a brilliant 7th overall is coming up to this battle now. He'll have been made aware on his radio not to get too much involved in this. We might see the GT4 lead change here. Here comes Kobe de Bruyke. The good news for Matthew and for Samantha is once this Porsche goes through, there's a very long gap before anything catches them, and they're not catching anything. Down at the bottom of the hill, Samantha just giving the indication to Kobe de Bruyke to go by on the left-hand side as they're heading up the far side of the circuit. We'll keep an eye on this. Joe Bradley is dying to award someone the Spirit of the Race award, so let's not keep him or them waiting any longer.
I am with David Fink from Creventic, who was about to award our
recipient for the Barcelona 24 Hours in 2024. The Spirit of the Race Award is about, well, it's about being crazy in the head. And Kilm Holmgaard and his team here get the award for being crazy in the head, because when your engine failed, Kim, you were crazy enough to get a new engine from Manthey and put it in and continue round.
Yes. Well, we didn't have anything else in our mind. The only thing in our mind was, okay, let's get this one out and get another one in. We were never thinking about giving up.
Well, this award is not about the drivers, it's about you guys and the team. And I'll leave David here to give you the trophy with our greatest of pleasure, Kilm Holmgaard from Holmgaard Racing, who are a bunch of crazy men and women.
So we've got some code 60 penalties. The 918 car has got a 4, a 26, a 12, a 20 and a 6 seconds. I can't even add all of those up, but that's a significant penalty. That will be added on if they don't come into the pit lane. That's the Milner Motorsport car. And we've also got a 2-second penalty.
Yes, for car 428, Samantha Tan Racing have a 2-second time penalty from 6 minutes past 7 this morning.
Wow! For
exceeding speed limit in a code 60. So that will...
They're out of time for that. They've got to serve that within 2 hours, haven't they?
Pass.
That is why the team manager was called, I reckon.
Could be.
That will be, I think that will be multiplied. So Sam Tan doesn't just have to go past that car in front. There's got to be some separation. Here comes Pierre Caffer into this battle. Now Samantha likes a wide entry to a corner. That might have... Oh, slow car right next to them.
It's a BMW 133.
Again. Oh,
limping to the line. It's like...
it's James Collins.
The king in the movie Cars, just might have to push it to the line.
Oh my goodness me, oldest car in the field, and again picks up as it goes up the hill to turn 12. This is extraordinary. You know, last night when I left here, I could barely get through the tunnel for people with pushchairs coming into the track and bringing their kids along with them. This was at, 8:30, and going out, everybody had at least one Hankook used tyre. The car parks by the railway station out at the back of the main grandstand here were absolutely chocker. The only way they could have got more in is to put a double deck on it. And it was really busy in the paddock last night. Great atmosphere.
And I've never seen more Hankook tyres being wheeled out the circuit by fans. They're going to be every games room and garden ornament and bar in Barcelona, I think, is going to have a Hankook 24H series tyre, and a great souvenir to have. And it's the last Hankook race. So cool momentum to have.
Very good point. So this battle that we've been watching is still only a second apart, and into the pit lane, having been brought back on the flatbed, is the Vortex 701. Selene Amrouche. That car came to a halt. You don't have to take the checkered flag under your own steam here. So that car has done enough to be winning the GTX class ahead of its teammate.
And we definitely will have a new distance record for the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
Blasted past that.
Blasted past it. 725 laps was the winning distance last year. We're already up to 731 and counting. And we've actually got the first 3 cars are already past that mark.
Yeah, good point.
So Herbert Motorsport, Santalox Junior Team, and Poulsen Motorsport, your top 3 at the moment.
Well, and next time around, Fabian Dance will take Red Camel by Jutta Racing Audi past that, and that's their first time with a GT3 car. Remember, Ivo Breukers was a little bit hard on himself early in the week, didn't think that car had any chance of anything because they were all too slow in it. And guess what? They have now beaten last year's distance record, and still the 133 is struggling. Now they're pretty safe as well, aren't they?
Yes, they're safe in second position.
I'll tell you what, safe. I tell you what, Steve, is the Vortex and the Razzoon more than racing, and the Vortex in second. Lucas Sugliano's just come into the pit lane, and Christian Lollmeyer is going to go through to second here. Next time around, he's on the lead lap. He is on that lap. So where is the Vortex? Is it actually still in fuel? That was the 701 that we saw coming back.
Yeah, so that's yes, and it's not going to move anymore. It's been in there for 2 hours and 26 minutes. So
that's going to change next time around.
Change. So the KTM squad, they've had everything happen to them. They're going to come second in class. So let's into the final 10 minutes. Now, interesting, a penalty coming up. 10-second time penalty for the number 4 Optimum McLaren. Driver's equipment not in accordance with the regulations. Now, you spotted something on the dash, John, on that car. Do you think the driver's taking their gloves off before getting back to the... that's only a guess. That's only a guess and a speculation.
Might have, I think what Fred did was unfastened his safety belts and took his hands device off. I bet that's what he was running around.
Okay.
Or maybe his helmet even. I don't know,
it's,
though.
Inconsequential now in terms of result. Optimum will do no better than 6th place. That does put Hoffer Racing up into the top 5, and after the start that they had to the race, that's an amazing achievement. They've been flawless ever since. Now,
two-second penalty hanging over Chantal Prince at the moment. The Optimum car has not yet come out of the pits with that fuel pump issue. Scott Noble crosses the line to complete lap 7.33 and still down at ST. Oh, spin! Spin for the GTX.
KTM still in third. It's not up into second yet, so it needs to get back going again. Has got it moving on its own power, the 714 KTM, and in a horrible position because it's a blind corner. They'd be able to see nothing and need to totally rely on the pit radio for this GTX KTM to try
inside
and
get... Inside of turn 3.
Oh, that's the worst place.
How did he get there?
I think it's just spun. You can see the tire marks.
Christian Lollmeyer
crossing over the curb. Oh no.
Now what he's got to be careful here is that he doesn't high centre that car and get it stuck on the curbs.
And it's really low.
I think I'd be going backwards if I could there.
Now, that big news, car 428, that's the ST Racing BMW, not maintaining intermediate distance between cars under a code 60, 3-second time penalty.
Okay.
So that's adding to, that's now 5 in total. So again, Venture Engineering are ahead on the road by 1.9 seconds with just under 8 minutes to go. So what ST Racing are now relying on is an issue for Venture Engineering. They need that now, really, or a mistake from Matthew George. But the chances of that happening are slim.
Spin it up. No.
Not in the gravel.
Not in the gravel. Oh, kept one Hankook. One driven Hankook. Well done, actually. Take that back. So Christian Lollmeyer, Razzoon more than racing, needs to come back around. It's taken him 2 hours and 34 minutes to catch the car ahead. So a 2-second, check that, 3-second penalty. Code 60 flag is out. Oh, I think you might be right. And there might have been an overtake on the QMMF Porsche as well, but we haven't got the evidence to prosecute that.
No, we don't have enough. I mean, and the thing is, you know, the race control wouldn't give a penalty unless they fully believed that it was justified. But you've got to put yourself in the driver's shoes. You're fighting for a 24-hour win. You're right on the edge of everything. You've got to, you've got to take risks, and that's what Samantha was in the position and had to do. And we love motor racing, but it can be a cruel mistress sometimes. You know, ST Racing, we're in the lead. A technical issue has potentially cost them a win, but not yet. There's still 6.5 minutes to go. We've still got time.
Well, we've seen drama closer to the end of races than this before. Let's quickly remind you what's going on in the main GT3 category. At the front of the field, it is a GT3 AM car that is leading comfortably by about 3 laps. Pierre Caffer in second. For Santalok Junior team, that's a Pro Am car, leads its class. So Herberth number 91 Porsche, Santalok Audi number 18, Poulsen Motorsport BMW, 3 different cars on the overall podium. Then it's Fabian Dance. They'll take Red Camel by Jutta Racing. They would have wanted to win the Pro Am category, but I think that's a stunning result.
First time with the car, and the way that they've dealt with the starter motor issue in the last few hours is amazing. The way that they've kept that car going, that could have cost them a lot more time, and without that starter motor issue, they would have been up on the podium. And I think first time out with that car, really, really impressive. And I wonder, I'd love to be around the Breukers dinner table over the next couple of months, where they debate whether to go back to their familiar Porsche Cup car, or whether they go, shall we just use the Audi? Shall we just do GT3? Oh, why not? I guess it depends how many Heinekens you've had over that dinner table to decide on which you go for. But it's Scott Noble leading the race for Herbert Motorsport with just under 5 minutes to go, 3 laps in hand, or 2.5 laps in hand. And Herbert Motorsport have really had one of the true great 24H series seasons. They've been absolutely relentless.
But look at that team. That is not the Renaults. Ralph Bourne is the experience there, and the 3 drivers that have come across from America didn't get the result that their pace deserved in Misano, with some problems. Scott and the guys will be absolutely delighted by that. Jason Hart, lovely bloke, also winning their class in a brilliant 6th position overall now. Red Ant Racing down in 20th. The TCE TCX car, almost road standard looking Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche. This is the GT4 Club Sport, the 982. So that's the previous version to what we see racing now and what you can buy on the road. Always like the 981 and 982. I think it's a very elegant car. 982 is really 981.2, to be honest.
I've driven the road version of that car, and it's absolutely magnificent. The manual gearbox is just magnificent. Yeah, it's no Team Sorg Rennsport, a really established contender at the Nürburgring. They're one of the very few teams that get their own garage at the Nürburgring 24. That's because they run so many cars. They get a whole garage to themselves. A lot of the drivers in this car have built up their experience. They've won their class at the Nürburgring before many times.
I bet that's a lovely car to drive around here. The mid-engine Porsches. I do like the 911, as you well know, but the mid-engine Porsches are a delight. The Responsible Adult has a Boxster version of that car, and with the 6-speed manual, and it's just the standard 24 valve flat 6 2.7, 260, 270 horsepower, but the balance in that chassis, lovely car to drive.
The gap, I tell you, that you've got to admire Samantha Tan here, just not giving up at all. And you've got to remember, Matthew George is a seriously experienced and competitive GT racer from the UK, and he's not pulling away from Samantha Tan, and she's doing everything in her power to keep in the fight until the checkered flag drops, and that's all you can do in this sort of situations. Her heart will be in the process of breaking if it's not already broken by that technical issue. Our teammates watching in the garage will already be heartbroken, but it's not done yet. But so tough.
Last lap board is out here at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. The 25th running of the 24 hours for the Trofeo Fermi Velez 1998. This race was won by BMW. There'll be a BMW on the overall podium. There'll be a BMW winning no, there won't actually. There won't be a BMW winning its class second in the TCE class. And second in GT4. But what a race for Ralph Bourne, for Scott Noble, for Jason Hart, and for Dustin as well in that car. They came from the States. They have been honing their European driving skills, had a long chat with Justin, with Jason and Scott at Misano. I think we'll see them back again for a full season next year. 0-0-1 on the Lumi rank at the top right-hand side of the windscreen. We're going to get some class winners forming up here, I think, because that's the GT4 class winner ahead. Now, will Ralph go past him here to get the picture? Yes, he will. Now Matthew's got to be a little bit careful because he can't afford to slow down. For a long time, Herbert Motorsport with the twins in the car were invincible. They had some lean times. They are back with a vengeance, and they win one of the big ones, the Barcelona 24 Hours, the Hankook, final Hankook Creventic race. It's been a brilliant partnership between Hankook Tyres and Creventic in the Hankook 24-hour series, and Herbert have been right through this series, and the black and gold comes through victorious, and Joe Bradley is with the winning team.
I want to talk to the man. Only 2 men have won this event 4 times, and I'm standing with one of them right now. Ralph Bourne, just congratulating his teammate Jason Hart, who I've got to say I've already told him I'm disappointed he hasn't got the cowboy. Ralph, only 2 men have won this event 4 times, and you are the second.
I'm the second?
You're the second person out of 2 to win it 4 times.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know this. Winning is always a nice thing to have, and also congrats to my teammates I won before with. And so, hi Daniel, nice to meet you, and well, we're happy.
Strong driver lineup, Jason over from America. You've had a very strong teammates all season, Ralph. You must be very pleased. I think you've also won the championship.
Yes, we had a very strong season, didn't make so much mistakes, had a very, very good car, as usual, from the Herbert team. And as it is usual, I like to say thank you very much to all the ones preparing the car for us. And this is the basis, together with a strong lineup, this is the basis for success.
Got to say, Jason, you guys have added strength to an already very strong outfit here at Herbert.
Yeah, Herbert's been absolutely wonderful to race with this year. I'm sure we'll do more racing with them in the future. And I just can't say thank you enough to all of them. They've made the right calls on the car, the right calls on strategy, and the guys work their tails off, as you would expect. And they're just a pleasure to be around.
As ever, motor racing's delivered you an up and down kind of season, but here you are rounding it off in fine style with a 24-hour race win.
Yeah, there's no downsides in the memory. This has been a great season, wonderful journey. Scott's first year in GT3 cars, my first year doing a full season of Creventic, and we just love it. I mean, it's just a wonderful place to race. The whole organization, you guys, all the teams, all the drivers, just absolutely wonderful.
Well, you know we want to see you back next season to retain this, don't you?
Oh, it's always in the conversation. Always in the conversation.
And bring the cowboy hat. I will not forgive you for not wearing the cowboy hat.
And in the bag on the next trip.
Great stuff. Jason, congratulations, mate. Well done.
What a first season of GT3 racing for Scott Noble. And the final Hankook 24-hour series race, then won by Herbert Motorsport. That I feel a bit emotional about that because they've been around so long. JP's with us as well, Johnny Palmer. They've been around for so long, and for a while they were the team that seemed to understand these rules, Johnny. They seem to thrive on them, and they, particularly for the 24-hour races, they were unbeatable in 24-hour races.
Yeah, there was one particular year, wasn't there, where they just, I think, they just won every single race, whether it was a 24-hour, whether it was a full-on 12-hour or a split 12-hour.
Yeah.
They just mastered everything, it seems, and yeah, they have a good history at this place now and at this event, because since 2016, so in the last 8 runnings of this race, they've won it 4 times now.
Yeah.
And with different driver lineups sometimes. I mean, you know, there's the stable lineup that you've referred to, the 2 Brunauers, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, but there have been some tweaks and changes to that, not least in this year, where 3 American drivers
Daniel
joined.
retired.
Yes.
The twins are off doing other things and being involved in their own careers and also running the team, so it was kind of forced.
I mean, there was that year where they had the dead weight of Matt Campbell in the car.
Yes, that's right.
It rather helped in 2018.
Yeah.
But this is the biggest change, and yet they get the same result.
Just absorbed it.
Yeah.
And they seem to pass on the experience. Jason Hart's got a lot of experience in the state. BMW man normally through and through, talking about the first E36 victory here. But, you know, they all look experienced. They seem to have absorbed it by osmosis. The GT4 class went right down to the last, half hour. It was a second on the track. That's 6 seconds with the penalties applied. It's Venture Engineering, another team who are new to Hankook Creventic 24-hour racing.
The GT4 class, Matt, was the race of the race for us. You must be delighted. Matthew George, winner in GT4, the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
Yeah, honestly can't believe it. The driver crew's only been racing for 2 years. This is the team's first ever 24-hour race as a group. One that I manage back at home and then get the pleasure of driving this amazing vehicle as well. And I just can't believe that just happened. What a fight. I mean, we didn't have the pace of the BMW. Obviously, the BMW had its problems. We had ours during the night. What an amazing race.
How did you feel when the team told you that the car that was chasing you down had been given a penalty?
I knew it had a penalty before I overtook it. And then obviously saw it catch me again under code 60 and was guaranteed to get another one. But to be honest, I'm a racer. I want to run it on the road. I don't really care about the penalties.
Tell me about the last fuel stop. Was that precautionary or were you gasping for fuel?
No, gasping for fuel. Big time gasping for fuel. We didn't have the pace of the BMW, so we had to try something different. So we pushed really hard, really fast, put them under loads of pressure, and it paid off.
Great team effort. Endurance races are won on the pit wall. You're going to have to come and congratulate your team, Matt. Actually, he moves forward. Venture Engineering here with his son Chris. Chris, I bet you never guessed coming here whenever it was Wednesday that you having your first event with the 24.
Oh, it's unreal. Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, we had we were just doing it as like a research thing for like potentially next year. So just seeing how it all worked. First ever 24. I mean, me and my dad said when we wanted to do racing a couple of years ago, we said our dream is to do a 24 hours and finish. So, to do this in the first race is just unbelievable. Yeah.
The research mission has boards very well. I'm going to talk to Dad, see the decision maker. Neville, the research mission has given you a lot of information here, and you're going to go onto that podium in GT4 and on the top step. So we should see you next year then, by this account.
Yeah, you may well do. Yeah.
Well, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I have. That was always a plan to come here, and this was our test event to see how it went and how we enjoyed it. It's been fabulous. What a week.
It's great to have you. Hopefully see you back, Nev.
Neville Jones, a real enthusiast in all types of different motorsport disciplines, and I think he's fallen straight in love with these longer distance stuff on the sealed surfaces because he comes from a rallying background. But I get the feeling he's going to be back for more. Got to wait for a calendar, of course, for next year's Creventic Championship. They are working frantically on that. Kind of had a weekend off in terms of dates for next year, but probably tomorrow morning when they get back to Hennep in the Netherlands, the Creventic promotion will be working yet further on where they can squeeze in 12 hours, 24 hours in 2025. Some of those dates are in place already. We'll be hearing a little bit more, for instance, about the 2025 edition of the Mugello 12 hours. And I think a date being firmed up for this event for next year as we speak as well. But it's been a cracker, Peter.
And it's never done till it's done. I mean, just look at that GT4 battle. It was close all the way through. There was never a time where someone was miles out in front in GT4, and you knew it would only take the smallest of issue to affect it. And unfortunately for ST Racing, that's what took them away. I mean, they fought back from a broken radiator, which they replaced. They got back into the lead again, and then, a fueling issue really late on in the race stole a win away from them. But you cannot take anything away from Venture Engineering. First time here, and they're up at the top step, and to be able to get the code 60s right, to be able to this is a nuanced series, and to get that right, look at Herberth, how experienced they are in the series, and that how much that pays off. So for them to do that, really impressive for that British crew, and I'm really hoping they come and join us next year in the 24H series.
Scott Noble bringing the Herbert Motorsport Porsche to the checkered flag. The black Porsche with the gold 91 on the roof. To its left, as the cars have parked underneath the podium, the Santilok Audi that Pierre Caffer brought to the final line at the end of 24 hours, and the BMW completing the podium. So we've certainly got the spread of German manufacturers. So Herbert Motorsport take a 4th victory in 9 years, I suppose you could count, because their first was in 2016, although we did miss a year of the Barcelona 24 hours in 2020 for fairly obvious reasons. It does break the record from a distance perspective at 738 laps, so we've gone an additional 13 compared to last year. Pierre Caffer bringing the Santilok Audi home, along with Michael Doppelmayr, Elia Earhart, Stefan Tribadini and Christa Jörns, and completing the podium for a different German manufacturer, BMW's Poulsen Motorsport car, winning second place in GT3 Pro-Am for the Poulsens, for Alfred Nilsson, birthday boy yesterday, and Jens Klingman. Red Camel by Jutta Racing get on the podium for GT3 Pro-Am. That's an unknown car for the majority of that order, so definitely that should be taken into consideration. GT3 Am second place car, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, ahead of the 992 class winner Red Ant Racing, so they won 992 overall, but more in a second on the 992 Am winner, Frederick Scharndorf for Optimum Motorsport. Remember all of those laps that Optimum led in the early stages, but then the late problem for a fuel pump issue. They did complete enough laps though to finish 7th, ahead of the 992 Am winners for QMMF by HRT after a cracking display last weekend at Spa. They backed it up here in Barcelona in the 931 machine. 71 Jutta Racing couldn't even take part in qualifying after a free practice crash, and it meant they were up till 4 in the morning to repair the car and get it ready for the race. Their reward is 9th position overall, ahead of the 907 RPM racing car, which makes the podium of the 992s and second in Am. Then the 34 Lant Motorsport Audi that Tim Vogler brought to 11th position, ahead of HRT Performance's 992 Am Porsche Cup car number 967. Orchid finished 13th. Venture Engineering marginally ahead of ST Racing, and that was the one that kept us captivated. It's a second at the line, but you have to incorporate the 5-second time penalty that ST Racing will have to soak up at a later stage today. So a larger winning margin in the end for Venture Engineering, and brilliant to catch up with Matt George with Joe Bradley a moment or two ago. 421 wins it from 428. MRS GT Racing 16th position for their 988 Porsche Cup car. Lion Speed GP are on the podium in GT4. Dennis Bone brought that car to the finish. NM Racing Team, former overall winners in this event. NM finish 4th in GT4 with the 415 Mercedes. Then the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche number 918 19th, ahead of SRS Team Zorg Rennsports 127 class winning Porsche 718 Cayman. That's the TCE TCX class winner, ahead of the Ginetta G56 for GSR Motorsport in the GT4 category, number 405. GTX, another class winner for Solène Amrouche and the rest of the Amrouche family, and Gilles Courtois and Philippe Bonnel. A bizarre end to their race, because actually they were brought back into pit road on a flatbed, but they'd done enough laps nevertheless to seal the GTX trophy in this year's 24 Hours of Barcelona. Apex MP Racing's GT4 car number 414 23rd, ahead of JMEC Engineering's BMW, stopping and starting, but they do get 24th place, and JMEC will be on the podium in TCE TCX. E2P Racing, the locals, so helpful to me earlier on in the weekend, solving various connectivity issues up here in the commentary position. Holmgard Motorsport 902, they replaced the whole engine on that car, finished 26th. Asbest Racing, number 101, 27th. The Razoon Northern Racing KTM Crossbow, 28th, ahead of the Vortex V8, 29th. Red Ant Racing, second car, 30th. NKPP Racing and Team Africa Le Mans with a Porsche and a Ginetta, respectively, round out the top 32. Many of these cars have not been running for a good period of time, though, and that's the story for the RD Sign Cholet Racing Team Lamborghini, the CWS Engineering Ginetta, the Road to Le Mans 949 Porsche, and the ARC Bratislava number 44 Lamborghini, a long time retirement now. So quite a story, many stories up and down the order. We've been racing for 24 hours in pretty much glorious conditions, and another 24 hours of Barcelona is in the books. So the end of the Hankook era here at the Creventic, final event of the season. There are track days to look forward to before the end of the calendar year, and that's the beginning of the Middle East Trophy that spans the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025, where we move forward with a brand new tyre partner. But thank you so much for Hankook's support over so many seasons. We've been powered by Hankook for a number of years now, but on into the Michelin era we go, and it's a big step for the championship, but wanted by a lot of the competitors, and I think it'll go down well.
Well, I mean, I think most importantly, Hankook have done a really amazing job. There's not many, I was saying this to the Creventic team earlier in the week, that there's not many tyre and series partnerships that last as long as this one has.
Yeah.
So I think that is to be applauded, and, you know, Hankook have a lot of things in the future. They're the official tyre supplier to the World Rally Championship from next year, and they're really hard in development for that at the moment. So their contribution to this championship has been huge, and I have no doubt at all that Michelin will more than fill that position. There's not much we can say to add to what people know about Michelin. They're one of the most established, if not the most established, tyre brand in the world, particularly for motorsport. So we go from one great partner to another.
It's always quite an undertaking when you're trying to make a tyre for so many different cars, I suppose. Remember, we had the GT3 or the GT Championship and the TCE Championship, and running on exactly the same compound and having to make it work. The podium, unique, quite possibly, in that it incorporates the track map with loads of fascinating podiums around the world. I'm thinking of Monza, which juts out above, right over the pit lane and onto the track itself. We had a podium for several years in Dubai, which involved actually craning cars onto their own podium. But brilliant that this can be used here at Barcelona, and all of the class winners, the class podium finishers, are going to get to experience standing on that in the sunshine here at Barcelona very, very shortly. Wonderful reception for the number 91 Porsche, winning, flashing its lights as it came over the line, and a convincing victory at that by 2 laps over the chasing Audi. But that Porsche really just is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the stories that have been untangling themselves over the last twice around the clock event. And Santilok Audi have been there or thereabouts. They were leading a lot of the early laps as well, particularly with that pit stop cycle. That's the thing I liked the most in the early, so I say the early stages, probably between sort of 6, 7, 8 hours, where you frequently were getting new race leaders as various cars were pitting. That's, I suppose, as a result of a pit stop taking maybe 2 laps to fully complete. And this relatively new rule about not being able to put much fuel in the car at all during a Code 60. Do you think that's served as levelling the playing field a little bit more? It's prevented anybody from taking a full advantage of a long Code 60, and a bit more thinking process required.
And yet Herbert Motorsport still come out on top. You know, it's changed the formula, the result's the same. But I think one thing we have to consider is that Herbert Porsche was a rocket ship this weekend. The drivers talked to us about how they've been chasing the setup all week. Well, whatever gunpowder setting they threw it at 12 o'clock yesterday, it was explosively good.
Yeah. There are some dates in place already, as I've mentioned, for the Middle East Trophy. So Dubai is going to be the second weekend of January. 6 or 7 days after that will be the Abu Dhabi 6 hours. And there is a weekend already secured in Tuscany for the Mugello 12, and not a radical departure from its usual date within March. There's going to be a meeting at Spa as well the following month. And there's one other date that's already kind of in concrete for next year, and that now escapes me. But the rest of the calendar is a little bit fluid because it's a question of finding the right tracks with the available dates. Thank you to 021 for reminding us of the Track Days event, which is brand new for the end of this season. That's not been held before, a week before Christmas, 17th and 18th of December at the Dubai Autodrome. A chance to test your car ahead of the 20th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, which is over the weekend of the 10th, 11th and 12th of January. So the first ever Dubai 24 Hours was 2006. 2025 will be the 20th edition of that. And then, as I say, weekend after, 18th and 19th of Jan, will be the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi as a brand new era of Creventic and 24H Series racing begins. But we haven't quite finished the European version of the 2024 season, because it is now time for the podium presentation. Here's Joe Bradley.
Hola, buenos dias, and welcome to the Barcelona 24-hour. We're about to get on with our trophy presentations, which I know you were all looking forward to. Have we had a great race, everyone? Yes, work with me, please, yes. Let's welcome our overall podium. In third place, it's Poulsen Motorsport, Christian Poulsen, Roland Poulsen, Alfred Nielsen, and Jens Klingman. And in second place, it's the Sonderlock Junior team. Please welcome Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, Stefan Prevadini, and Christa Jons. And the winners of the 25th Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona 2024 is Herbert Motorsport, Car 91, Scott Noble, Ralph Bone, Jason Hart, and Tim Blattner. Congratulations, all of our podium drivers. And when the drivers and teams, of course, And now the national anthem of the winning team. Big round of applause, everybody. Our winners of the Hankook 24 Hours at Barcelona. And to present our trophies, please welcome to the podium Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres, Josep Luis Santamaria, who is the director of the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, and Pierre Rodriguez, the mayor of third place trophies being presented to Poulsen Motorsport. That's Christian and Roland Poulsen, Alfred Nielsen and Jens Klingman. Our second place trophies will be next. And trophies being presented by Josep Luis Santamaria, who is the director of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, to the Sandlock Junior team, Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Caffer, Elie Hart, Stefan Trebadini, and Christa Jons. And it's Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres who will present our winners to the Herbert team, Scott Noble, Ralph Bond, Jason Hart and Dustin Blattner. And the Fermi Velez trophy to be presented next to our winning team, Herbert Motorsport. So please welcome a big round of applause for the Madre of Fermi Velez himself. Please welcome Rosa Bisbee onto the podium to present the trophy in tradition. Please hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. Hold your trophies high in the air for the photographs. And now the champagne!
more for you. Our next trophy presentation will be for the GT3 Pro-Am class. Another 3 trophies to be presented. We'll just get the champagne replenished. So it's going to be a few moments before we get that sorted, I think. So in third place in the GT3 Pro-Am class, please welcome to the podium the Red Camel by Utah Racing, Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dance. In second place is Poulsen Motorsport. Please welcome back Christian Poulsen, Roland Poulsen, Alfred Nielsen and Jens Klingman. And an even bigger round of applause for the GT3 Pro-Am class winners. That's Sonderlock Junior Team, Michael Doppelmayr, Peer Kaffer, Elia Earhart, Stefan Tribioni and Christy Jons. And please welcome to the podium to present our trophies Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tires, Mr. Josep Luis Santa Maria, who is the director of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and Pierre Rodriguez for the Mayor of Montmeló. Third place trophies to the Red Camel by Utah team. In second place, Poulsen Motorsport, Christian Poulsen, Roland Poulsen, Alfred Nielsen and Jens Klingman, being presented their trophy by the circuit director here at the Circuit of Catalunya, Josep Luis Santa Maria, presenting the second place trophies. And now our first place trophies to the Sonderlock Junior team of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, Stefan Tribadini and Christy Jons.
Y ahí está el trofeo gigante que entrega Junior Rizzo en representación de Hankook. Ahí está el aplauso para Sonderlock Junior Team. A mi lado Guillermo Ruiz, que se ha cruzado la victoria en la categoría del GT3 Pro.
And now, gentlemen, the champagne!
Hey, tot je mag. Tot je mag.
Our Pro-Am class, everybody. Well done, guys. Well done to Red Camel, stepping up to GT3. Get out of it. It's going to be the GT3 AM class coming next. Don't you dare. Champagne's still being sprayed around. So GT3 AM will be the next podium. Yes, GT3 AM is coming next. So please welcome, please welcome Utah Racing, car 71, Arunas Getskaukis, Amantis Naviskaukis, Sijatis Ambre Zevicius, Martin Reba, and Francois Betsy. And in second place, it's the Hofer Racing Mercedes team of Michael Kroll, Chantel Prince, Alexander Prince, Maxi Bartel, and Kenneth Heyer. And please welcome back our GT3 AM class winner, or our overall winners, and that's the number 91 Herbert Motorsport entry of Scott Noble, Ralph Bond, Jason Hart, and Dustin Blattner. Third place trophies here to be presented by Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres once again. And they will be given to the Utah Racing team. And our second place trophies to be presented by Josep Luis Santamaria, the director of the Circuit of Catalunya. Took 3 times. And please welcome the Mayor of Montmello, Per Rodriguez, who will be presenting our GT3 AM class winner, who is the Herbert Motorsport team. And the class trophy to be presented by Mr. Julio Rizzo. And what a fine trophy that is, the 2024 Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Photo, Chantel. I get to say, ladies and gentlemen, hold your trophies high in the air. And now the champagne! Oh. Now that is how you spray champagne. I've got a soggy result sheet. Well done, our GT3 AM class. Sorry, senor. Our next presentation will be for our GTX class. That's our special GT cars. We're just replenishing the podium. And then we'll get right on with the trophy presentation. So please welcome in third place, it's the Vortex 702 numbered car of Lucas Sugliano, Cyril Camon, Miguel Mayola and Pierre Fontaine. And in second place, it's the Razun Northern Racing, the KTM of Arthur Christ, Christian Leumeyer, Daniel Drexel and Simon Birch. And our GTX winner is the Vortex 701 of Philippe Bonnel, Solène Amarouche, Gilles Courtois and Lionel Amarouche. Our GTX podium, everybody, please welcome back our trophy presenters, which will be it's going to be Julio Risso, who will be handing out the third place trophies. Mr. Risso from Hankook Tires. And the second place trophy is being presented by Josep Luis Santa Maria, the director of the circuit here. And that presentation being given to Razun More Than Racing. And the winning trophies, Pierre Rodriguez, the Mayor of Mount Mello, will be presenting Vortex 701. And now, gentlemen, the champagne! Our GTX podium, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presentation will be for our Porsche 992 Cup class. The overall 992 class coming next. Please welcome in third place in the 992 Cup class. It's RPM Racing, Tracy Krohn, Nicholas Jonsson, Philippe Hamprecht and Patrick Heisman. You can't miss them, they're bright green. And in second place, it's the QMMF by HRT. They really are having a great week. Please welcome Abdullah Al-Khalifi, Ghanim Al-Ali, Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghani, and Julian Hanses. And the winners of the 992 Cup class is the number 903 Redant Racing. Please welcome Ayrton Redant, Yannick Redant, Kobe de Broika and Lars Zayan. Our trophy presenters, third place trophies being presented to RPM Racing by Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres. And then next on is the Josep Luis Santa Maria from the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. And please welcome Pierre Rodriguez, the Mayor of Montmeló, to present the winning trophies to the Red Ant team. And the main class trophy of the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona for 2024 being presented by Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres, quite aptly, to Red Ant Racing. Our 992 class, everybody. That's the overall podium. It's the 992 AM categorization coming next. Well done, Tracy. Well done. Well done, Nick. I'm good. So we'll just wait for the Red Ant team to really milk the moment, and why not? There they are, Red Ant Racing, Ayrton Redon, Yannick Redon, Kobe de Broeke and Lars Zeinen. (992) AM class are next. So please welcome to the podium, in third place, it's car 967 HRT Performance, and that's David Holloway, Jonathan Kearney, Gary Terclavers, Bradley Ellis and Kim Hochschild. And second place, more trophies for RPM. The car number is 907, and that's Welcome Back, Tracy Krohn, Nicholas Jonsson, Philip Amprecht and Patrick Heitzman. And two class wins on the trot. They were first at Spa last week in the 992 Endurance Cup. Here they are with a class victory in the Hankook Barcelona 24 Hours. Please, a big warm welcome for QMMF by HRT, Abdullah Al-Ali Khalifi, Ghanim Al-Ali, Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghani and Julian Hanses. And third place trophies being presented by Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres. Second place trophies and third place trophies and first place trophies, I should say, to be presented by Josep Luis Santa Maria, the director of the circuit, and Pierre Rodriguez, the mayor of Montmeló. And there is the class trophy being presented by QMMF by HRT from Mr. Rizzo from Hankook Tyres. Big round of applause for our 992 AM class. It's hot out there. It will be GT4 presentation coming next, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll just replenish the champagne. Quite a hard-fought race this, all the way down to the wire, all the way to the checkered flag. A full 24-hour race from start to finish for this GT4 battle. Please welcome onto the podium for third place in GT4. That's the Lion Speed GP team of Jose Garcia, Daniel Miller, Patrick Coleman, Dennis Bourne. And in second place, ST Racing, Samantha Tan, Neil Verhagen, John Miller, Pepperman, and Fabien Duvieux. And the winners of the GT4 class, their first ever 24H Series race. Please welcome Venture Engineering, Neville Jones, Christopher Jones, Matt George and Owen Hizzy. Trophies being presented once again. The third place trophy to Lion Speed GP, and that's from Mr. Julio Rizzo from Hankook Tyres. Second place trophies to be presented by Josep Luis Santa Maria, the director of the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. And that will be to ST Racing. And the winning trophy to Venture Engineering being presented by Pierre Rodriguez, the Mayor of Montmello. Venture Engineering, the driver lineup of Neville Jones, Christopher Jones, Matthew George and Owen Hizzy, to be given the class trophy by Mr. Julio Rizzo. Congratulations, our GT4 first, second and third place trophy recipients. So our final trophy presentation for the season is about to take place, and this is our Touring Car Endurance Series for our TCR, TCCR, TCX and TC classification. And please welcome in third place in TCE, it's the Asbest Racing Seat of Peter Baumann, Thomas Ardelt, Junichi Umemoto and Kim Berwanger. In second place, it's the JMEC Engineering BMW. Please welcome James Collins, Kevin Clark, Nigel Greensoul and Jimmy Broadbent. The winner of TCE for the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona. Please welcome the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, Henning Eschweiler, Benito Tagel, Tommy Graberg and Richard Jonexis. So once again, the final trophy presentation of the season. And today, Julio Rizzo from Hankook, Josep Luis Santa Maria from the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, and Pierre Rodriguez, the Mayor of Mount Mello, presenting the trophies to Asbest Racing in third, JMEC Engineering in second, and the TCE winner, SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. Congratulations, our TCE podium. And now, the last champagne of the year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the paddock, don't forget it's our championship trophy presentation in the Welcome Centre this afternoon. For everyone at home and everybody watching at the circuit, that concludes the 24/8 series European season and indeed the 2024 season. We'll be back in 2025, bigger and better, and we'll see you in Dubai.